Hello and welcome to a special early edition of Power and Politics. I'm David Cochrane, live from Montreal for the French language leaders debate. We are outside the Radio-Canada headquarters where 4, not 5, main party leaders will face off in the first of 2 high-stakes debates. Tonight, they're fighting to win over French-speaking Canadians. The big prize is, of course, Quebec and its 78 seats. They're also fighting for airtime up against the Montreal Canadiens, who are trying to clinch a spot in the NHL playoffs. The debate starts in 2 hours, and there is a lot to get to. All right, let's start with the big development of the day, a last-minute change to the leaders' debate, as the Green Party will not be allowed to participate.
This decision from the Debates Commission today does not protect democracy. It protects those who've already had their turn.
The shock of this rude awakening is not wearing off. And our determination to push back is unwavering.
All right, joining me now is the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. So, Rosie, a typical normal debate. The time changed the day before because of a hockey game, and then the Greens dropped the day of. I mean, these developments with the Greens are quite a shock today.
I guess shocking to them, but not shocking based on the criteria that the Debates Commission put forward for several reasons. One was to make sure that the stage would not become too crowded, that not every single party in the country got onto that stage. It was an idea to set a bar as part of the independent commission. The bar, remember, you had to meet 2 or 3 criteria: at least 1 elected MP, at least 4% in public opinion polls, or 90% of candidates. Yeah. The Greens have not met those 2 criteria because they have 232 out of 343 candidates nominated. And so that is how the commission decided to rule. I'm sure, clearly very disappointing for both the co-leaders of the Green Party, but they also did talk openly about trying to encourage strategic voting in some ridings. And that was the reason they said that they didn't have candidates in some of those places. They now say that the commission was clearly, and others were trying to collude to keep them out of the debate. And we will see what Jonathan Pedneau, who's going to show up here where we are shortly, has to say about that.
Yeah, they have 2 MPs. They're 2% in the polls. And as you say, the running candidates are just 67% of the ridings. But they did send a list of names to the debate commission saying we're running 342 candidates. They were there. They now, the reasons for them falling below that threshold, it's a combination of signatures were hard to get. People were bullied. Elections Canada, there were issues getting, with returning officers. But then also Jonathan Pedneau did say at Radio-Canada that they dropped some candidates for strategic voting reasons. And now there's pushback on all of these things, sort of essentially claiming the debate commission has made a bad decision, and they're trying to fight it somehow, though not taking legal action.
Yeah, they said that this was too late in the day for them to take, quote, what they said was last-minute legal action. We did find out about this earlier in the day. They probably could have got to a federal court to file an appeal, but chose not to. So now they are, I think, trying to make a public case, trying to get public pressure, and perhaps embarrass the commission, frankly, into reconsidering the decision. And that's why we'll see the co-leader outside of this building just as the other leaders are arriving. I don't think that they are going to get a change, though. I don't think that the commission, for its own credibility, can now go back on something that criteria is very clearly laid out. Otherwise, they would find themselves, I think, in trouble with other parties who they would want to see the rules bent for. And in this case, the Greens, I understand the case they're making in terms of wanting to get their position out there, wanting democracy to represent all the parties, but this is the decision the commission has ended with.
The timing, though, is still kind of strange, though, Rosie, because, we've known for a week or more that the Greens were falling short of the 90% candidate threshold, and yet it's the morning of the actual debate, right? Like not at the candidate cutoff deadline with Elections Canada.
Yeah, and I don't know what the reason was for that, but I certainly do know that there was a conversation happening before today and before yesterday about where this was going to land. And for whatever reason, the commission decided that it needed to take this move, and I think assert itself in some ways, because remember the Debates Commission created in 2018 has not had an easy go of it. It has come under fire multiple times for multiple different things in terms of what it was actually trying and built to do, and so perhaps this is also the commission trying to establish itself as something that can carry on going forward, because this will leave some people in doubt about how it handles these kinds of things. Again, should there be a mechanism for appeal? Should that have happened before today? Perhaps. And we'll hear from Mr. Pedneau about what is going to happen tonight. But I would imagine that it will continue with just the 4 people.
Yeah, Jonathan Pedneau, the Green Party co-leader, because the Greens have changed the constitution, is Elizabeth May and Jonathan Pedneau are the co-leaders. So he was going to be the leader who would participate in the French debate today and the English debate tomorrow. He's, of course, running and riding here in Montreal. So we'll wait to hear from him. He'll be scrumming outside the debate site at some point in the next little while. But let's talk about what's actually going to happen inside the debate site this evening in terms of the stakes here. Obviously, there's been a big focus on Mark Carney and the quality of his French throughout this, which by all measures has improved pretty significantly throughout the course of this. It seems to me, though, Rosie, that it's Yves-François Blanchet who maybe has the most at stake here tonight, because the Bloc is getting squeezed in Quebec the way Jagmeet Singh and the NDP are getting squeezed in English Canada. Yeah,
I would agree that I think the expectations are very high for Yves-François Blanchet, in part because he has let them be high because of how he has performed in past debates, either because he has done something or because something has happened and he's had to respond to it. In the case of Bill 21 in the last debate. He also is he is good at this kind of thing, right? He is quite a performer, and I mean that in the kindest sense possible. He knows how to reach people, and he knows how to poke people. He's quite good at that. But I would say this: there's only now 4 people there. It's one moderator. It's a little bit different than where we were at in the past 2 elections. And of course, the fundamental thing that's different is that people are looking for someone to take on Donald Trump. And he has not yet made the case that it could be him in some way in terms of defending Quebec. But I was just reading our friend Eric Grenier's one of his last newsletters about what debates can do. And for the Bloc Québécois, it can move the polls 5 to 7%. And that would be enough to be worrying for the Liberals. Right. Not that they would lose an election, but it would mean that if they want a majority, it might not be coming through this province. Yeah, because right now, if you look at the regional polls, the top line polls tell one story. And we're going to talk to Sébastien Dallaire from Léger in just a bit. The Liberals are set to gain maybe as many as 10, 12 seats in Quebec, right? Go into the mid-40s potentially, which makes a path to a majority enormous for them. They've got a floor probably in the mid-30s if things go really off the rails tonight. But Mr. Blanchet, I mean, he stands to lose a half his caucus on things right now. So in that one-on-one contest with Mark Carney, who will obviously be his main target. I remember after the Liberal debate, which is a very different thing, Louis Blouin, our friend and colleague, said that Mr. Blanchet will eat Mark Carney alive in the debate based on the French comparisons. Where do you see it now after all the time and the improvement? Yeah, I actually don't think it's about the French language. I think that Quebecers have accepted that this is how Mark Carney speaks French, and they're okay with that piece. What it is about is whether Mark Carney understands Quebec. And that is where I think you will see Mr. Blanchet lay into Mr. Carney to try and slip him up, destabilize him, catch him in trying to appear as though he understands a province that he has not, frankly, spent an enormous amount of time in. And that's where the damage could happen. If it's revealed some way that Mark Carney doesn't get some, fundamental cultural reference. I'm not talking, what music he listens to, like he managed to answer in Tout le monde en parle. I'm talking about something related to Quebec identity that would send a message to Quebecers that maybe they need to think twice. That would be sort of the death blow in some ways for Mr. Blanchet today. Whether he can do that, I simply don't know. I would say as well, just the topics for tonight are slightly different than they will be tomorrow. And I think that's worth noting as well. For instance, tonight you will hear one of the themes, it's immigration and foreign affairs. That is not a topic in the English debate. And that's because immigration has particular concerns in Quebec because the province has certain controls over the immigration because of some of the things we've seen at the border. So there are some of those topics there that will play better for someone like Monsieur Blanchet, who understands Quebec's demands on those front, perhaps better than Mr. Carney and even Mr. Singh, perhaps.
And it's in these one-on-one confrontations where the absence of the Greens matters more because there's more space and more time, and the frequency of it and the points of contact will be there. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservatives have always struggled to break through in Quebec beyond the sort of 9 to 12 seats that they're able to sort of get in reasonably consistency in elections. What do we expect to see from the Conservative leader? I mean, tomorrow night is really the higher stakes, I think, for him in the English debate. But what do we expect to see from Pierre Poilievre in this tonight?
I mean, I think he just has to hold his own a little bit tonight to keep those seats that he has, you know, and to not damage anything that he already has inside Quebec. I would say the other thing he needs to do, though, is appear prime ministerial, right? Because that is not an easy thing to do when you've been such an effective leader of the opposition for so many years. Because if you go in there tonight and you attack Mr. Carney, which, yes, you're going to have to do some of that, but if it comes off as too aggressive, it doesn't matter if people don't understand French. That's still going to play everywhere the next day. And it's going to turn people off in terms of the people that he needs. So I do think he has to have a certain amount of restraint when he goes after Mr. Carney. And I don't think, actually, that he will have to challenge him in the same way tonight as he will tomorrow. Because you're right, much more at stake for Mr. Poilievre.
Well, it's that duality that he's got to worry about there. The gender gap with women voters, a challenge for the Conservatives. It's suggested to me that sort of the strategy would be is try to destabilize Mark Carney as much as you can and looking prime ministerial when engaging with the others. Because a little resurgence from the Bloc Québécois, and maybe Jagmeet Singh coming out of this looking a little bit better.
I don't think Pierre
helps them.
Poilievre is going to hit Jagmeet Singh very hard tonight. I'll put it that way.
No, they did a lot of that with their ad campaigns.
Yes, they did it before, but not tonight.
They may be regretting that. All right, just a quick last question. And like the Liberals and the Bloc kind of split the top of the seat count in this province pretty evenly. The Conservatives will back just one seat for the NDP. You know, broadly, what are the stakes of the parties overall, you think, coming out of this?
I mean, I really do think that this is the most for the Liberals tonight because, as you said, the path for majority, which Mark Carney is increasingly talking about, comes through this province. It doesn't mean that there isn't a way to make it happen after Quebec, but it becomes much, much harder. And to that end, though, remember that there is also this sense of Western alienation happening in the country and the threat by some of those people who feel that Mark Carney won't be able to help them. Well, Mark Carney also has to deal with that on the other end in this province, right? People who want to know that they are going to choose a leader who can best defend Quebec's interests. So how he walks that line tonight, right? Whether he's saying the same things that he says in French tonight that he's going to say in English tomorrow, like those are all things that really will feed into how successful he is. I would say that today he just can't, he can't get testy and he can't lose it, right? Like he can't fumble. And that will probably be enough for him today. Tomorrow, it's a totally different ballgame.
That's the same advice you give me every day before we're going to
Don't fumble.
All right. That's the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. So how could tonight's French language debate affect the polls and voting intention in Quebec? Up next, we're going to chat with Léger's Sébastien Dallaire about what he'll be watching for tonight. You're looking at a live shot of inside the Radio Canada headquarters here in downtown Montreal, where in less than 2 hours, the main party leaders will go head-to-head in the French language debate. And with that happening, we're going to check in on where those parties stand in the polls. As luck would have it, we have some new data from Léger, which has the Liberals ahead of the Conservatives by 5 points. The NDP is in a distant third place with 8%. In Quebec, in particular, the Liberals have a 15-point lead, but it's a tight race for second in this province, with the Bloc at 25%, closely followed by the Conservatives at 23%. So, to further break down where the parties stand, I'm joined by Sébastien Dallaire. He is the Executive Vice President of the Eastern Canada team for Léger. Sébastien, it's good to see you in person. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Let's start with the Quebec picture. The Liberals at that number, that far ahead, 15 points up on the Bloc. I mean, that's some pretty big numbers for the Liberals we're talking about if that holds.
Exactly. That's pretty much the opposite of what we had about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago.
A lot has changed, hasn't it?
A lot has changed. So it is definitely a significant lead. The Liberals, if these numbers were to hold true in 2 weeks, would make significant gains in the province for sure.
So what's driving those numbers? I mean, if you think back, and look at it on paper, Justin Trudeau, Montreal MP, Quebec Prime Minister, all of these things, how has, bringing in a central banker from Edmonton changed the picture so dramatically?
I think the first 2 words, central banker, and we see it in our poll that we released this morning when we asked, why do you feel we asked it for Pierre Poilievre as well, but for both leaders, we asked, why do you feel they'd be the best position to negotiate with Donald Trump in the current settings? And the first answer from Mark Carney, central banker.
So it's the resume that's doing it.
The resume makes a big difference. Central banker and being calm and collected. So those 2 things are really playing in favor, and it's in fact stronger in Quebec than elsewhere in Canada even. So it really speaks to who he is, and the idea of his character seems to be really working in his favor.
So explain to me why the province that is the most, and we're going to have to dip out in a second. Actually, I think we're going to pause there. Jonathan Pedneau, if you can stick around. Jonathan Pedneau, the leader of the Green Party, is speaking about being kicked out of the debate tonight. Let's listen.
De faire le point avec l'équipe. C'est une décision qui demeure déplorable de la part d'une institution qui devrait défendre le droit des Canadiens à connaître les opinions de tous les partis politiques et les visions qui sont proposées d'une manière légitime, démocratique et pacifique envers tous les Canadiens. Ce n'est pas le cas, malheureusement. On n'a toujours rien reçu en termes de réponse à nos questions de ce matin. C'est une décision que je trouve toujours déplorable parce que ça ôte aux jeunes Canadiens, à certains segments de notre population qui sont malheureusement trop souvent ignorés, la chance d'avoir quelqu'un qui va les représenter dans des débats nationaux lors d'une élection critique
someone to in particular to represent them in this critical election. We have things to say. We were going to present our platform this morning, but the Debates Commission announced that very bad news after announcing it to the media, which was also unacceptable and deplorable in our opinion. So we needed the day to try and get back on track. And we are here and prepared to serve Canadians.
This has been a difficult day for democracy, a sad day for democracy. We still haven't heard anything back from the Commission, but we took the day to gather more information as to what exactly happened, and it appears that the Commission caved in to pressure from other parties. Once again, I have to say once again that we met the criteria established by the Commission itself. That is something that the Commission recognized on 2 occasions prior to caving in to pressure less than 24 hours from the debate. That's a deplorable position by a Commission that is there and was created to ensure that in this particularly difficult election when our country is on the line, when our values are on the line, where we should be more democratic than what's happening south of the border, we have every voice included, and that it will not be the case today. I'm personally disappointed for every young Canadian who feels potentially excluded by this decision as well, at a time when we need more young people in leadership position to defend the planet, defend the future. We have a campaign that we will be continuing to lead. We were supposed to propose our platform, present our full platform today. Unfortunately, media was informed even before we were that we would not be participating in today's leaders debate. And we had to take the day to look at our options. But one thing is clear, we will keep campaigning. We will keep fighting for a greener, fairer future for Canadians. But once again, I find this decision truly unfortunate.
Pourquoi est-ce que vous dites que vous avez respecté les critères? Clairement, vous n'avez pas le nombre de candidats requis.
But the fact is you didn't meet the criteria. You weren't running the number of candidates required. Well, the criteria state that 28 days prior to the election, the parties must have endorsed 90% or endorsed candidates in 90% of ridings. An endorsement is not the same as a confirmation. The Elections Act that says that for confirmation there have to be 100 signatures. I'm sorry, I want to finish my point if you don't mind. 90% of the candidacies endorsed by the party is not the same as 90% confirmed. The rules are very, very clear. You can put the question to Mr. Courmet. Why are the rules stated that way? No, we were absolutely honest. What is dishonest is the Commission, now because of pressure from certain areas, including the Bloc, that we cannot participate in the debate. This is depriving Canadians of a very strong voice, an honest voice. We approached the other federal parties for their cooperation, and we never received any answer. But in the current context, we are facing a great deal of pressure in the last week with the 100 signatures. And I should point out that the Liberal Party recognized the problem with the 100 signatures. There was a bill that was on the order paper of the House of Commons, C-76, that unfortunately did not move forward because of prorogation, and it would have reduced the number of signatures required. You know, many of our candidates have been subject to pressure, to harassment from various groups, which prompted a number of them to withdraw. We're talking about a difficult election, and we have the Bloc Qu&eacute, which is giving us lessons about its role in the debate. But we have candidates right across the country. We are a legitimate voice in Canada, and particularly necessary in the current context. And it's very unfortunate to see this happen.
Je m'excuse, il y a beaucoup de questions en même temps. Je vous écoute. On n'est pas là parce qu'il y a une décision politique.
We're not there because of a political, arbitrary decision made by the Debates Commission to deprive Canadians of an important voice at an important time in Canadian history. Will you go to court? Well, we looked at the possibility of requesting an injunction, but as you know, in order to move forward with an injunction, you need time. And I want you to appreciate that the final list of candidates was published only 7 days ago, and all of a sudden the Commission works up after pressure from certain Bloc candidates and certain TVA commentators and others. What kind of world do we live in now? We will continue to explore our options.
We're gonna be exploring our options. Unfortunately, it takes time to do an injunction. It's not something that you can simply turn around and do and build a case. We were assured up until 7 a.m. this morning that we were going to participate in this debate. I spent hours with my colleagues preparing for this debate. We will continue to fight for Canadians. We have a plan. We will be presenting it tomorrow. it's unfortunate that we won't be there tonight, but certainly we will continue to explore every possible
Can I
option.
just get you in English on the response earlier that the
Okay, that is Green Party co-leader Jonathan Pedneau outside, pretty close to where I am right now, actually, giving his take on his disappointment in the Green Party being evicted from the leaders' debate that's going to happen here in a little over an hour and a half. Jonathan Pedneau saying it is a sad day for democracy, accusing the Debates Commission of caving into pressure and saying that Canada should be more democratic than in the United States. Now, the reason they were allowed in and now are not allowed in has to do with the Greens' initial ability and now inability to meet the key criteria to qualify for a spot on the stage in the leaders' debate. To do that, you need to meet at least two of these three criteria. An elected MP in the House of Commons under your banner, it cannot be a floor crosser. The Greens do that easily with Elizabeth May and Mike Morris in the House of Commons. At least 4% support in the polls. They do not meet that one. They are at 2%. And endorsed candidates and at least 90% of the ridings 28 days before the election. And this is where it gets tricky. 28 days before the election, the Greens submitted a list saying they are going to run candidates in more than 90% of the ridings, but when the official candidates list was finalized with Elections Canada, that had dropped to just 67% of candidates in ridings and 67% having candidates there. And some of those, in the words of the Green Party co-leader Jonathan Pedneau, dropped for strategic reasons, others because of issues of pressure and signature collection, but they did not meet the bar, and at the last minute, they were told they're not allowed in this debate tonight and tomorrow, and making the argument that, in fact, it was the media that was told before the Green Party was told. I'm not sure of the provenance of that, but he also makes the point that he did not seek an injunction because he says there was not enough time, though probably he could have gone to federal court, or the party could have, to try to seek an injunction. So that's the situation with the Green Party, who will not be in the French language debate or in the English language debate tomorrow. Though they will continue to campaign and try to increase their 2 seats in the House of Commons. We're going to go back to Sébastien Dallaire with our conversation with Léger polling. We wanted to bring you that news. Leaders will start arriving. We'll see if they say anything. Sébastien, the Greens not really resonating in Quebec in your numbers in a meaningful way, I don't think. But let's go back to where we were before we went to the scrum with Mr. Pedneau. The calm and the resume of Mark Carney that you were talking about, this is the province that's probably the most volatile politically in terms of big waves and big moves. Why would an electorate with that in its history choose the calm, serene choice this time?
That's the funny thing about Quebec voters, because Quebec voters tend to move as a group and create those big swings. They're often seen as also being more boisterous and liking strong leaders who speak very loudly, but it's never been the case historically. There are some exceptions. Of course, people can go back to the times of Duplessis, the really strong leader type, but generally speaking, Quebecers, the strong man approach, the strong personality doesn't necessarily resonate with Quebec voters as much in come election time.
Okay, so when you look at the top line numbers in Quebec, the Liberals are in a very good situation. The Bloc and the Conservatives are in a kind of a precarious situation right there in the mid to low 20s, right? Where if there's a little bit nudge up in one and the other, it can mean a lot of seats or it can mean a loss of a lot of seats. Explain the dynamic for those two parties.
It's very interesting because having both of them virtually tied now for a few weeks at around 23, 25, 24, if you gain just 2 or 3 points, you can potentially win many more seats. You lose 2 or 3 points, you could literally collapse in terms of seat count. So it's
vote splits are that intense because of
they're very intense. For the Conservatives, they're the core Conservative seats that they've had now for a long time in Quebec since the Harper days are probably safe. So for the Conservatives may not be as concerning, especially since the Conservatives are a bit stronger they have been in the past.
Right.
For the Bloc, it's a slipperier slope, and we know their vote is not as firm as the vote for the Liberals or the Conservatives. So tonight is a very big night for Yves-François Blanchet, which is also probably why he wanted the Greens to not be part of the debate, so he had more time, because he's probably the one that could make the biggest gains tonight.
Okay, the image we're showing you right now, we're waiting for Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to arrive here at the Radio Canada headquarters in downtown Montreal. We'll go to that if he stops to speak to reporters or has anything to say on his way in. Sébastien, let's talk about the New Democrats here. I mean, there's one seat, the big orange wave in 2011. They've been kind of trying to recapture that magic without much success since then. Mr. Boulerice remains their lone member of parliament, though Ruth Ellen Brousseau is making a comeback in Berthier-Masconanger. Is there a presence, is there a factor here with the NDP in this election based on the data as it stands right now?
I mean, Mr. Boulerice himself is a popular local politician, and he's probably going to still do well in his riding, despite what's happening with the NDP vote in general. Could he be in danger? Possibly, because the vote is so low compared to what it was in the past. But they haven't been much of a factor locally in most of the coverage, and in same way that elsewhere in Canada, it's been difficult to find a foothold in a race that has really turned into a two-leader, two-party race right now. And the question is, who's best at dealing with Donald Trump? And Jagmeet Singh has been left on the wayside by that question so far.
Okay, so that's sort of the snapshot here in Quebec. Right now, strongly favors the Liberals with the Bloc fighting to raise their floor as their ceiling has obviously gone down. You've done national polling, though, and your top line number is about a 5-point Liberal lead, which is in line with sort of the general trend we're seeing in a lot of the national polling. But the regional, that's a tightening, but the regional numbers in the Atlantic, in Quebec, in Ontario, and in British Columbia still very strongly favor the Liberals. So what needs to happen from this point to April 28th? Like right there, you see those numbers. Mark Carney, 5 points ahead. That looks close, but on vote efficiency, that's a big Liberal majority right now.
Yeah, it is probably, with those numbers, it would be a comfortable majority. If you would need to see important shifts, probably, especially in Ontario. This is where probably who wins or loses, that's probably where it's going to be decided. Right now, we have the race tightening up a little bit. We have the Liberals with a 7-point lead. The Conservatives would need to really take over from the Liberals in Ontario to really have a shot at forming government. So that's the big one. And in many ways, the NDP becoming stronger would make a big difference.
Those vote splits again, right?
Yeah, to be able to split some of the votes on the left, because the Conservatives don't have that much room to grow. When we ask people who their second choice would be, they trail the Liberals, they trail the NDP. This is not, so they're not going to gain a lot more support. They're pretty much where they are. They could gain a few points here and there, but they need to get the Liberals down, and that would go through a vote splitting.
Right. And look, and just the way vote efficiency works, I mean, the Conservatives won the popular vote the last two elections, and the Liberals won the most seats. So they not only need to tie, they need to really move ahead by 3 or 4 points if they're going to finish with a strong enough plurality to try to test and meet the confidence of the House. But
exactly.
The other thing that you're picking up in your data is voters are pretty locked in, and advanced voting is going to start on Friday. I mean, like 6, 7 in 10 Canadians, they've made up their mind and they're not willing to be persuaded, right? Is that usual for this stage of a campaign?
It's usual because there's only 2 weeks left. You know, a little less than 2 weeks even. So by this time, to have 6 or 7 in 10 saying they pretty much know where they stand is kind of normal. But this campaign has been everything but normal. The numbers coming into this campaign were abnormal to an extent. You know, you say that they were historical numbers, like we've never seen such movements. And so it'd be hard for me to say, yeah, things are feeling locked in and they're not going to move, considering where we were just 2 months ago. But at the same time, we see things are starting to gel a little bit. What Pierre Poilievre needs to do now is really win those 2 debates, tonight, tomorrow, to really try to shake things up, to generate momentum. This being a long weekend right after.
People will talk about it, right?
Yeah,
but people will get
talk
together
about
and talk.
it. But also there will be less, because the media spin after the debate is really what matters a lot. You know, is the narrative changing in the campaign, and by the time people come back from the long weekend, there will be 1 week left. Big portion of them will have voted already, so it's a short time window.
Okay, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, I'm assuming he's on that bus. His name is on the side of it, and this is his time to arrive here at the debate. So we're going to watch and see if the Conservative leader stops and speaks with reporters on his way in, excuse me. You see photographers getting off there, and I suspect you'll probably see Pierre Poilievre and his wife Anna Poilievre has been pretty consistently by his side throughout this campaign. May very well emerge from that bus with him. Sebastian, while we wait, just as a final point, what does he need to do to change things? What does Pierre Poilievre need to do tonight to maybe at least give Mark Carney a tough night tonight going into the bigger night tomorrow night in English Canada?
Well, we know there are some questions that Mark Carney has struggled with a little bit, especially regarding, Brookfield and fiscal, some fiscal issues. So will he be able to score some points there, really put Mark Carney on the defensive, maybe setting the table for tomorrow night in the English debate? Because now you have a chance to hit twice. If you can soften him a little bit tonight, then tomorrow you can really go after him a little bit more aggressively. But it's finding the right tone between, you need to hit Mark Carney and attack him, but you also don't want to be too aggressive, because this is what has been turning off some voters as well. So it's a tough balancing act, but he needs to be both aggressive, but not too much.
Yeah, and this has been one of the criticisms. He's his own attack dog, and so the negativity is often coming from him. And this has been a challenge with women voters, that what we're seeing in a lot of the data in particular. Okay, so Pierre Poilievre and his wife, they've made their way inside.
Bonjour, Madame, enchantée, ça me fait plaisir d'entrer chez moi. Alors, je vous présente la vice-présidente des services français, Madame Dany Meloul. Bon débat. Dany Meloul. Enchantée de vous rencontrer. Merci de votre temps.
And here we are greeting officials as he makes his way inside the atrium of, that is Brodie Fenlon, the editor-in-chief here at CBC News, shaking Pierre Poilievre's hand, and now meeting with Pierre Poilievre's wife, Anna Poilievre.
A lot of excitement outside. Merci beaucoup, les amis. À la prochaine. Je vais vous amener à votre loge par ici. Par ici. Alors, bienvenue.
Okay, Pierre Poilievre is the first leader to arrive, moving inside the Radio Canada building. The debate will start in a little over 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. I've been chatting with Sébastien Dallaire with Leger. Walking us through the numbers, Sébastien. Always look forward to the Leger polls on Wednesday of this election campaign. So we appreciate it when it arrives every morning, Wednesday morning. Thank you for speaking with us throughout the campaign, and thanks for joining me in the cold here today.
Always a pleasure.
All right, thanks. Sébastien Dallaire with Leger. All right, while we wait to hear from party leaders vying to be the next Prime Minister of Canada, the White House has confirmed that Donald Trump still has his sights on making Canada the 51st state.
The president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense, and he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America.
Vermont Democratic Senator Peter Welch joins me now. Senator, it's great to see you in person, and it's great to see you in Canada. Thanks for being here.
It's great to be spending springtime in Montreal.
It doesn't feel like spring. You're not here claiming asylum in this trade war by any chance. You're here meeting with business leaders in the semiconductor sector in particular. This is one of the next big sectors that the president is looking at hitting with tariff action potentially.
Well, that's what's such an extraordinary blunder about the president's economic policy. The good things we're doing, like on semiconductors, and we're cooperating across the border, that's where we're going to get the new manufacturing jobs that are high paid and value added. We're not going to be bringing textiles back to the United States or to Canada in big numbers. So the cooperation that we're seeing with this infrastructure development, educational partnership, and private sector partnership, that's the future. The Trump tariff policy is the past.
Yeah, I've sort of described it as 19th century trade policy pursuing 20th century industrial policy, but it's a 21st century economy. So it's kind of trying to take the evolution of the U.S. economy and the North America economy really backwards. And it's happening here. I mean, the French language leaders debate in the middle of our election is going to be happening, behind us today. Yesterday at the White House podium, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, reiterated the position that we'd be better off as the 51st state and suggested that the president's position on this hasn't changed at all. So in your meetings here and your visit here, I mean, how are people responding to the annexation and sovereignty talk?
Well, j'aime le Canada.
Yes, sir.
And I speak for Vermonters, and I think for most Americans. We so value our relationship, and we're appalled by the president's rhetoric. It's pretty demeaning. So there's no place for that.
I just wonder, though, the rhetoric is one thing. It's the actions that are doing the damage. Though the rhetoric, it does fuel all of this uncertainty that's got people sitting on money and not making investments and crashing the stock market and killing retirements. We've seen the efforts in the Senate to try to rein them in. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, is announcing legal action against the tariffs. Are you getting any sense that there is anywhere close to the critical mass needed yet in the House of Representatives or in the Senate with the Republicans to actually
I
stop it?
actually see it changing. My Republican colleagues have a lot of political peril if they cross the president.
Right.
But on the other hand, they have a lot of political peril if they disregard what's happening to the farmers in their state, the manufacturers in their state. And we've been having roundtables with folks in Vermont and with some Canadians. And what folks there say about how this is really hurting their business, everything from farmers importing fertilizer to brewers with grain, it is really damaging. And it's not a red state, blue state deal. The pain that's being inflicted by the Trump policies are hurting all of us in the United States, and I know hurting you here in Canada.
Canadians are going to start voting this week. Well, they can sort of vote at a returning office anywhere, but the advance voting is this week, this weekend, and on April 28th, we're going to find out what happens with the government. Whoever wins will very quickly, probably by May, if not June, be going into a renegotiation of some sort with the Trump administration on the Continental Trade Agreement, because the review process obviously can't wait till 2026. What's your sense of, who knows what the president is going to be looking for? What is America going to be looking for, do you think, beyond the Trump agenda on a renegotiated trade deal with Canada, do you think?
Well, the reality is that until Trump started imposing these tariffs, America was feeling pretty good about the USMCA. In fact, as we remember, President Trump was bragging about that agreement. And you know what? Rightfully so. It's served your interest and our interest well. So there was not an expectation or a view. Our concern about trade policy had much more to do with China, where there have been unfair trade practices, where there has been dumping, and where there probably would be some bipartisan support to take action to protect American jobs and fair competition. But none of us have been looking at Canada as a trade issue. We certainly haven't been looking at Canada as a national security threat.
No, though we were hit with national security tariffs in the first, the definition of that has been broadened, shall we say. But you know, when I spoke with your colleague Jean Shaheen a week or so ago, she's on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and she made the point that a lot of this tariff action by the president, rather than curbing China, it's driving your allies towards China. Maybe not Canada, but we've seen Japan and South Korea meeting with China to talk about economic cooperation. And if it's going to be extremely difficult to do business with the U.S. and China makes it easy, some countries just might have no choice but to go there. I mean, is he inadvertently strengthening them?
It's absolutely doing that. As I mentioned, I do think when the history is written on an economic level, this will be the biggest U.S. blunder in a century. But I also think it's going to be a huge blunder in foreign policy. You know, what Trump thinks is that if he can bully his way into making countries capitulate, a small country like Vietnam, they're on the phone, we'll give you 0 tariffs. But a proud country and a strong country like Canada or the European Union or Japan, they're not going to do that. And what the president really misunderstands is that being cooperative and finding ways to meet the mutual needs and benefits of the counterparties is a much more durable and sustainable way to operate.
Senator, it's always good to have you on the show. It's really good to see you here in person.
Good to be
Thanks
here.
for being here, and hopefully the weather gets a bit better while you're in Montreal. Thank you, sir.
J'aime le Canada.
Thanks. Cool. Let's call it. Okay, as we're standing by for this debate to start, the spotlight, of course, is on Quebec. But you can see there by the big orange bus that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has arrived for his face-off tonight with 3 other leaders. The word around the NDP campaign is that Jagmeet Singh's been a little bit under the weather for the last couple of days. He looks pretty fit and trim there, certainly not dealing with the sort of issues that he's apparently been dealing with on the campaign the last couple of days. So the timing of his recovery is key, as he's going to be speaking in his second language on national television for the next couple of hours. He's stopping there to speak with reporters. I don't know if that is something we can get a shot of or hear the audio. We can get a shot of it, obviously. I don't know if we can hear the audio, as that appears to be just where reporters are penned in to speak with him on the way in.
Forward to
Let's see if we can hear
presenting
Jagmeet
vision
Singh.
as to how I'm going to work for people and not for CEOs, but for everyday Canadians. And this is an important message as well. Go Habs, go.
All right, absolute abject pandering there to the crowd by saying "Go Habs, go" at the very end. Of course, this debate moved up in time by 2 hours, not to conflict entirely with the Montreal Canadiens do or die playoff game. It's kind of a do or die election for Jagmeet Singh as well, as this is his third campaign as national leader of the NDP, and they are facing the toughest polling environment of that cycle as he shakes hands with the various media executives who are part of the consortium that are putting off this debate. Jagmeet Singh polling third at just under 9%, making his way in for the leaders debate here in downtown Montreal. Okay, here to talk about the stakes of all of this tonight, we've assembled a few experts on the province of Quebec. We've got Marty Patrickin. You'll remember him. He is the Quebec correspondent for The Logic. Louis Blouin is the parliamentary bureau chief for Radio Canada. Hello. He came to Montreal, or came to Ottawa on Monday, so I had to come to Montreal today.
Yes.
And Hélène Bouzetti, she is a columnist for the Cops de l'Information, and she joins us as well. Hélène, it is good to see you. Let's start with you, as you have the benefit of shelter and warmth, unlike the three of us fools. We've seen the Greens kicked out of this debate. It's great to have you. Look, the Greens got kicked out of this debate today. The timing of this debate got moved not to conflict with a hockey game. So just a normal, typical debate here in Montreal. What do you make of the significance of all of these changes and any consequence of taking out the Greens?
Well, maybe the debate about the debate will be more important than the debate itself on the election, David. I think it was the right decision to kick them out. I mean, you have criteria, and either you respect those criteria or you don't. What I find very difficult to understand is why it took a full week for the commission to arrive at that decision. It was obvious that the Green Party was not complying with the criteria. And it seems like they're trying to react to the political pressure, the public pressure, the media pressure, and trying to find an excuse for not making a decision sooner. I don't think there will be any Quebecers shocked by that decision, because if you remember in the past debates, in the past election years, should I say, when the TVA was holding its own debate, the Green Party was usually not invited, and there was no controversy about that. I think most people tend to see the presence of the Green Party as being a hurdle, something that just it takes time away from the other real contenders. So I think it's really just an issue for Mr. Pedneau and the Green Party, rather for the rest of Quebec.
Okay, Louis, the Greens, I mean, Jonathan Pedneau, a francophone running in Montreal, not really going to be a big factor, though, in the big picture of Quebec.
No.
Let's talk about the Bloc Québécois. It's do or die for the Habs. Is it do or die for Mr. Blanchet tonight?
Yes, he has to rebound tonight. It's not going well with older voters in the province, who seems to be reassured by Mark Carney's resume. He has to make the argument tonight. Why am I the best to defend Quebec's interest? On supply management, in negotiations with the U.S. that are coming. He asked for a seat for Quebec at the table of negotiations. So he has to prove tonight how this can happen. He will try to destabilize, attack Mr. Carney for sure. That's the only occasion he has. So he's going to work very hard on that for sure. But he has to measure his punch, because if he goes too hard on the one who is leading the race, it could, not run well with undecided voters, maybe some people who are ready to have maybe a good capital of sympathy for Mark Carney. So he's going to have to find that balance, how to attack but not too much, so that's going to be very interesting. And for Mr. Carney, I'm told that he's going to try to not being brought in a street fight tonight. He's going to try to look like a prime minister, maybe even ignore the attacks and try to focus on the Canada-US message as much as he can. So you're going to see him try to come back to the US-Canada issue during this debate. He wants to get out of there without a catastrophe, without any big bruises. That's what he's looking for.
So Marty, in terms of, when people look at like a lot of elections in Quebec nationally, you think of like waves and big movements, and moving, in huge chunks, and sort of a volatility is the way it looks to an outsider at time.
Yeah.
Sebastian Dallaire from Leger was saying that people like this calm central banker with the resume. So how does the most volatile electorate in Canada move towards, the calm, serene, boring central banker guy?
Because they like the idea of stability, like anyone else. One of the fascinating things in this election for me has been, or this election campaign to watch, has been the extent to which Quebec has embraced Canada. As I was saying to you last week, you see Canadian flags around. There were Canadian flags on Mount Royal. You see them on cars. You see people actually saying this. And this is an experience, like, I'm not that old, and I've never seen it in my life here in Quebec.
Right.
C'est le monde à l'envers, as they say in French, a little bit. And as for the Bloc, I mean, it puts the Bloc in a completely a very difficult spot. You can look at it through the transition of the campaign. They started off the campaign saying, look, we want to be an honest broker. We want to be a broker between the nation of Canada, the Mexico, and we want to help Canada, as though they weren't part of Canada. That was the beginning of the campaign. They completely got dominated by the Liberals. And what happened after that? You had identity issues. We have too much immigration. We want to take Quebec out of official bilingualism. We want to make Ottawa and embrace secularism, et cetera, et cetera. That's the mark of someone who's panicking, because he shouldn't be campaigning on issues like that.
Okay, so Hélène, what's your sense of that? I mean, Mr. Blanchette, I got to say, the dynamic, him and Jagmeet Singh last fall in Ottawa in Parliament versus now is completely different in their political fortunes, their approach. What do you think we see from the Bloc leader this evening?
Well, I saw also a difference of strategy in the Bloc Québécois. They started the campaign by being very personal in their attacks towards Mr. Carney, by presenting him like someone who doesn't understand Quebec. Even Mr. Blanchet went even as far as saying that his Quebec ministers like Mélanie Joly, François-Philippe Champagne, we're not really talking for Quebec, but rather talking Toronto to Quebec. That didn't play very well. So they changed strategy, and now they're asking for the balance of power, saying, okay, you want to have a Liberal government? Okay, but let's have it a minority government to ensure that Quebec interests are taken into consideration, like supply management, softwood lumber, etc. But I think that's a double-edged sword, because what it really means is let's have another minority government. And I think the underlying situation right now is that people are tired of minority governments. They've seen how, shaky it is, how very transactional it gets. It's not very conducive to leadership. And in the context that you have to affront Mr. Trump, maybe you want to have a stronger government. So for Mr. Blanchet to make that case is really saying, let's have 2 or 3 more years of, instability and minority government. And I'm not sure that plays very well with voters right now.
And I don't know how easy it is to impose a sub-ballot question. That is, who represents the best negotiator for Quebec, who can defend the interests of Quebec, have the balance of power. I do not know, in a time of crisis, if you can really jam in the debate this sub-question. And they don't have a lot of time left to do that.
A friend of mine in Western Canada said, in a crisis, the NDP is a luxury you can't afford. That's his assessment of how voters are looking. Is that what's happening, Louis, with the Bloc in Quebec? And I think people right now are looking at a context of crisis. They're watching their pensions going down with what Mr. Trump is doing. I think it changes the whole picture. 3 months ago, where were we? We were so far from that situation. Now, there's a new Liberal leader with the good resume. Trump, who could have predicted that he would take on Canada like he did, talking about the 51st state? That's right. There's a threat going on, and I don't see it going away. And we saw it come back every week in the campaign about immigration, about economy, about the pensions going down. And I think it's staying. I don't see that balloon being deflated before April the 28th. But, it might pop, but it might not deflate.
We'll see if there's a knockout tonight that pops it. We'll see.
It's like and it happened with Katie Simpson's question last night to
Caroline Levitt.
Yes, to the Trump administration. It's like the Trump administration is working for Mark Carney. Like everything goes Mark Carney's way when it comes to Trump.
Like Doug Ford is.
Like Doug Ford. There you go. Exactly. Doug Ford. Yeah, who knew? But it's like but maybe they should get campaign residuals, because they are really, really helping Mark Carney every single day. And Mark Carney, I would say, is the one that is the drag on the campaign. Like he's very okay. I don't think he's a spectacular campaigner by any means, but it's not his evolution. It's not the force behind him isn't Mark Carney, it's Donald Trump.
Okay, Louis, I want to squeeze in one more quick question, because you got to go. Just 1 second, Hélène, because Louis got to go. He's got to do that Radio Canada thing. What do you expect to see from Pierre Poilievre? Because we're going to sneak Louis out, and the three of us are going to keep talking.
So what our sources in the Conservative Party tells us is that the negative numbers of Mr. Poilievre in terms of perception of the public are still bad.
Too high, yeah.
So they say he has to put on the attack tonight, but also present a positive plan to the country. And that's what he's going to try to do and find that balance. But it's not going to be easy. And they want him to look like a prime minister, not the leader of the opposition. So we'll see if he can do that. And that's, maybe a tryout for tomorrow in the English debate, where it's going to really matter for him, I think.
He's going to have angels and devils on his shoulder. Yeah. Okay, we're going to sneak Louis out because he's got to go to his day job at Radio-Canada. So, Hélène, your thoughts there? Just anything else you wanted to touch on, and on the Conservative leader in particular?
Yeah, I was about to say, we keep saying that the ballot question is all about who can best stand up to Donald Trump. And I think it's not the perfect way of phrasing it. I think what really people are saying, because it's true, like Pierre Poilievre is saying, is nobody can really control Donald Trump. I think the real question is whether you can prevent Donald Trump's style politics from contaminating Canada. And certainly from a Quebec point of view, I would say that Quebecers are afraid, like many Quebecers are afraid of Pierre Poilievre because he sounds like Donald Trump. And that's not me saying, it's Corey tonight, of course. There's this impression that he wants to bring an American style politics, and they don't like that. So you were asking, is it that the Bloc Québécois is a luxury you can't afford in the context? I would say it's also because Quebecers want to block the way to Mr. Poilievre, and they just rally behind the guy who can best do it, and it's Mark Carney in this situation right now.
So Hélène, just to stick with you for 1 second, with the Bloc going down, in a perverse kind of way, that will elect a bunch of Liberals, but it may also allow the Conservatives to come up, given the way the vote splits work in places like Beauport, Jonquière, Trois-Rivières. I mean, what's the scenario for growth for the Conservatives here, do you think?
It's not so much, Trois-Rivières being aside, because it's really a three-way race. It's not so much that the vote is getting split in Quebec. What you see, the gains that could happen is in the eastern part of Quebec City, Charlevoix and Beauport. And that these are really areas where they went Conservatives in the past. There are new riding boundaries, but these are two seats that they could pick up. And just because the Conservative vote in Quebec is pretty steady, I was looking at the numbers for the past 20 years, and there's only one election in the past, and that was 2006, when the Conservatives were as high as they are right now, around 24%. Otherwise, they have a ceiling at 20% in Quebec. So they're pretty high in the polls right now for their party, but their vote is concentrated in the region of Quebec. So they will probably pick up seats there, but otherwise they're not really in the game outside Quebec. But for them, if the Bloc Québécois is too weak, it means more seats for the Liberals, and therefore they need to win more seats outside of Quebec in order to be stronger than the Liberals, and that makes it difficult for them.
Yeah, so Marty, Mark Carney, his French has gotten better throughout the course of this by all accounts, but what does he have to do tonight to screw this up? Because with all the questions about the quality of his French and does he understand it, Quebec, they have embraced it. You listen to very smart people like Chantal Hébert saying the only people obsessing over his French are Anglophones. Quebec is on board with it. It's okay. And despite all the criticism, he's still there way out in front.
What has he got to do to screw up? He's got to try to go for a knockout punch. He's got to go in there. He's just got to muddle. Look, these things tend to be a muddle, right? Yeah. They depending on who wins is depending on who you're backing when going in. So I think in a lot of sense, he's just got to do status quo. And so to screw it up, he's got to try to go in and score a knockout punch, which I can pretty much guarantee, having watched him and having known some of his handlers, he's not going to do. And so again, basically go in status quo, come off as a leader, come off as prime ministerial, and I think that's basically all he's got to do. And you've got to do it again tomorrow night in the English debate.
Okay, the Carney 2025 bus is rolling up to the Radio-Canada building here in Montreal, so we'll go through the scene we've seen with the other leaders so far. So Hélène, I'm going to come to you, but I may have to interrupt you if he starts speaking. What's your sense on how Mark Carney intends to approach this, should approach this? What do you expect to see from him tonight?
Frankly, I don't expect much. I think he's going to be wise about it and not trying to be too aggressive. He's just going to play it low profile. To quote a famous quote from a political analyst that you know is, as long as he shows up with pants, it will be okay, right? I don't think he needs to do much. Just not... if there's a major bundle, it could change the scenario, but otherwise, things are steady for him. He just has to appear like this calm, experienced banker that he sells to voters, and that will be okay for him tonight.
Is it the resume that's doing it, Hélène? Is it the resume and the demeanor? Is that the thing with Mark Carney? He's just left the bus now. He's waving to the crowd. There's people, sorry, Hélène, holding signs with his face
all over the place.
That has to be a strange thing in a politician's life, to see your face being held on a sign by so many
downtown
people.
Montreal.
Yeah, exactly. He's making his way into the building. He's not gone over to speak to any of the reporters. He will be greeted by the various officials. The debate producers leadership, as I'm being told is the official title of the group of broadcast officials and other journalistic officials that he'll be speaking to on the inside of the building. Let's listen in.
Je vous présente Madame Dany Méloul, vice-présidente des services français de Radio-Canada. Je souhaite une bonne soirée.
OK, ça c'est une autre conversation. Exact. OK.
Monsieur Carney, je vais vous amener à l'ambassadeur.
Okay, that is Mark Carney making his way inside for the debate that is set to start in under an hour from now. I want to thank Marty Patrickin. I want to thank Hélène Bouzetti. And of course, Louis Blouin had to run away to speak to that other half of the company.
Who's that?
Exactly. We appreciate you for being here. You are watching Power and Politics live from Montreal for the French language leaders debate. We are outside the Radio-Canada headquarters, where in 1 hour, 4 main party leaders will face off in the first of 2 debates. The themes for tonight's French language debate are cost of living, energy, and climate, the trade war, identity and sovereignty, and immigration and foreign affairs. Tonight's debate has the potential to shake up the campaign, especially for the political novice Liberal leader Mark Carney. With polls pointing to a majority Liberal government, Carney will be the main target on the debate stage. The CBC's Kate McKenna has more on what's at stake tonight for the Liberal leader. Kate.
David, the stakes are quite high for Mark Carney, and the campaign knows it. Opinion polling puts the Liberals squarely in first place in Quebec, and for that reason, they're expecting to be the main target on the stage tonight. They've also pointed out that Mark Carney has the least amount of debate experience compared to everyone else who's going to be on the stage. We know that Yves-François Blanchette, the Bloc Qu&eacute leader, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, they've both been there before. And Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, has been debating for most of his adult life in the House of Commons. And then there's the matter of Carney's French. He's been working on it, but the reality is that he has a harder time expressing himself in French than everyone else will be on the stage this evening. But campaign staff say he's been speaking to them in French. He's been working on it every day. He's been preparing for this debate. He's got a big binder full of issues and questions that could come up that he's been reading to try and prepare for what's going to happen. This is also the third major French language event in this campaign. He was on 5 Chefs on Radio-Canada earlier. He was on Tout le monde en parle over the weekend. So he's preparing, and he has been preparing for weeks now. But we've heard from campaign staff that he plans to put forward the message that he's been putting forward throughout this campaign, which is that he's the right guy at the right time in a crisis. He's going to be talking about Donald Trump as much as he can, how he's best positioned to handle whatever Donald Trump throws Canada's way, and also his plan on housing and other things that have come up during the campaign. But his campaign says no matter what gets thrown at him, he wants to appear on the stage as someone who is prime ministerial and ready to take on whatever happens next. David?
All right, thank you, Kate. That's the CBC's Kate McKenna here in Montreal. Well, now to the Conservatives. And leader Pierre Poilievre is a seasoned politician and a fluent French speaker, but he has been criticized for not acting prime ministerial. Will that affect the tone he strikes tonight? The CBC's Catherine Tunney has more on what's at stake for the Conservative leader. Catherine.
David, the pressure is on Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who has less than 2 weeks to flip his party's fortunes. Most polling is still suggesting the Liberals are poised to form government and that the Conservatives are trailing both the Liberals and the Bloc in Quebec as the parties vie for the province's 78 seats. One of the things working to Poilievre's advantage tonight will be his mastery of the French language, a clear edge over Liberal leader Mark Carney, who has the weakest French of the group. As an MP and leader known for his combative approach, Poilievre will likely be able to get in a verbal punch or two. That being said, he has been under pressure to strike a more prime ministerial tone, an area where Carney has the clear leg up. Already, while in Quebec, Poilievre has been asked which version of the Conservative leader will viewers see tonight on the debate stage. The Poilievre that has been smiling more on the campaign and not picking fights with journalists, or the more pugnacious politician, a style that has been his calling card for years. So eyes tonight on whether he can balance those sides and convince viewers he's the person to lead the country with the limited time that's left. David?
All right, Kat, thanks very much. That's the CBC's Catherine Tunney, also here in Montreal. And we're going to start there with the power panel as we bring them into the show. James Moore is a former Conservative cabinet minister. Matthew Dubé is a former NDP MP. And is everyone good to go here, gang, as well? Yes? All right. Cameron Ahmad, he was the head of communications to former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and Marie Vastel is an editorial writer for Le Devoir. There's a lot of moving parts here in a live show like this, and it's windy and cold. James, let's start with you if we can. Nothing normal about this, right? The time was changed for a hockey game 24 hours before it's supposed to start, and then the Greens got the boot today. What do you make of just the vibe coming into this first of the two debates?
Well, first, as a Canucks fan, all this talk about playoff hockey is nothing short of an attack. So we'll leave that aside.
We're sorry for your loss. Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, look, it's bizarre that at the very last minute that 20% of the debate panel is just going to fall off, and so you have to scramble. So it's 20% time that has to be allocated to the leaders, and answers might get a little bit longer and all that. So I mean, another failure, frankly, of this approach, which is unfortunate. But I think the fundamentals of the debate don't really change all that much going into it. The dynamic on the stage of people taking shots at one another. People can plan their best possible answers for the scenarios and the subject matter that's been planned in there. But as the often quoted public intellectual Mike Tyson once said, everybody can have a game plan and then you get punched in the face. And the question is should Mark Carney take a really hard hit and a subtle hit in the French language in a way that, frankly, he doesn't understand or doesn't see coming, or he gets crossed over? I think that could be problematic for him as a guy who wants to appeal to the 1 in 4 seats in the Parliament of Canada that comes from the province of Quebec. His fluency in the language matters. It's at a base level that is tolerable for a leader, but is that good enough? He has to, I think, show a little bit better than what he did on Tout le monde en parle, and show progress and show that he can take a punch. And I think Pierre Poilievre's going to be very ready for the moment.
I'm going to jump in there for 1 second, James, because Mr. Blanchet
Yes, this will finally be an opportunity to talk about cooperation on the Trump issue, but also Quebec and its distinctiveness because of its language and culture. We will finally be able to talk about this, and we'll see how things turn out.
Okay, there goes Yves-François Blanchet making his way into the Radio-Canada headquarters here in downtown Montreal for tonight's debate. Matthew, to continue the boxing metaphor that James started, if Mark Carney is Mike Tyson, if there's going to be a Buster Douglas here tonight to knock him out, it has to be Mr. Blanchet. He has the most to lose in this particular debate, it seems, as a lot of his voters, like Jagmeet Singh's in English Canada, abandoning their party for Mr. Carney and the Liberals. What do you expect to see from the Bloc leader this evening?
Well, I think it's probably his only opportunity, really, to turn the ship around. I think the big challenge that Mr. Blanchet has had is not dissimilar to the one Jagmeet Singh has had, which is about getting airtime, right? The news cycle has been unforgiving with, some bellicosity from Donald Trump one day to the next, and then Mark Carney responding as Prime Minister, and then obviously Pierre Poilievre's own pugnacious approach to it. So it's a bit of a challenge for sure. So having this platform and with the Greens having been lopped off at the last minute, I think that just gives that much more airtime to people like Mr. Blanchet. So for sure it'll be important. I think there's a bit of a trap for someone like Pierre Poilievre in this instance, because you'll see him and Mr. Blanchet likely being more pugnacious tonight. I think Mark Carney and Jagmeet Singh will probably speak more to the audience, to Canadians and Quebecers in this case that are watching, and francophones across the country, to be fair. But that trap for me lies in what happens then after tomorrow, right? I think in Quebec there's a certain appreciation for a little more combativeness in our politics, whereas I suspect that the tone that needs to be struck tomorrow in English is a little bit different. So it's not a one-size-fits-all in both debates, and I think that's a big trap for Pierre Poilievre, because Monsieur Blanchet has nothing to lose in the English debate, and he'll set a tone tonight that I don't think can necessarily be mirrored tomorrow. And I would also add that the Bloc, like their sister party at the National Assembly, the Parti Québécois, they're the types of parties that do benefit from debates. I know we talk a lot about do debates matter? Right. Is it just crystallizing things? I think those are parties traditionally who have either benefited or undone themselves, if I think back nostalgically to 2011 when Gilles Duceppe had some challenges with Mr. Layton at that time.
Right. No, that's a very good point. And certainly the English debate in the last election gave a real jolt to the Bloc Québécois campaign. Marie, look at this debate and its ability to change things in Quebec, because if the numbers do not change from where they are right now, that Liberal number on election night is probably going to start with a 4. And that is bad news for the Bloc Québécois and maybe the Conservatives in the rest of Canada. So what needs to happen tonight for that dynamic to shift?
I think a major win by Mr. Blanchet needs to win tonight, and that's really hard to do. First of all, it's quite late in the campaign. I'm surprised at how late this debate is. I mean, advanced voting is tomorrow, Friday. Losing track of days.
No, it's that kind of year. Yeah.
And the regular vote is in 10 days. So that's not a lot of time for people to change their minds, think about it, and then really pivot from the Liberals to the Bloc or to the NDP, though that would be fewer votes in Quebec. And so they're really pressed on time. And for Mr. Blanchet, he actually has had quite an effective campaign, I find. He's really on message, saying all the particularities of Quebec that need to be fought for up against the United States in a new NAFTA negotiation, like culture, protecting the French language, supply management, aluminum. He's really on message every day with a new Quebec specificity that he would fight for, but he just can't get through as others. And the other challenge is that I think the mood is for a majority government. He's been asking for balance of power, but I was looking at a Léger poll where 63% of Canadians, I believe, think it'll be a majority government, 59% of Quebecers, of those 38% of Quebecers think it's going to be a Carney majority. Right. That's a hard sort of front wind to go against, especially when you're so close to the vote.
Yeah, and Cameron, increasingly what we're seeing too is that voters are getting more and more locked in, right? We've got data from Léger, Angus Reid, saying it's like 70% have basically made up their mind before the debates have even happened, which is, I don't know if that's normal. It seems high to me at this point. I mean, what's your sense on what Mark Carney needs to do tonight, debating in French in a hostile environment? Because let's face it, the Liberal debate was, that was more of a book club than what we're going to see tonight, I think.
Yeah, good analogy. Look, yes, I think all of the leaders are going to try and go after him because he is the front runner, of course, and he's managed in such a short period of time to coalesce millions of Canadians around his message of, being a sound economic manager in a time of crisis for the country. And I think what this election has crystallized, the question that's crystallized in this election is leadership, right? Who is best positioned to provide national leadership that's even transcended a lot of the issues that often take center stage in a Quebec context or in a more regional context. So I think Mark Carney has managed to do that very effectively so far. I think he did a great job on Tout le monde en parle. He was solid, credible. He understood the questions. I mean, I think questions about his French capacities in French were largely settled. I mean, he is not pretending that he's perfect in French, but he just needs to understand the questions and be able to provide good answers to them. So I think, of course, a lot of the targets will be on him. For Mr. Blanchet, I agree with Marie that he's run a pretty decent campaign in how he positions his value add and the value add of the Bloc Québécois. It's a tough sell right now when this big overarching question is about national leadership, and including in Quebec, where Quebecers are saying, the sovereignty of our country is at stake. Our ability to be successful as a people is at stake. What can the Bloc Québécois do for us? So he's done his best, but I just don't know if it's enough to convince people that he's worth their vote.
Okay, I just got to quickly pause here because we do have to turn to the Bloc Québécois. We're going to get an update from the campaign, and we have one of their candidates standing by because this is a big night for leader Yves-François Blanchet, especially as polls suggest his party is losing support to the Liberals. The CBC's Evan Dyer has more on what's at stake for the Bloc Québécois leader. Evan.
David, for the Bloc, the French language debate is really always the Super Bowl of any electoral campaign. It's really their big chance to make an impression. And that's never perhaps been true more than this time. The Bloc, of course, won't be the main target tonight. That's expected to be Mark Carney, but the pressure on the Bloc leader, Yves-François Blanchet, to perform well tonight is very intense because this may be his last best opportunity to stop the erosion that the Bloc Québécois has seen in its support. The Liberals and the Bloc are coming into this debate tonight equal in standings in terms of seats in the House of Commons. Each one has 33 in the province of Quebec, but they're not neck and neck in the polls. The Liberals appear to be about 15 points ahead, and the reason for that also is a dynamic that he's going to have to contend with tonight, which is the fact that Quebecers, like other Canadians, tend to be focused in this campaign more on issues of tariffs and other threats coming from the United States, and less on the identity and sovereignty issues that tend to favor the Bloc, although that is one of the themes tonight, and it has worked for them before. People will remember in the 2021 debate how a question by the debate moderator really gave the Bloc an opening and helped them to stage something of a comeback. So they'll be looking for that kind of moment tonight. They'll be looking to take advantage of the fact that Mark Carney's French is fairly weak. But we shouldn't see this as a dynamic where the Bloc is trying to steal votes directly from the Liberals. There aren't very many Bloc Liberal switchers in Quebec where they're on opposite sides of the sovereignty federalism debate. What we do see instead is the Bloc contending with the Conservatives for votes. Perhaps that's why they've been emphasizing the tough on crime message in recent days. And then we see people switching between the Conservatives and Liberals. For example, the Liberals trying to steal more business-minded votes from the Conservatives. And up for grabs also are NDP votes in this province. With the NDP polling so low, there are opportunities for both the Bloc and the Liberals to poach former New Democrats. David.
Okay, Evan, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Evan Dyer here in Montreal. Okay, for more on what's at stake tonight for the Bloc Québécois, Alexis Deschênes is the Bloc's candidate running in the Gaspé area of Quebec, and he joins me now. Mr. Deschênes, it's good to meet you. Thank you, sir, for being here today.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
So the debate starts in about 43 minutes. The hockey game starts in an hour and 43 minutes. What does Mr. Blanchet need to do in that hour before people switch to the game?
He just needs to be himself. You know, people, I would say the times are foggy. People need a lighthouse. And I think that Mr. Blanchet will be this man that will be reassuring, expressing the fact that, of course, many things are happening with the United States. But what we need to do in Quebec is to choose Quebec, to make sure that the Bloc Québécois is strong, and maybe to be able to obtain the balance of power, to make sure that, yes, we will cooperate with the Canadian government, but always defending the interest of Quebec. So I'm very optimistic about the way this will unfold. I think it's a very important also moment for the Quebecers to finally see for a length of time that is significant Mr. Carney talk to them, because they don't know him. They know that he used to run banks, of course, but they don't know him. And when we saw him last Sunday talking about the protection of the French language that he contests up to the Supreme Court, but in the same time that he says that he's going to be protecting, I can't wait to see him make sense out of that.
Right. Well, I wonder, though, if you say Quebecers may not know him, but if you look at the data and you listen to people like Sébastien Dallaire with Léger, Quebecers seem to like the resume. They seem to like the calmness of his demeanor. And the people who seem to like that are people who voted Bloc Québécois in the past that now seem intent on voting Liberal. Why do you think your party has lost support to this point? The voting hasn't happened to Mr. Carney.
Of course, I think that, of course, the people may have a good opinion of him, but they don't know him yet. So we'll see after tonight what they feel. Is that reassuring? We all hear in Quebec that $3.7 billion is going to be sent on April 22nd to reimburse the carbon tax, which was already canceled. When I talk about that around here, people don't really follow how this is a good fiscal policy from Mr. Carney. So they will come to get him more. Of course, we felt in the beginning of the campaign, a lot of people mixed up and by everything that is happening and trying to figure out what to do. But now I think that since the economy, we were pretty much, not totally, but spared by the tariff of the USA, more here in Eastern Quebec, because our industries are fisheries and lumbers. So lumbers, we'll see what happened in the fall, but for now, there's no more tariffs. So, and the economic data are not that bad at this moment. So I feel that the people are not that concerned that much. They're more open to discuss. And what I feel is that they're coming back to the Bloc Québécois, and they realize that the best bet for Quebecers is to choose the Bloc Québécois to make sure that Quebec is strong, cooperating with the Canadian government, but not compromising on our agriculture, our culture, and our economic key sector.
Right. So in terms of the approach of this debate tonight, I mean, you always have to calibrate the tone and the style that you adopt in these things, because being too aggressive can upset some voters while it may appeal to other voters. So what posture should we expect Mr. Blanchet to take tonight? Do you think he goes very aggressively at the Liberal leader, as that is his main opponent, it seems?
I think that in politics, you need to be authentic, and Mr. Blanchet will be himself. He knows all the topics. He's been the leader of the Bloc Québécois since 6 years, so he knows the historic of all the files. He knows exactly where Quebec stands on each issues. All he has to do is just to express, and that people will feel secure that they will recognize themselves in him. Now, regarding the tone with Mr. Carney, I mean, if you want to be Prime Minister of Canada and dealing with Donald Trump, you better be able to take some tough question, and you better be able to be confronted. So I don't know, everyone could feel different about an aggressive tone, but on my side, I think that with everything that is happening now, it's time to test Mr. Carney. It's time to see if he's strong enough to face question, and it's time also for Quebecers to see, are they able to understand him when he speaks? Does he understand the question also? I just heard that last Sunday he passed the test for the French language. Of course, he's making effort, and people of Quebec are very open about that. But still, we need to be able to communicate and understand each other. And last Sunday, to me, it was a bit hard to follow.
Okay, one last question for you, Mr. Deschênes. The pitch that you are making in Quebec, your party, is very similar to the pitch Jagmeet Singh's party is making in English Canada of ensure essentially a minority government. After the way Parliament and things functioned in Ottawa the last couple of years, do you get the sense that there's an appetite in Quebec and the rest of Canada for another minority government at this point?
Quebec doesn't want to be forgotten. Quebec does not want to feel unheard and relinquish in the very important negotiation that will be happening with the United States. That's what Quebecers wants. They want to be part of the thing. We have a context where we want to cooperate, but we want to make sure that we won't be relinquished. We want to be able to still protect our language, our agriculture, our fisheries, our lumbers, and that is where Quebecers stands. And so, yes, there's an appetite for that in Quebec, and that's what we're hearing around here.
Bloc Québécois candidate Alexis Deschênes. It was good to meet you, sir. Thank you for being here with us today on Power and Politics.
Pleasure. Thank you for the invitation. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. Thanks, sir. All right, the Power Panel was listening in. They're back. James Moore, Matthew Dubé, Cameron Ahmad, and Marie Vastel. James, your thought on that dynamic that's playing out there. The pitch of the Bloc in Quebec is very similar to the pitch of the NDP in the rest of Canada. I just wonder, what's your sense of the appetite in Canada for another minority parliament after the last little while?
It's all true, but the polls that Marie Vastel was talking about there just prior to that segment with the Bloc candidate, I think was important, which is that to the sweep of Canadian history, 1 in 3 parliaments is a minority parliament, and we've now had 2 in a row. And one of the reasons why Donald Trump has been able to yield his power the way that he has is because Canadians know that he has the White House, he has the House of Representatives, he has the Senate, and he's stacked the courts. And so he's able to flex extraordinary power. So perhaps it's time for Canada to have a government with a clear mandate to defend Canada's interests and to act nimbly in Parliament and responsibly in protection of Canadian industries and workers, and to maybe have a firm negotiating mandate and clarity of purpose in dealing with Donald Trump. And so the push for a majority, I think, is there, which is among the reasons why I think the Bloc Québécois numbers are down. Another thing about the Bloc Québécois as well that it could be important within the Trump dynamic going forward through calendar 25 and into calendar 26 is that there could be moments in this debate that could have a long tail in terms of their consequences on public policy. if Mark Carney is looking to be struggling in French and struggling with Quebecers more broadly on the cultural side, he might overcommit on the economic side when it comes to supply management, when it comes to steel and aluminum, when it comes to carve-outs for Quebec culture and so on, that have traditionally been there on a bipartisan, multi-partisan basis to support those industries. But it would be interesting to see if he sees himself slipping or falling back, and he might put stuff in the window to firm up his support in Quebec and make commitments that'll be very hard for him to deliver on in the rest of 25, 26 as we go forward with the CUSMA NAFTA renegotiations with President Trump. So there's a policy basis to this debate that matters, and it's not just about the Hollywood aspect of showmanship.
Right. Marie, your thoughts on what we heard from Mr. Deschênes there?
I mean, I think he makes a valuable point that there is something really particular about the Bloc, about defending specific issues that, as much as, you know, Alberta could have their own party to defend their own specific issues. But I think the reality on the ground is that the Bloc is actually doing voter retention right now. That's how things are going. I'm not saying they're
just
not
to hold
also
what
doing,
they have,
I'm not saying they're also doing
Yeah.
outreach, but I talked to someone last week who was saying they're in voter retention, which tells you it's not going great. And because, to James's point, this threat is so existential that even nationalists are thinking, well, you know what? I'm actually worried about even bigger than Canada. I'm worried about becoming a 51st state. And I'm going to park my vote for this time, pinching their nose, hating it, but they're going to do it. And then to your question about tone and how can Mr. Blanchet sort of distinguish himself because he's got to move something if he wants numbers to move. I do think he's a very good communicator, a very able debater. He's a little, is that a word in English? Verbiosis. Like, he uses a lot of words, a lot of big
Verbose,
words,
yeah.
and thank you, James. Sometimes people at home could, you know, get a little lost in that. So I think he, just like Mr. Carney, needs to be very focused on his answers, and also I think he's the one who has the most to lose. So not be too aggressive. Quebecers seem to be wanting to give Mr. Carney a chance. There is a risk at ending up making your opponent look like the victim if you're a little bit too mean to him. So I think his team is very conscious that it's a tight rope to walk tonight. And there's big potential, but there's also risk that it could get worse.
Okay, I want to ask you just to follow up on this, Marie, because I've heard this from Joël Denis Bellevance, from Louis Blouin, and from Hélène Bouzzetti, that when Carney's French is criticized in the media in Quebec, they get swamped with people saying, what are you doing? Lay off, he's trying.
Yeah.
I found when we discussed the Brookfield issues, the disclosure issues, same thing with us. Why is that happening? It is an unusual thing to see that sort of universal reaction to all kinds of different media for criticism on a topic of his fluency in the language.
I think it's on the magnitude of the threat, and people kind of just want to rally behind someone, and it happens to be him right now, to face the one that we really dislike the most out of them all, being Donald Trump. On the French thing, though, which is true, when I write about his French, people tell me I shouldn't make him feel bad, at least he's trying, which is true. But it's not just using the right word, it's having people understand you.
Gotcha.
And I think they're very conscious that sometimes he kind of rambles on. He's not sure about the words, and he almost gets in trouble. He got in trouble on Gaza, but on Tout le monde en parle, he kind of went on a not a tirade, but he kind of went off on secularism, and it got kind of dicey for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's something he really needs to be careful about tonight. It's not just giving the wrong answer. It's giving an answer that is so unclear that people misunderstanding. Whether it's what you wanted to say or not, it's not good if people misunderstand it.
Matthew, what's your sense on that? I mean, sure, what we heard from Mr. Deschênes with the Bloc and this dynamic with Mr. Carney in Quebec.
Well, I think on the French thing, I think that's the issue, right? Is it's not the quality of the French. I do think that Quebecers, despite perceptions in perhaps other parts of the country, are very graceful to people who are making the effort. And I certainly think he is. I don't think anyone's questioning that. I think the challenge comes, it's a communications exercise, right? When you're not fluent in a language, you're going to be thinking in your first language and translating yourself on the fly. And I think in both exercises that he's done so far, the 5 chefs, une élection, and then Tout le monde en parle, I think what we saw there was you see him thinking thinking hard about what he's saying, looking for the words, and there's no issue with that. I don't think anyone's being critical of that, but it does dull your ability to be concise. It dulls your ability to be focused on the policy issues, and and in a debate, that's where you're going to see those weaknesses crop up. I mean, communicating is a big challenge, right? I mean, it's great to know a language, but to actually feel that you're understood and that you understand is another matter entirely. And I think that's been the big nuance missing from the conversation about his French, because I think any politician or candidate who's going to be attacking his French, that's a no-go in Quebec, because I think people are like, hey, he's learning, we appreciate that. There's a grace there that exists despite perceptions to the contrary. But it's how effective are you, to Marie's point? Like, if you're kind of going off on a tangent, then I think that's where you run into trouble. But if I'm Monsieur Blanchet or any of the other leaders tonight, you have to sort of let him make those mistakes as well. You can't be the one, sticking your leg out in the hallway to trip him as he's walking by you. I think that's the nuance there.
Yeah. Look, I can imagine Cameron discussing Bill 21, Bill 96, Quebec secularism law, and the notwithstanding clause in a second language. Mm-hmm. That's full of minefields. But in with all of that said, what are the traps for Mark Carney tonight? What are the potential issues and topics that could be risky for him in this format this evening?
Some of those might be riskier for him.
I think so, yeah.
But just to pick up on something that he said about Canadians and many Quebecers rallying behind Mr. Carney, it's not an accident that they're rallying behind him. There are in Quebec's case, 3 other national leaders or leaders across the province that they could be rallying behind. It's because of his background, what he represents, and how he's comported himself since he entered politics, 100 days ago? And I think I've said before, he's almost made for this moment. As someone who is internationally credible on the biggest stages, having gone through the 2008 financial crisis, having gone through Brexit, having come out of those moments well-regarded, well-respected, and having communicated quite well to global audiences, having dealt with world leaders. I think that is what he needs to project again tonight. And any opportunity, whether he's going down a discussion about some other issue that is off topic from this big issue that is on everybody's mind, he has to bring it back to that. That's probably what he's going into this debate thinking about. And it would be a mistake, as Matthew said, for other leaders to criticize him or to pick up on attacks or critiques that are not on that topic,
right?
To distract from the big question.
I do hope he talks about other things, though. I mean, he's had ample room to talk about the states and what he would do in his plan and his economic credits or credibility. We haven't seen a platform. We haven't heard him on a lot of topics, and I think tonight he really needs to give a little bit of meat on those to convince people that he's not just I don't want to say one issue leader, because it's an important issue, but government governs a lot of things.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get. Yeah, he has to do more than conjugate the verb Trump in French, I think, is what she's saying. All right, we're gonna check in on the final party in the debate tonight, because polls point to a significant seat loss and losses for the NDP. But could the debates tonight and tomorrow help turn that around? Well, the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich has more on what's at stake for the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh tonight. Olivia.
David, this could be the last chance for NDP leader Jagmeet Singh to make a breakthrough with Francophone voters. But Singh isn't feeling well, so uncertainty hangs over his performance tonight with so much at stake. The party says Singh's been under the weather over the last few days. He was supposed to attend a picket line this morning to show support for Quebec government daycare workers, but he had to cancel and local candidates went in his place. Now, polls aren't predicting an orange wave in Quebec, but the NDP wants to hold on to its one seat in the province here in Montreal and, of course, grow support in other ridings. If Singh can't make a connection with voters tonight, his party risks being shut out of Quebec altogether. But if Singh can power through, the NDP is hopeful that Alexandra Boulerice won't be the only New Democrat MP in this province for long, David.
All right, Olivia, thank you very much. That's the CBC's Olivia Stefanovich in Montreal. Look, I want to focus on Jagmeet Singh and Pierre Poilievre, this segment of the conversation. So, Matthew, start with you if I can. The NDP did well in the LaSalle-Méard-Verdun by-election, but did not win it, obviously. Mr. Boularice remains the lone New Democrat in this province. Ruth-Hélène Brousseau trying to make a comeback, and Berthier Masconanger. What are the hopes for the NDP here? Because one of the stories of the campaign in English Canada certainly has been decline and struggle, and can they achieve party status? What's the lay of the land in Quebec in your view?
Well, I think in both examples you just referenced, you have strong local candidates. Craig Sauvé, who's running again in LaSalle-Méard-Verdun, and then Ruth-Hélène Brousseau, who came close both in 2019 and in 2021, an election that was challenging in Quebec. And I think that speaks to the approach that's being taken, especially in Quebec and particularly in Montreal, exception for Ruth-Hélène, of course. Very much not in Montreal, right? Quite a ways away. But listen, it's not star candidates, it's strong candidates. I think that's the distinction there. It's people who have profile in their communities. It's people who work hard on the ground to get out their vote and to identify their supporters. And I really think that there's been a level of candor that's actually quite almost unheard of, in my opinion, quite frankly, with Jagmeet recognizing the difficulties that are ahead and the importance of focusing on those strong candidates who would also be strong MPs. And I know that will be the theme very much tonight and tomorrow in English as well, is speaking to that and the gains that are made. And it's the distinction between what the Bloc Québécois is offering and the NDP is the Bloc Québécois is saying, give us the balance of power, but can't say what they did with it last time, whereas the NDP can actually point to a track record with the start of pharmacare and dental care, which benefits Quebecers, of course, despite what the Bloc may have to say about that.
So James, just on the Conservative stakes tonight, the upside for Mr. Poilievre is, historically, it is limited in Quebec. 9-10 seats is where they are. They're trying to break into the teens consistently. There's a higher upside in the English debate tomorrow, obviously, with the ability to grow by big numbers in places like Ontario. So with that in mind, how do you think the Conservative leader approaches this tonight, knowing he's got tomorrow to make his growth in the other parts of the country?
Well, I think you got a bit of a preview of it when he did present himself on Tout le monde en parle, and I thought he was exceptional. I've been on that show twice. Once I got bloodied up pretty bad. The second time I only got bruised up pretty bad. But it's a hostile environment, and I think he came in there dispassionately but substantively. The body language and he came in with cultural references and gave thoughtful answers. He was unthreatened by Guy Lepage's kind of sort of passive aggressive questions, and he wheels you into a trap, and if you see it coming, you can kind of sidestep it. And Pierre was very skilled and very, very good at it. Of the four leaders who'll be on the stage, he is the most bilingual of the four, perhaps the second best in French. And I think he's got a real window of opportunity to speak to Quebecers. And by the way, the 2.5 million French-speaking Canadians outside of the province of Quebec, who will be looking at clips online as well, who care very much about the French language and the French fact in North America, whose home base may be Quebec, but it's all of Canada as well. So I think Pierre is an extraordinary communicator. He'll do a great job in French. And I think the preview that we saw on Tout le monde en parle will bode well for his presentation tonight.
Does that have to shift at all, though, James? Because the Tout le monde en parle is very much, you in an environment, as you say, where you can get bloodied or bruised. I don't think he got either of those things, based on the reviews that I've seen. But the direct confrontation approach of the debate, the need to, destabilize at least the Mark Carney campaign at this stage. How does he calibrate, the Tout le monde en parle, Pierre, versus the ability to do some damage to the front runner?
Yeah, there's a subtlety to successful communication, right? You're debating with somebody in front of you, but it's actually the third party view that you really care about, right? It's people who are assessing you. And we know that all of us have to stare into our phones every day in 4K high definition and look at Donald Trump and look at what's happening in the world. And we're going to have a Canadian prime minister who's going to respond to it. So in a lot of ways, what's happening in the debates is not about what's actually happening in the debates. It's the turn the volume off and look at this person. Do they look like they have the confidence, the strength, the capacity, the demeanor? Are they cultured enough? Are they thoughtful enough that they can withstand, the stress sitting in that chair that Vladimir Zelensky sat in next to Donald Trump, because whoever wins this election campaign, Mr. Carney or Mr. Poilievre, they will likely be in that Oval Office probably in a month or two's time, sitting across from Donald Trump in Mr. Zelensky's chair. And so people, I think, sometimes turn the volume off and look at what you see. And as the kids say, real recognizes real. And people are very serious about this campaign and the person who we're going to choose, who's going to stand up and defend Canada's interests. And I think Pierre has been thinking about this moment tonight and the moment tomorrow night for a very long time. And as a conservative, I'm very confident that he'll hit his mark and present himself really well.
No, Cameron, some people say that I've waited my whole life for this moment. I think that is literally true with Pierre Poilievre, right? Like, he has been interested in being prime minister going back to the essays that he wrote as a young man, and here he is in these debates. But in a campaign that has not gone the way you would have thought it would go 2 to 3 months ago. It has kind of gotten away from the Conservatives a little bit. So with that, I mean, what do you think we're going to see from the Conservative leader tonight in French and tomorrow in English?
Firstly, I think it remains a very competitive race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And I still believe, you mentioned people having their votes baked in at this stage, or a lot of them. I think things can still change quite dramatically.
Absolutely. Especially in this election, in this year.
Exactly, because of the environment we're in, because people are terminally online, people are following the news, Canadians understand the impacts and the threats from the U.S. I think for tonight, I mean, I agree with James, he did do well on Tout le monde en parle, and that's because he was not the same Pierre Poilievre that we've seen for a long time. Aggressive, name-calling, sloganeering. He tried to answer in full sentences and appear more authentic. That's probably what he's going to try and do tonight, but I wonder how he'll be able to square that with the guy who people and Quebecers have seen for 2 years with that other, presentation that he's had.
Well, he did those ads, remember? People say I'm too aggressive. Yeah. And he's kind of, it was playing into it a bit, right?
It's not just about being aggressive. I mean, there's a time to be aggressive, and sometimes that's necessary and it works. But I think when it's based on, when it resembles a very bellicose demeanor, like when there's so much name calling and when there's so much personal attacks, and the campaign that he built for 2 years was around Justin Trudeau running again, and that's just not the case. So they haven't really been nimble enough to pivot. But I think it's very competitive. I think tonight you will see hopefully a strong substantive exchange between the two of them. I think that's what viewers are expecting. It's not like who can get the best one-liner or who can generate the best clip for social. It's who can actually argue, who can articulate their ideas most compellingly, and as James said, who is best positioned to sit in that chair in the Oval Office, stand their ground, stand up for Canada.
Marie, how do you see it? What do you expect to see from Pierre Poilievre this evening?
I think it's a delicate dance for Mr. Poilievre because we've seen him more amicable, more smiley on Tout le monde en parle, or on 5 interviews, one later, the French interviews. But there is a risk of him looking a bit disingenuous because for 2 years he hasn't looked like that. And he kind of needs tonight to, yes, challenge the other ones and put his point across, but not be too aggressive because Quebecers don't like that side of him. And it factors into his likability numbers. And so I'm interested to see how he goes from one to the other and if he can look honest doing it the whole way through. I mean, 2 hours is a long time. What I do think is interesting tonight is that we kind of have 3 hothead leaders, right? Like Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Poilievre, Mr. Carney, all have shown that sometimes they kind of want to blow a fuse a little bit and they get annoyed. And I'm interested to see how those exchanges work out between the 3 of them because they all have something to win from getting under the other one's skin. I don't think Mr. Carney is going to go at Blanchet so much because he needs nationalists to keep switching over to him. Yep. But Poilievre will go at Blanchet because he wants those votes. And then Blanchet will go probably at both of them. I just think it might be an interesting exchange of tempers flaring, maybe.
Well, Matthew is the biggest hothead on this panel. I'm wondering what you think about how Pierre Poilievre should approach this tonight. What's your sense of what the Conservative leader's approach might be and what might resonate best with Quebecers?
I asked one attack dog question in question period as an MP, and never again. Not my MO at all. But listen, I think I said it earlier. I think one of the big traps for him will be trying to get the right tone tonight, because I do think it's a little bit different in Quebec sometimes. I think that, you know, despite the moment being the same for all of Canada, there is a different political culture. And Monsieur Blanchet doesn't play the same role in a French debate as he does in English. So to Marie's point, there are still Bloc conservative battles. I think the Liberal surge has upended some of those in the regions around Quebec City and north of there. But nevertheless, there is going to be some jousting between those two as well. That won't be the same in English. So I think it's how do you make sure that you're being consistent? Because as we all know, it's an easy thing in Canadian politics to start being accused of saying one thing in one language or one part of the country and something else in the other. So I think that's going to be one challenge for him. And again, I think just, you know, Cameron was speaking to it and others have as well. It's striking that balance of how to attack Mr. Carney without being overzealous. And I think that there are legitimate things that need to be raised. And I think there are questions that remain unanswered. But I do think it's getting that balance right. I mean, the smiling that we've seen, you know, it's Ron DeSantis-like, where it's like he forgets that he has to do it. It doesn't always come across as authentic. And for those who are fans of the West Wing, like the let Bartlett be Bartlett thing, I think it's okay to be yourself. I mean, this is supposed to be one of his strengths. So, I mean, I don't care for it. I think a lot of it is unhelpful. But, you know, I think if he's uncomfortable and inauthentic, that's obvious as well. So how do you strike that balance between not being distasteful in a province that finds you very unlikable without neglecting your supposed strengths? I think is going to be a huge challenge for Mr. Poilievre tonight.
James, I know people often look to the debates as like they're set pieces in campaigns. You know, the media narrative, you try to make it an inflection point. It isn't always the case. You know, there's rare exceptions. I mean, the Joe Biden-Donald Trump debate, obviously an inflection point. But, you know, it hasn't always been that way, not at the center of a campaign. When you look at some of the data out there that 70% of voters have already made up their mind, they're going to start voting on Friday, the day after the English debate. I mean, how do you interpret that and the importance of these next two nights at this stage of the campaign, with public opinion kind of setting a little bit?
19 times out of 20 debates don't matter, but you don't know if this is the 20th time. And everybody says that their vote is locked in until they hear something and it jars them a little bit, and they see it repeated on social media. Then they see some people, some friends or some informed media folks talking about it, and they go, I didn't quite think about it that way. And I think that maybe it opens your mind and makes you rethink things a little bit. It's true. You know, a few minutes ago, Marie Vassal there mentioned that it's rare for these debates to be this late in the campaign. It's true. But it's kind of, in a lot of ways, perfect. We have a fresh debate tonight, a fresh debate tomorrow. Everybody's social media feeds will be flooded with the clips the parties want to emphasize that are accretive to their candidates and negative for the others. And then we're going to go into the long weekend, and then we're all going to look at each other and, you know, see our families and spend a little bit of time together. And we're going to sort of reaffirm what our values are and think about who we want to vote for. And so in a lot of ways, it's kind of a perfect bow to the end of the campaign. By the way, one thing I will say to Canadians, even if you're not a francophone, if you're not a francophile, if your French is sort of a 3 out of 10 or more, listen to the debates in French. Even if your French isn't perfect, but your French is adequate, take it in the language in which it was attended, because there are inflections, there's choice of words, there's an emphasis, there's a passion, there's a thing about listening to the language and the arguments that are made in the language in which they're intended to be made. And even if you have a sort of an entry-level French, I encourage you, listen to the debate in French. It'll inform you more about the fluency, the efficiency, the effectiveness, the sense of momentum and passion that each of these candidates have for the issues that they're talking about. And you'll get what they're talking about. And it'll matter that you hear it in the mother tongue.
Here.
That is very good advice. My French is about a -3 out of 10, James, but I watched Tout le monde en parle the other day just to kind of see, you know, how they felt and how they reacted, get a sense of the texture of it. And it was revealing, even if I did not have
subtitles.
I needed a lot of help
every weekend.
Yes, exactly. I'll watch it every Sunday.
I can find good French shows for you. I've done it for friends.
All right. Well, look, I translate for people when they go to Newfoundland too. Cameron and Maria, we're going to get quick thoughts from you. We got to do another swap out here. But Cameron, just what's the big thing you're watching for tonight? If there's one thing you're looking to see this evening throughout the 2 hours, what are you keeping an eye out for?
One thing?
Well, you know, if you got more than one, sure, go ahead.
Which Poilievre will we see tonight? Is he the guy who's trying to recast himself as we say in Quebec, rassembleur, who can bring people together and who can represent the country in this time of crisis, or is he going to be the pugnacious name caller that he was for the past 2 years? can Mark Carney maintain this strong and credible persona that represents who he is, but that he's been able to maintain since the beginning of the campaign, or will all the other leaders try and tear him down? And then 3, as we've discussed at the beginning, is Mr. Blanchet able to claw back some support from people and somehow convince them that there is a reason to vote for the Bloc in this time of existential national crisis?
Okay, so which Poilievre will we see? Can Carney sustain, and can Blanchet punch through? What are you seeing? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I agree with Cameron. I think whether Poilievre and or Blanchet can really stand out, because they haven't been able to so far, and get their message across and convince people that they're worth having a look at. Because unless they really knock it out of the park, I have a hard time seeing how things move. I agree with James that this long weekend means that the votes may coalesce because people get together and talk politics and kind of nail down what they're thinking. But I think you need a lot of movement to change people's minds at this point. And I think for Mr. Carney, I think, can he stay on message? Can he reassure that he is the man for the situation? And can he convince Quebecers that he does know and understand them, and their needs going into this with Donald Trump? Because a majority goes through Quebec for Mr. Carney.
Okay, just to interrupt quickly, what you're seeing here is what's called the family photo. That is the 4 leaders gathering together for the official photo of the debate event. This may be the friendliest moment of the night. I don't know. We'll see where it goes from there. They do have to do it all over again tomorrow night in English. And of course, 4 leaders, not 5 leaders, with the Green Party being disqualified from the debate early today. And there's Patrice Roy with Radio-Canada, who will be the moderator throughout the evening. Okay, we're going to say goodbye to Cameron Ahmad and Marie Vastel. We're going to get final thoughts from Matthew Dubé and James Moore. So Matthew, the key things you're watching for in this debate tonight, as Marie said, the majority for the Liberals would run through Quebec for sure. What are you looking at in terms of this evening?
Well, I think the one thing is how everyone manages their tempers. We've just talked about that. French is a passionate language. Having grown up in the language, I feel like I can comfortably say that. And so that's definitely something that we'll see. And it was interesting when Marie talked about which leaders were hot-headed. The ones who didn't come up is Jagmeet Singh. And I think there's a reason for that, because it's his opportunity to speak to Canadians. The format of these debates allows you to speak to the audience just as much to the other leaders. And I expect that you'll see that for Mr. Singh. And then for Mr. Blanchet and Poilievre, again, is how much do they fight amongst themselves, and how much do they look to take their focus onto the Prime Minister and deal with the thorny issues in Quebec. I think there's a few things to unpack there. And lastly, I'll just say, how does it all domino into tomorrow's debate in English as well? Will be interesting to watch.
Mm-hmm. James, as they take their places there at their lecterns, it's interesting that Mark Carney and Yves-François Blanchet are right next to each other, which could create some interesting moments throughout the broadcast. Your final thoughts on what you're watching for throughout this?
Pierre Poilievre is a Francophile originally from Alberta. He's been serving as a member of parliament from Ontario. He speaks impeccable French. In 2015, Quebecers and a lot of Canadians opened their minds and thought, maybe Justin Trudeau isn't ready. You have an experienced debater and a prosecutor in Thomas Mulcair. You have an experienced prime minister in Stephen Harper. And then they looked at Justin Trudeau and they thought, maybe this guy deserves a shot. I think a lot of Francophone Canadians, a lot of Quebecers, I think will have their eyes opened and will be surprised by this relatively young man at 45, Pierre Poilievre, who speaks perfect French, who's a Francophile from the Prairie Provinces. I think will speak to a lot of the issues that they care about and will connect to them, hopefully on the level of a prime minister that they can have confidence in.
All right, James Moore and Matthew Dubé, thank you for being here on a very important day. We always appreciate the insights. That's James Moore, former Conservative Cabinet Minister, former NDP MP, Matthew Dubé. Thanks, gang. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you.
All right, as you can see there, all of the 4 main party leaders are now inside the building behind me. They are doing their last-minute bit of preparation, writing down their last notes, gearing up for the French language leadership debate. All right, and as we wait for that to start in about, 6 minutes, I'm going to bring back the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, who you've been huddling somewhere warm, I would hope, since we last spoke, Rosie. What do you make of what we see? It's an interesting dynamic there with the battle for the Quebec seats in particular with Mr. Blanchet and Mr. Carney right next to each other. You can see some moments developing, and depending on the
sometimes
camera
body
angles.
language becomes a thing during these. I would also just, so people understand, they don't have notes. So what they're doing right now is trying to write down probably some of their key messages and things that they want to make sure that they hit home with, some of their major points. So that's probably what they're doing there. I would also point out that the set or the stage is much more intimate actually than it's been in the past. The moderator is much closer to the leaders. The leaders are closer to one another. Take that for what it's worth, but I think that also probably changes the dynamic a little bit and changes how they interact. And of course, the fact that there's only one moderator, which was a decision that the commission made and was part of the pitch, I guess, that CBC Radio-Canada made to the commission. One moderator tonight, one tomorrow. That also changes the dynamic because it means that one person is in charge to ask the questions and manage the time, which is what this is really about. There'll be a fair amount of open debate. So it's not just about answering questions. It's about engaging with one another and choosing your moments. And that's the kind of stuff that could make for a really interesting debate, or for a bunch of people talking over each other and us not really getting any help in terms of what it means for Canadians and voters. Both of those things could happen. It'll be up to our colleague there, Patrice Roy, to try and get them to take turns and not talk over one another.
It's interesting. Cameron Ahmad there, who worked with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau throughout multiples of these debates. I think he nailed it pretty much when he said 3 things he's going to watch for is, how does Pierre Poilievre approach this? Sort of, is it the aggressive Pierre Poilievre or the more restrained one? Can Mark Carney sort of sustain the demeanor and the momentum he's had throughout the campaign? And can Mr. Blanchet punch through? Mr. Singh, not to minimize it, the opportunity is not as great for him. Maybe the stakes aren't as large, but those 3 points, I think, sort of summarize the key narratives of what we're going to see over the next little while.
Yeah, I would agree. I think if Mr. Poilievre comes out swinging too hard tonight, it would probably be a mistake because there's little payoff, there's little benefit for him tonight in that regard. I think Mr. Carney has to really hold his own and make sure that he is communicating effectively in French. And Monsieur Blanchet, I think, has to do some damage here tonight. And in that way, as we've talked about, the expectations are perhaps the highest for him. But again, we haven't seen, this is what's so fascinating about this debate and this election. We don't know how these 4 gentlemen are going to interact. We don't know how this is going to unfold in terms of how they feel about one another, whether they can put that aside. We've seen in the past, Mr. Carney, when his integrity is questioned, not a thing that he enjoys very much. So if someone can get under his skin, it will be up to him to try and manage that. And I think that, too, comes down to what is effectively the central question of this election, and that is, who is the best leader? Who is the person that can lead this country in this moment?
Obviously, the person on that stage with no chance of becoming prime minister at the end of this election is Mr. Blanchet, unless there's a really weird parliament that is elected. But you say he needs to do some damage here. There's been a conversation about how aggressively Pierre Poilievre can go at Mr. Carney because, the way that can sometimes have a negative effect on you. With Mr. Blanchet, is it aggressive attack dog, or is it trip him up in the particular nuances of Quebec culture and identity and society?
Yeah, I don't think it's a tack dog. I don't think that's what you'll see. He doesn't. That's not how he operates. He can, though. I'll be frank. He can come off as arrogant. That is something that he has to counter often in French. So I think he'll have to be careful to be the Quebecer on stage without trying to make that something that he is holding against everyone else. Do you know what I'm saying? He has to present as the person best suited to defend Quebec interests, but he can't come across as the only one that could possibly understand this part of the country. But
expose the deficiencies, expose the weaknesses in the cultural understandings and recognitions.
And get Quebecers to start to question, could this person really defend the interests of this particular province at a negotiating table with Donald Trump? That is the best play here, I think, for Monsieur Blanchet. Whether he can do it and whether there's enough opportunity here, we'll see.
The challenge that the Bloc has, though, we spoke with Alexis Deschênes, one of his candidates earlier, and this pitch for a minority is the same that the NDP is making in English Canada, and just the the mental calibration that requires a voter to make. Are you confident enough in the outcome as you see it today to vote for a party you've already left, right? That's a tough argument to make in a strategic voting sense, and I don't know how it plays out in a form like tonight.
And particularly, Mr. Poilievre is not very popular in Quebec. So are you comfortable voting for the Bloc, knowing that that could actually help Mr. Poilievre and hurt Mr. Carney? Those are all sort of the calculations that some voters will make as we get towards the end of things. It's not just about who you want to protect your interests. It's about who you think can protect all of the interests and all of the values you have. And I think a lot of Quebecers wouldn't feel that strongly about some of the positions that Mr. Poilievre has taken. So that is the needle, right, that Mr. Blanchet has to try and thread there. And I think that's a challenge here tonight. But listen, it is always the front runner who has the most at stake. And that is the case for Mr. Carney tonight, and it'll be the same case tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. All right, Rosie, thank you so much. Mark Carney is the frontrunner, has been since the beginning of this campaign in a year that looked like the Conservatives were going to be an inevitable, historic, profound majority in Parliament. But then everything changed when Justin Trudeau quit. Donald Trump got inaugurated and started a trade war with the country of Canada. The French language debate is starting in just moments. Rosie and I will be back after that debate for analysis with our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, who is hosting from Montreal. And Power and Politics, of course, we'll be back tomorrow for special pre-debate coverage live from Montreal. That's ahead of the English language debate that starts right here at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'm David Cochran. Thanks for watching Power and Politics Outdoors today. This is day 25 of the federal election campaign, and the French language leaders debate starts right now.
Tonight, who will score points? Who will convince you? Who will reassure you? Who will inspire you? Welcome to the Federal Leaders Debate 2025.
The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
This election is the most important of our lives. We will never be an American state, ever. The U.S. threat is huge, but there are other issues at stake. We choose Quebec. Donald Trump has attacked our country. We have to defend our workers. Live from Maison Radio Canada in Montreal, this is the Leaders Debate 2025 with Patrice Roy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the French Leaders Debate. We are joined by Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party, Yves-François Blanchet, leader of the Bloc Qu&eacute, and Jagmeet Singh, leader of the New Democratic Party. Good evening to all four of you.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6 p.m. and a few seconds? This important event has been moved forward to give as many people as possible the opportunity to tune in without missing a decisive moment for another one of our passions, hockey. And by the way, I'll go off script here for a few seconds and say that the Montreal Canadiens, you'd better win. I also would like to say that the leaders' invitations were managed by the Leaders' Debates Commission, and the podium places on the set were designated at random. But the questions, subjects, and editorial choices are ours. I'll be managing speaking time fairly, within a fair limit. There are 5 themes tonight. Obviously, the trade war with the United States, the cost of living, energy and climate, immigration and foreign affairs, and finally, identity and sovereignty. And I'll also have a few rapid-fire questions at the end of the debate. This debate is your debate this evening. You will be free to speak as much as possible. The only rule that I ask of you is not to speak at the same time. If you start talking over one another, I'll ask Pascal, our sound engineer, to turn off your mics. So let the debate begin, or I was going to say good game. So we'll move on to our first opening question. You'll have 45 seconds each to answer. This election, according to many, has been hijacked by Trump. So to assert our sovereignty early in this debate, I'll ask you to name 2 things you'd put forward, concrete things that will change the lives of Canadians, but that have nothing to do with the United States. 45 seconds. Mr. Carney, you're first.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Leroy. And I'd like to thank everyone watching at home for joining us tonight. And I'd like to thank the other leaders for your service to Canada. 2 things that don't include Mr. Trump. First of all, we need to double the rhythm of construction of new homes here in Canada. That's absolutely fundamental. And the second thing, we need to promote and strengthen our cultural institutions in Canada.
45 seconds, Mr. Poilievre. 2 things that you would promise Canadians to change their lives that have nothing to do with the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, and thanks to my colleagues for being here today. Clearly, life is no longer affordable. The promise of an affordable life is broken. I have a plan to make life more affordable by cutting taxes by 15%. That's one thing that will reward work for the middle class and for seniors who've already worked. Second thing, we're going to scrap the GST on new houses, and we're going to incentivize cities to reduce their taxes too, so that our young people can save up to $100,000 on a new home and restore the promise of Canada.
Mr. Blanchet.
I would like to come back to something that I do all year long. First of all, thank you for having welcomed us. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I would like to insist on 2 things for Quebec that I was talking about before the Trump crisis is Quebec's right to have a different and open economy, open to the world, based on its own natural resources, on its own attachment to a green economy, but also Quebec's right to be different, to have a different language, to have a different culture, to have different values, to have different immigration models that need to succeed. These are elements that should always have been mentioned, but that have a particularly new sense with this new crisis.
Great. Mr. Singh, 45 seconds. 2 things that have nothing to do with the American.
Thank you for the question. Good evening, everybody. First, I'd like to talk a little bit about values. What are the values that underpin the answer to this question? Canadians and Quebecers like taking care of one another. We come together. That is what we believe in. That is a basic value for us. And this value is embodied in our public health care system, which has nothing to do with the U.S. And we want our healthcare system to be nothing like the American one. We will expand pharmacare so that everyone can access the medications they need. And I also want to talk about dental care. I also want to expand that program, which owes itself to us.
Thank you. I'd like to reassure you, Mr. Singh. I think you were disappointed. We are going to talk about health as well, and I'll ask questions about that later. First theme, therefore, obviously, the trade war. Trump is going to be tough. We don't know what's in store with him. I don't think any solution is going to be possible. We always thought they were our ally. It doesn't make sense. You can't reason with him. The government will have to stand firm, stay firm. We have to put him in his place. Otherwise, he'll destroy us totally. The answer should be pragmatic. It would be good to pause some of our services to the U.S. They need us. An eye for an eye, no messing around. Get us out of this mess. We need a leader who can make decisions to destabilize Trump and make him respect Canada. What does he plan to do with the new president of the United States? What do you plan to do with this president? That is the elephant in the room. So for your information, there are 1,073 days left in Donald Trump's term. Why do you think that you are the best person here tonight to negotiate with Mr. Trump? Mr. Poilievre, 35 seconds.
First of all, We will never be an American state. We will remain sovereign. On my first day as Prime Minister, I will restart negotiations to accelerate a deal that will put an end to the tariffs and protect our sovereignty. We can't control Trump, but at the same time, we have to control what we can control. We need to reverse liberal economic policies that have weakened our country. We need to unleash our resources, cut taxes, and bring jobs back home so that we can face Trump from a position of strength.
All right, well, first of all, in a crisis, you have to plan for the worst possible situation, and you have to have a plan to build a strong economy here in Canada. And we need to react with strength, and those are the elements that will allow us to succeed with Mr. Trump. He respects strength. He respects people who understand how the world works and who understand how the private sector works. And Canada needs to create other options, new, reliable partnerships around the world, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Mr. Blanchet.
Mr. Trump will hang from his own noose because their economy is dependent on ours. But there will be a lot of harm done to Canada, to Europe, to Mexico before then. We have to realize that our joint GDP is bigger than the States. Our population is bigger than the States, and so retaliation is going to hurt the States, but we have to negotiate in a rational way, and we shouldn't fall to fear, and we shouldn't spin fear for political reasons.
Conclusions?
It's all about priorities. For me, now is the time to invest, not cut. It is the time to protect what we hold dear, our farmers, our culture, the French language. These things should not be sacrificed. It is time to defend who we are, what our values are. And we believe in helping one another. That's what we will do. How? We will strengthen our healthcare system. We will not let it be Americanized. That is crucial. We must defend who we are.
So, open debate to begin now for about 15 minutes. Mr. Poilievre, you have called Carney a political grifter, a globalist banker who's disconnected from reality. And Mr. Carney, you've said Pierre Poilievre is a career politician who knows nothing about how the real world works. So I ask you the question, which of you first is capable of standing up to Donald Trump? Mr. Poilievre.
I am, because I'm going to put Canada first. I will never compromise Canada's interests. And I will control what we can control here. Obviously, no one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump, but we can control our economy, our domestic economy, by overturning liberal economic policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the Americans.
The issue is, Mr. Poilievre, you would make Canada more like the United States. You would Americanize our healthcare system, privatize it. Everyone knows that's what conservatives do.
That's not true.
Mr. Carney, you said that you're better?
All right. First of all, I know how to negotiate. And I agree with Mr. Singh. We need to start by saying what's never going to be on the table. The French language, Quebec's culture, and supply management will never be on the table. Our resources, that's the first thing. Second, in terms of Mr. Blanchet's point, the opportunities that we have with the European Union are there, and I've already started building new relationships with the European Union. As Prime Minister, I met with the President of France and with the President of the European Commission.
There's a lot to unpack in there, let's be honest. And perhaps it's right. You say that you're an expert in managing a crisis, but you say you're a negotiator, but, well, perhaps negotiating with tax havens. But when it comes to trade agreements, I haven't seen the proof. We apparently have to believe you with no political experience. And so I find it's kind of funny because people say we have to unite and work together. On the one hand, you have never spoken to me before this evening. You're not trying to figure out how to collaborate between equals, Quebec, Canada, Mexico, European partners. You're trying to score divisive points that only serves the United States of America.
All right. I've just started as Prime Minister. I've been Prime Minister for a month. In the first week, I signed an agreement with the premiers of all the provinces, the Premier of Quebec and the premiers of all the provinces and territories concerning free trade within Canada. It's also an agreement that deals with trade corridors. That's an example. That's an example.
You haven't sat with any premiers. You've sat with MPs that will be elected at the same level as you if you're elected.
The problem, Mr. Carney, is that your party has been in power for 10 years. And in that time, it's not meetings that are going to change things. It's your policies that have blocked resources. C-69, which blocks not just pipelines, but also dams, mines, and liquid natural gas exploration. We have a deal with Europe, a trade deal. The Conservatives negotiated it, but Liberal legislation has prevented development, and you continue to support those laws. Those laws need to be repealed and replaced with laws that will unleash our resources and allow us to export abroad and allow us to become truly economically and
talk about that later.
Sovereign and have energy sovereignty as well.
Priorities. Mr. Carney, unfortunately, your priority is, well, you had time to meet with the king, but you did not increase the amount of money people receive when they lose their jobs due to the trade war. These days, people receiving EI get maybe half of their salary. For people who have already lost their jobs, that is not enough. It won't cover the bills. It won't cover their rent costs. That shows your priorities. For me, workers are number one. We need a system to support our workers.
We'll hear some in a few seconds, but Mr. Carney, response, and then I have another question for Blanchet.
Well, first of all, we need to fight in a trade war. We need to fight with counter tariffs. And all the money collected from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers and the businesses that are the most affected by this trade war. They won't be used for tax cuts the way that Mr. Poilievre is going to do.
You always want to increase them. You're a liberal. We want to cut taxes.
Started as Prime Minister.
For a fourth liberal term.
I've just started.
You were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. Have you forgotten that?
Honestly, let me cut in here. Both of them would cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires. They have already done it in the past. Your first step was to reduce taxes for the millionaires. Pierre Poilievre would do the same thing.
That's not true.
You're not thinking of regular people.
We've cut the consumer carbon tax. That's what we did.
Mr. Blanchet, we've been telling Canadians for several days that it would be better to have a minority government. You said it clearly. With Trump, can Canadians not want a majority government that's stronger?
I don't know where that reasoning comes. The minority government would be weaker than a majority government. Go tell that to the Germans, who have only governed through coalitions recently. Many countries have coalitions, and if that is the population of the people, then great. At this point, it's possible that Canadians and Quebecers, perhaps, choose to trust in someone who has the least experience in politics. Quebec has a different economy, different interests, different everything. We want a parliament where our economic difference is taken into account.
Let's talk a little bit about minority
in terms of the minority
governments.
government.
The whole point of a minority government is to help people, to make a difference in people's lives. But honestly, Mr. Blanchet, unfortunately, in the last minority government, you showed that you were as useless as the monarchy is. You did nothing for people. What is worse, you voted against measures that would help Quebecers. Dental care, pharmacare. These are measures that have helped hundreds of thousands of Quebecers.
Quebec jurisdiction, dental care, health care,
people in Quebec,
pharmacare,
people
money
in
that we
Quebec
send to Ottawa. Ottawa does not have the expertise or the jurisdiction.
We are
Quebec
paying the
does.
bills.
Mr. Roy, please let me finish one sentence.
Please wrap it up.
When we want to be effective, we give the money to the experts, those who have the legal jurisdiction to spend the money, and that is Quebec in this case. The NDP gave $2 billion to an insurance company.
Giving money to our Quebec seniors.
Fine until now, but Mr. Carney, in terms of the minority government.
Mr. Roy, we are in a crisis, the most serious crisis of our lives. We need to react with resounding, overwhelming strength. Yes, we need to cut a few taxes. Yes, we need to cut bureaucracy. But the government needs to act in a time of crisis. So we need to have a government ready to act.
But when you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, you weakened our economy. We need economic sovereignty, and that means bringing back production to Canada. And I would reverse Liberal policies around development. I would expedite construction permits. We would have pre-approved permits. And that would, and I would also make sure that we could send our energy to Europe to break Europeans' dependence on Putin, and to break our dependence on the U.S.
The Conservatives and the Liberals both prioritize the ultra-rich, not you, not regular Canadians.
We do have a segment on that.
That's the difference.
We have a segment on energy and pipelines, so we'll come back to that later. There are people who are watching us who are concerned. There will be negotiations with the Americans, obviously. Well, you'll all say supply management here, but I'd like to say that Canada gave up market shares during the last 3 trade deal negotiations. We're talking about more than $450 million a year in losses for Canadian farmers. So what is something you wouldn't concede in a negotiation?
I will defend supply management. I will defend the French language. I will defend our healthcare system. I will defend our decisions and our laws. We will always be sovereign. And the way we're going to restore that sovereignty, Canadian sovereignty, is by making our economy stronger. We need to cut red tape by 25% for businesses. We need to reduce development charges, taxes on housing. We need to support labor and energy and domestic production. That's how we can be more sovereign
management. Well, go around the table, Mr. Carney.
In the face of the U.S.
It's nice to say supply management, but we've said it 3 times and it hasn't been done. So,
well, this is the first time that I will be at the table if I am elected as Prime Minister. I've said a number of times, and since the beginning of my campaign in Mauricie, we'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table. And I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear from the beginning when talking to the Americans.
One area that we don't agree on is that Pierre Poilievre would cut our healthcare system. You said it, everyone knows it. You said that you want to cut, you would cut dental care.
Not true.
Pharmacare, you called them bad ideas. And unfortunately, Mr. Carney's plan to budget the operating budget in 3 years would lead to $43 billion
worth of cuts. We'll talk about that in the next
cuts.
segment. Cost of living, we'll talk about tax cuts later and choices, and we will underscore that none of you has tabled a costed plan. These are just promises. Mr. Blanchet on supply management.
We have tabled a program, first of all. Second of all, we are not the ones who decide that what's on the table. If Mr. Trump says, I want to talk about this, no one will be able to stop him from at least talking about it. We've never sacrificed the principle of supply management. So it's empty words. Little bits have been sacrificed every single time at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars every single time. All Mr. Trump wants is a wave of Wisconsin milk with hormones, with no protection against antibiotics.
So what would you do concretely?
We will bring back an act that everyone approved. The Liberals before Carney approved it. Everyone had approved it, but then there were certain intrigues with unelected senators. There's a number of unelected members of Parliament that seem to be making decisions.
What would protect better?
Well, maybe I agree with that law, but my point is that we need to invest in Canada. Our plan, which will be unveiled this weekend, will catalyze $500 billion of investment in Canada over the next 5 years. And that will be important in our negotiations with Mr. Trump.
I'd like us to listen to a worker together from Stellantis. For him, this crisis with the U.S. is very clear. He's just lost his job.
I was laid off by Stellantis because of the trade war with the U.S. How will your government stop Mr. Trump from attacking our industries one by one? And how will you protect our jobs? Concrete measures. How will you help workers? You all have different proposals. Mr. Poilievre.
First of all, I already announced a fund to help companies keep jobs, to keep workers in their jobs, because the priority of workers is to keep working. Secondly, there will be EI to protect people who have fallen on rough times. I will be there for people who've lost their jobs. At the same time, we need to stimulate investment to strengthen our economy and to encourage new companies. We need to unleash our natural resources, and we need to create more jobs in resource industries. We also want to create more jobs for tradespeople at a time when they need work to build new houses.
Let's stay on workers. Mr. Singh.
If a business wants to sell cars in Canada, they should be required to have a factory in Canada, a presence in Canada, and I would put this in a law. We are a major market. If you want to sell here, you should create jobs here. And let me add, the first thing Mr. Poilievre said in 2022 when he became Conservative leader is that he would cut EI contributions. So it is not credible that he would increase support to people when he talked about eliminating contributions.
Mr. Blanchet, for workers, you've said you want to go back to a pandemic-style wage subsidy.
The principle of that. We said that even before the campaign. To paraphrase Mr. Poilievre, EI is fairly broken. People have difficulty accessing it, and I disagree with Mr. Carney's suggestion to say that money will be invested in training. You've lost your job, but we're going to train you, and you're going to have another kick at a can at the age of 55. Not a good idea. The idea of the wage subsidy was to allow the worker to have a link to their job by giving them a subsidy so that the employer, should they want to, could rehire them someone who had the skill to do the job. So there would be a transitional period where there could be temporary job losses, like for the case we've just heard.
Well, first of all, three things. All the money from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers. Second, we have a strategic fund for manufacturing in Canada, specifically for the auto sector. And third, our counter tariff system for the automotive sector contains an incentive of $7 billion for the automakers to keep production and workers here in Canada. That's very important. But the reason that we've done all of this is so that we can have strong positions to negotiate with Trump.
Just to conclude, I think we need to encourage Canadians to buy Canadian-made cars. And that's why, as long as there are tariffs, we will scrap the GST on cars and trucks that are built here, mainly built here in Canada.
That's good, because my next...
I think the tariff is a good idea. What allows companies to buy and sell more, then yes, I do agree with that approach.
70%.
Mr. Poilievre copied our idea. We announced the GST lifting for Canadian-made cars before him.
Now, there are a lot of things that are in all of your platforms, so we'll come back to that. Now, 70% of Canadians say that they're buying fewer American products. It's a big number. You leaders, could you please name me one made-in-USA product that you no longer buy?
I buy my own strawberries.
So you don't buy strawberries anymore?
I buy Quebec strawberries, and I do my own shopping, by the way.
What products have you not bought, Mr. Carney?
No more wine, no more alcohol, no more American alcohol.
I do my own shopping, and I cook at home. Lots of products. Fruits, there's a lot of Canadian apples.
So you're making an effort?
Yes, I'm making an effort with apples, other fruit, strawberries.
Strawberries. Everyone is eating a lot of strawberries these days.
I bring it up because I do my own grocery shopping, which Carney does not.
This is a delicious conversation. It's beef in my case. I buy Canadian beef. It's the best beef in the world. But I never buy American strawberries either.
Organic beef from Quebec is also not bad.
Well, let's share some of that
All
someday.
right. It's very beautiful to see. Our next theme is the cost of living. He can manage our money. Oh, we're having a hard time here. I hope they'll be able to balance the budget and maintain the same quality of services. Inflation, lower taxes. I earn a good salary, but it's hard to pay for groceries, for childcare for our kid, for everything. Education is expensive. Prices keep going up. The middle class is hurting, and for the poor, it's worse. We're retired, and we're counting every penny. We're getting poorer. I feel like no one really listens to young people on housing or the cost of living. So what does the future hold for us young people? What does the future hold for young people? I'll give you a few figures here very briefly. I'm sure this won't come as a surprise, but in Montreal, housing prices have more than doubled over 10 years, from over $300,000 to $671,000. Remarkable growth in Toronto and Vancouver as well. So my question, and you'll have 35 seconds, first of all, how can we improve access to housing, for example, for this young woman that we just heard from, Mr. Blanchet?
Clearly, it's through the starting capital and another GST-based policy. There needs to be access to capital for their down payment. My children can't pay for a house. A lot of them have jobs, good jobs. It's essential that we give them a little boost. Using public money, for example, and it's not during a crisis and in cutting budgets that we will be able to do so. We need to reduce speculation on house prices. We need to invest in affordable housing, social housing, student housing to give a good price and reduce pressure
Thank you, Mr.
in
Blanchet.
the
Mr.
residencies of Canada.
I'm with you, with all those who are having a hard time affording their groceries, or young people who can't buy a house. After a decade of liberal inflation, liberal policies have increased the cost of living the most in 40 years. I will cut your taxes for the average worker by 15%. We will scrap the GST on new homes, and we will incentivize municipalities to speed up permits and construction so that young people can once again buy a home and restore the dream of home ownership.
In order to fix this crisis in the cost of living, we need to make sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, and they need to have more Canada in their pockets. So that means a tax cut for the middle class, and our plan is almost $800 per family, cut the GST on first homes, and increase competition. And in Canada, we have dental care, pharmacare, and daycares. We need to protect that, and we need to double new housing construction in Canada with our plan.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you. When I talk to people and the cost of living comes up, there are two main topics. First, grocery costs. Second, housing costs. For groceries, major grocery giants are gouging us. We saw this with the price of bread, the price of meat. They drive prices up, and they are gouging the Canadian public. We would put price caps on essential groceries. We would also stop corporate landlords from buying up affordable housing and apartments. We are in it for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. 245,000 housing units were built in 2024. You've all promised to massively accelerate the pace of that construction. The Liberals have said 500,000, the NDP 600,000. Mr. Singh, you're going to start this part of the open debate. How's this grow on trees?
We have a clear plan for how to make this happen. First, we would not sell off our federal land. We would keep it, and we would build affordable housing on it, 100% affordable. We would train Canadian workers to build more homes. We also must keep the affordable housing that we do have, and unfortunately, the two major parties have let rich speculators buy up affordable housing. And now we have no more. That's a major issue. We need to keep our affordable housing and build more housing in general.
A couple of ideas. First of all, I would like to talk for Quebec. There are delays of hundreds of thousands of houses to be built, and we don't have the human resources to do so. But there are initiatives for small housing, for social housing, modular housing, that would allow us to build quicker with fewer resources and cheaper to accommodate as many people as possible. But I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's financial framework, because the Conservatives want to cut. They're going to have to cut spending at some point as well. The Liberals want to cut in revenue but increase expenditure. There's some financial magic that's in there somewhere. I would like to hear their financial framework or even their electoral platforms.
In a minute,
that would be
the
nice.
Constant plan. But Mr. Carney, 500,000 housing units.
And we need to get started so that we can get the housing market working better with a reduction in bureaucracy at the municipal level and in fees. But we are proposing a new institution, Build Canada Homes, which is going to build affordable homes using lumber from Quebec, using lumber from British Columbia, using Canadian wood, and using new Canadian technologies. We are going to create a new industry.
It seems to me, you say 500,000 units? I mean, I could say 800,000, 400,000. Where's this coming from?
You know, if I can have 35 seconds, we need to add funding of $25 billion for the development of affordable homes and $10 billion for...
Mr. Poilievre, you haven't costed your objective.
Yes, we will, in our platform, which is going to come out in a few days. But, Mr. Carney, you're repeating exactly the same promises that Justin Trudeau has been making for 10 years. During the Liberal decade, when you were the economic advisor, the cost of housing has gone up.
Of England,
and you inflated the cost of housing then, too. You have a terrible record in England for real estate costs there, real estate prices. The problem is that the Liberals want to build bureaucracy. They want to balloon bureaucracy by creating new departments, new bureaucrats. We don't need more bureaucrats. We need more more homes, more new doors on new homes for young families. The reason why housing has become so expensive today is because of taxes and bureaucracy. I will eliminate the GST on new homes. I will incentivize cities to free up land and accelerate permits so that we can build, and build your home.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
Let us talk records. Mr. Poilievre, you were a housing minister. How many homes did you build?
Over 200,000.
I'll tell you, 6. You built 6 homes.
200,000.
6.
200,000.
We cannot believe what
you
you're
asked
saying.
the question, can I answer
We cannot
it?
believe Mr. Poilievre. He only built 6 homes
200,000.
when he was in power.
Can I answer?
We know the answer.
Can
it's
I
6.
answer? It was 200,000 that year, and the cost of the average home was $450,000. So thanks very much for reminding everyone of my record. It was a good record.
During the 10 years the Conservatives were in power, rent doubled, housing costs doubled. And then, when the Liberals came in, they doubled again. Unfortunately, Mr. Carney benefited from the housing crisis when he was the board chair at Brookfield Investments. His company benefited from the housing crisis by buying up affordable buildings and tripling rents.
Mr. Carney.
Okay, Mr. Poilievre's approach is everyone for themselves. In the COVID crisis, he said, okay, let's cut taxes, let's cut bureaucracy. This crisis, now that we're facing the greatest crisis of our lives, he's saying, cut taxes, cut bureaucracy. In a crisis, you have to do that to a certain point, but you have to act as a government. And if I may, you need to have capital to catalyze investment. And with a small amount of catalyzing investment from the Government of Canada, we can create huge private investment and a new Canadian industry.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Another proposal that I find interesting is to allow parents who have money in savings for their retirement to take the money temporarily to help for their kids' down payment. That's not $500 billion that will be required. These are not civil servants that will be fired. This is a logical decision made by parents like myself who want to help their kids without money from the state, with a tax measure that helps retirees who want to help their children. Would that not be more concrete than programs after programs that are just empty words and for which there's no financial framework?
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's let Mr. Poilievre conclude because you were having a conversation with Mr. Carney.
Mr. Carney, in 2020 and 2021, you said that inflation wouldn't happen and that it would have been a good thing if it did. You were quoted in the media, and you even advised Justin Trudeau to print money, and that's what caused our inflationary crisis. You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change. And you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is, who is going to succeed? Who is going to face Mr. Trump?
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
You are all proposing, or just about all of you are proposing tax cuts. We'll see them up on the screen here. Mr. Carney announced that on the first day of the campaign. Mr. Poilievre's been announcing them for a long time. So for a couple earning $90,000 a year, you can see the numbers up here: $1,299 in savings for the Conservatives, $1,011 for the NDP, $577 for the Liberals. And the cost of those measures is really what I want to underline here. Mr. Poilievre, you're spending more on tax cuts than the NDP or Liberals. Now, you've all arrived here this evening with no costed financial plan. It's been a long time since we've seen that at the time of the leaders' debate, the leaders don't have a costed plan. So we don't know how you're going to pay for these tax cuts. Now, I'm going to be careful how I word this, but don't you think it's irresponsible to Canadian voters to do this? Mr. Carney, you said you've got the numbers, but where's your costed plan?
As I've just said, we'll be presenting our costed platform this weekend.
But why not earlier at an event?
There are 10 days left in the election campaign. It's about the same thing as Mr. Poilievre, as I've seen. And it is going to be costed, and the operational budget will be cleaned up. We'll balance it in 3 years. But at the same time, we will be investing in Canada and in Canadians.
Mr. Poilievre, where would you make the cuts? This comes back to my earlier question to Mr. Carney. In terms of the costed plans, what do you have to hide? Will transfers to provinces go down, for example?
We're going to cut consultants. Believe it or not, a Canadian family is spending $1,400 in federal tax just to pay for consultants. That's been a 100% increase. I'm going to cut consultants. Secondly, we're going to cut the cost of bureaucracy through attrition. People will be retiring, and we don't need to replace all of them. We can slowly, gradually reduce the cost of the bureaucracy. Third, we're going to pass a dollar-for-dollar bill. For every new dollar in spending, there will have to be a dollar in reduced spending. And we are going to generate $70 billion more in revenues.
And Mr. Carney don't have a costed plan that we've seen.
We are the only party that has talked about ways to increase government revenues. We have talked about closing tax loopholes, getting rid of tax havens, empowering the CRA to go after corporations that are not paying their taxes. These are not tax increases. These are taxes that are already supposed to be paid. The CRA has said that tens of billions of dollars in revenues are being lost. Pierre Poilievre has been very honest with Canadians. He will cut healthcare.
Not true. No,
he will
not true.
cut
That's false.
EI. He said
That's
this back
false.
in 2022 when he became leader of the Conservative Party.
That's false.
And Mark Carney has also said very clearly that he would make massive cuts.
No.
He would cut $43 billion worth
for
of
the first
spending.
time.
Mr. Carney, then Mr. Blanchet.
No, that's not right at all. I've said there is an operational budget that's over $200 billion a year, and that budget has grown 9% year over year over the last 10 years. We need to slow down that growth. And we'll do that with technology, we'll do that with attrition, as Mr. Poilievre has suggested, and we can do that, and we will do that, and it's necessary, but we're not going to cut transfers to individuals, nor transfers to the provinces.
So the provinces will not get less money. Mr. Blanchet, is that what you believe?
Well, I've an issue with this. These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of magic to make it work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives. Basic economics state that when there's a threat of recession or slowdown, that is when the state, well, that's why we're not saying cut taxes, we're saying make good investments. We want to invest in our military forces. It's the time to do so with Canadian companies, the Quebec tramway that Mr. Poilievre doesn't want to do. That's what we have to do. We have to have targeted investments, health transfers so that the Maisonneuve-Rosemont hospital can be renovated. It's time to invest in infrastructure, public infrastructure with public money so that everyone can keep their jobs.
So no tax cuts?
No, it wouldn't be a tax cut. There would be a specific budget for it.
It's necessary.
We have to keep going. They want to do one thing and the other. Cut, but somehow make more money. Something doesn't work.
We've started with the cost of living. We have to cut taxes for the cost of living.
What Mr. Blanchet said is true. You were talking about a magic spell here, Mr. Carney. This is one rare moment where we agree. On February 16th, you sat down with Rosemary Barton and you said that you would cut spending in the operational budget.
Operational spending. That's different.
You said,
one at a time, please,
that this would affect transfers for healthcare and to individuals.
No, Mr. Roy, no,
I have a question.
That's not right at all. That's not right at all.
Mr. Carney, you'll have the opportunity to answer later. The question that people are asking themselves, and you may have heard this, Mr. Singh, you've promised that every Canadian will have a family doctor, that there will be vastly more nurses. Does the federal government need to continue developing more national plans like pharmacare and dental care? Or, option two, should they be giving more money to the provinces for health care? Mr. Carney, you'll start off. More programs or more money
First
for programs?
the priority for the federal government is to invest and to catalyze investment in the most serious crisis we're facing in our lives. We need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare, yes, there are limits to the federal government's activity. No new programs. No.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's easy. All premiers from the provinces and territories unanimously asked for a 35% health transfer. I would like to re-explain it. The federal government receives more money than it needs. It needs $10, it gets $12. Quebec needs $10, but it only gets $8. So the federal government could take its surplus and say, I would like to invest in your jurisdictions. The Liberals and the Conservatives agree on this, and the NDP loves butting its nose into provincial jurisdiction. The Constitution sets out jurisdictions. The easiest way is to give the money without conditions.
You've said that we do need to step in, that we need to have more programs like this.
Let me explain. Absolutely, we need to increase health transfers. Absolutely, in order to help out the provinces. What is more, we are now in the midst of a crisis, a healthcare crisis. It is being felt here in Quebec and all throughout the country. We should recognize that a leader is someone who looks for solutions, not excuses. I believe that we should be investing more in fixing problems. And yes, we can work with the provinces to hire more healthcare workers. We can work with them to get through this crisis. Pharmacare is one area where everyone can come together to bring down the cost of medication. We believe in helping people.
Deciding Quebec's priorities isn't your jurisdiction. I don't go to your house and tell you how to paint your wall, do I? It's money that you would refuse to give Quebec.
We can do two things at once. We can transfer money and then work with the provinces on other solutions.
Mr. Poilievre, more money to the provinces or more federal programs?
I think the federal government is taking too much tax revenues and delivering too little. And that's the Liberal track record after 10 years. And the question for Canadians is, you can't afford your groceries and you can't afford your rent or your housing because it's too expensive now after 3 terms of Liberal government. Will a 4th Liberal term change things for you? Enough for you to be able to buy a house and have a beautiful life?
Okay. For the health program, I didn't understand.
On healthcare, no. What I propose on that is a program that the federal government could coordinate, and that is to do with licenses for doctors and nurses. It would be a voluntary program, as has previously existed, to allow immigrants to be licensed and be able to work in our hospitals to reduce your wait times.
So everyone agrees on health transfer. The question is, the 13 premiers of the 13 economies of Canada. Canada doesn't have one economy, it has 13 economies. These requests were made to stop the deterioration of the healthcare system.
Next theme. Energy and climate.
The carbon tax was something that was supposed to help the environment, but now, what are we doing for the environment? It worries me a bit. Our planet is starting to die. I really want to see someone who can prioritize climate change and the economy in Canada. We shouldn't be building a pipeline The environmental consequences are very serious, even if for ecological reasons it's not the best solution. Well, I think we have to think about it. There was a good project in place, but then it was dropped. A pipeline would have a major impact. We may have to make sacrifices if we want to be more independent. Drill, baby, drill, says Donald Trump. But I have a very simple question for you, and I would like just a simple answer as well. You have 35 seconds open debate. Do you want Canada to increase oil production? Yes or no? Mr. Singh.
I would be in favor of investing in clean energy, renewable energy. With our public money, I would spend on projects like an east-west clean energy grid. That's the sort of thing we need. We need renewable energy for our future. That is where we should invest our public funds.
So, more or less oil, or the same amount as right now? You want to increase it? That's what people want to know. Are you increasing oil production?
There are a few measures that I support. Investing in clean energy. Bringing down our emissions.
We'll get to that in the open debate later. But the question is very simple, I think. Mr. Carney.
Yes, more oil so that we can reduce our imports, especially our imports from the United States, a country that is threatening us right now. But in order to do that, we need to have low-risk oil. Canada is a low-risk country, and low-cost oil. Canada's more or less that right now, but we also need low-carbon oil because we need to be competitive over the long term. So at the same time, we need to have pipelines. We need to invest in carbon stockage, carbon capture as well. That's very important for our competitiveness.
We'll get to that later. Mr. Poilievre, should we produce more oil in Canada?
Yes. And we have to be able to get it to market by pipeline. Unfortunately, the other parties passed an unconstitutional law, C-69, which is a no more pipelines bill, and that's why Canadians and Quebecers now have to buy 139,000 barrels of U.S. oil every day. I will repeal C-69 to allow for the construction of hydroelectric projects, mines, and also pipelines so that we can get around Donald Trump and be sovereign when it comes to energy.
There's a competition as to who will be the biggest oil head here. The Americans buy our oil, we buy their oil, because that's how geography works. I want less oil, but let us be clear. The one that approved 9B for Enbridge was me when I was the Environment Minister, but I say that we have to progressively wean off of petrol and oil because the cost on families will be far worse than what Mr. Poilievre says. Paying for the consequences of climate change will cost billions of dollars every single year per family. Let us invest in Quebec's green energy.
I'd like to ask a question to launch the debate. Mr. Carney, for 17 years now, the Liberals have been telling us that the only way to fight against climate change is to put a price on carbon. With the carbon tax, there were elections on this. But the first day you came to power, you abolished this tax. What should Canadians understand from this? Is the fight against climate change no longer a priority for Liberals?
Not at all. It is still a priority, and it's a priority for Canada. We're talking a lot about diversifying our trade partners around the world. The European Union. We need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in manufacturing and energy in all of our products so that we can have better access to that market. But in terms of the carbon tax, we cut the consumer carbon tax. And that covers about 6% of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We are maintaining the industrial carbon tax for big polluters, but we're creating a new market so that major polluters will pay people and households to make green decisions.
You would axe the second carbon tax as well, the industrial tax. You would eliminate both.
Yes.
Eliminate both. So there's not even a fight against climate change or no incentive except
That's not true.
less gas.
There's a cost associated with using energy already, but my approach is a pragmatic one. For example, the National Bank calculated that if we export our natural gas, our liquefied natural gas, to India, for example, to replace coal, that could reduce emissions in India by 2.5 billion tons. That's 3 times the emissions of all of Canada, and would also bring a lot of money back to Canada. The Liberals are blocking the construction of the pipeline and of the LNG plants. For example, LNG Quebec is a project that would make it possible for us to sell our energy very profitably to Europe and reduce Europe's dependence on Putin. And that's what I would like to do instead of feeding into Putin's war machine.
Mr. Carney's abolition of the carbon tax means that Canadians outside of Quebec will receive a rebate for several weeks still for a tax that has been cut. So this puts Quebec in an unjust position. What are you asking in this respect?
Another element, it might give Mr. Carney's an opportunity to answer. Last year, Canada invested $30 billion in oil. Trans Mountain cost $40 billion. It took 9 years to build it. That means that with only just these elements, that's $16 billion of Quebec money that was invested in oil. Do you want a great energy worksite? It's Quebec's green worksite. So let's invest there. With regards to the $3.7 billion, the government would preemptively reimburse the tax carbon. Now the carbon tax. Now they've cancelled the carbon tax before the elections, but they're still sending reimbursements for expenditures that people won't have to do because the carbon tax no longer exists. Quebec is responsible and still has a cap and trade system like California. We're being penalized. We're taking $800 million out of Quebecers' pockets. That's $100 per person, including newborn babies, $800 from everyone's pockets, $100 from everyone's pockets to offer electoral baubles just before an election.
Is there not an injustice there?
It's not an injustice. Quebec is a pioneer in carbon markets, and that's clear. First point. And the second point, Canadians outside of Quebec and British Columbia have paid the carbon tax, and as such, they receive the carbon rebate, and all Canadians, including Quebecers, will receive the middle-class tax cut. Because we have what we've done, there's a principle here. There's an important principle here.
Yes, you're going to speak in a moment. Just in terms of clarity for those who are listening to us, what reimbursement are you talking about?
The rebate. No, not in Quebec. No, not in Quebec.
But Quebec,
there's a principle.
Gas prices are higher.
There's a principle here. We are making people whole, people who paid the carbon tax. And we're doing that in a fair way.
Europe, Quebec, and California has a system that incentivizes companies to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. It's about 9 cents per litre, and it's much cheaper than the potential effects and the future effects of climate change.
Just to get back to the debate topic, we are talking about the climate crisis here. That is not something that is a long way off. This is something going on right now. We are already in the midst of the climate crisis. We have seen it here in Quebec. Extreme temperatures, forest fires, flooding. I agree with Mr. Blanchet that it is too high a cost to bear, so we need to do something. I spoke with one mother before I became a father, and she said, I'm worried about my children when they play outside. I'm worried about the BC forest fires. Our children cannot breathe the air outside. And now that I am a father, I feel the same anxiety. With forest fires, people cannot breathe the air. So we need to do something. We need to protect our environment, and we need to protect our children.
Mr. Poilievre, you're clear. You're saying that we need a pipeline. If, in spite of all of your efforts with the Indigenous nations, they say no, would you impose it in spite of all of your efforts? If Quebec says no, would you impose it?
Well, first of all, you shouldn't assume that, because most Quebecers want a pipeline. According to the polls, look, there's no social acceptability for the status quo. Thank you very much.
That is the most empty sentence I've ever heard in this debate so far.
Can I answer the question?
No, it's nonsense, absolute nonsense.
I'll say what it means. I'll tell you. Quebecers who buy oil from Alberta, it's got to go through the U.S. currently, which gives Donald Trump power over our own energy. You say you're in favor of sovereignty. I'm in favor of economic sovereignty and energy sovereignty, and that requires a pipeline.
It's yet another scarecrow. The U.S. will never bomb their economy so much by sacrificing a hugely profitable product. That's such an amazing argument. How much will your pipeline cost? Trans Mountain cost $40 billion, but now you want a 4,600-kilometer pipeline without investors, with Europe that doesn't even want it in the first place.
Just to clarify, I would never subsidize pipelines. That's unnecessary. They're very profitable. The only reason why it's expensive now is because there are rules and legislation that prevent the construction of pipelines because of bureaucracy. We're going to get rid of red tape. We're going to open this up to
I'll ask my question again.
Protections, cutting environmental regulations.
If Indigenous nations, in spite of all your nice efforts, and talking about Mr. Carney and you who want a pipeline, if they refuse, what do you do?
Refuse? Are you saying across the board?
Yes, we've seen this.
Because
he can't say that. He doesn't get to impose his will.
Mr. Poilievre, if there are Indigenous nations or provinces that are against it, what do you do?
Well, there are others who will be in favor. For example, Mr. Carney opposed a pipeline in the West, which would have enabled us to sell our oil to Asia, the Northern Gateway project. 80% of First Nations were in favor, 20% were against. And in a case like that, I think the majority rules. And I think we need to allow our companies to pay some of their taxes directly to First Nations to fight poverty through industry
Mr.
and
Carney,
production. That's our approach.
Would you be ready to impose one?
No, never impose. Can I respond, please? Never impose, no. But a couple of points. First of all, our relationship with the United States has changed everything. So imports from the United States and geography, as Mr. Poilievre has said, around pipelines, those are problems. Those are national security problems for us, and we need to act. That's the first point. Second, on March 21st, there was a meeting of the premiers. All the premiers were here in Ottawa, and we sat down and we agreed. All the premiers signed an agreement to have an energy corridor that would cover oil, natural gas, clean energy, and critical minerals. And with that, and with a process with Indigenous leaders, we can and we could have a solution to this problem. And that's an example of leadership. That's an example of bringing leaders together to meet a national goal. We need to do more than that over this crisis.
I'll ask the question again. If ever Indigenous nations
No, I've said no.
against
I've said
it,
no.
you forget the project?
Well, no.
You cannot force projects on people.
Listen, it's a question
I have another question about the environment. Here's the question. You have said that you are a pragmatic person. Do you agree that it is not pragmatic to continue to subsidize oil companies with billions of dollars? That's not pragmatic at all. Would you agree?
Well, I agree with that principle.
Okay, then will you commit to stopping these subsidies?
Absolutely. It's clear.
This is why you need New Democrats. Look at that. We got a commitment from Mr. Carney.
New. It's not a new commitment.
This is why you need New Democrats.
That's not a new commitment. Let's be very clear.
Mid-February, British Columbia. You, like all other Canadian leaders, said something in English that was, if necessary, you would use the executive emergency powers. You said it. I heard it again yesterday. You would force pipelines through Canada and through Quebec.
No.
After that, 2 days after that, with Mr. Roy.
That's not it. That's not it at all.
No, please be nice. We're almost friends. But then you said to Monsieur Roy, I would never like to force this. So it's not rules that stop this. It's social acceptability that stopped this pipeline because people said no.
Mr. Carney, please reply.
Okay, no. It's the use of emergency powers for the federal government. That's for federal approval. But there also has to be approval, for example, here in Quebec. There has to be approval from the provinces and the support of Indigenous people. This is Canada. That's how Canada works. But another point, if I may, we're starting to see cooperation agreements come into place with the provinces to have one project, one evaluation, and that's going to accelerate the approval of major projects in Canada.
Right, Mr. Blanchet, you said that I have a greater chance of signing the Canadian Constitution than approving a pipeline. But how could you really paint yourself in such a corner and say never, ever? If our relationship with the U.S. gets worse, the pipeline goes to the United States, if our ports become trickier in terms of imports, what would you do? What would
Mr.
you
Trump's
tie your hands?
threat is a very serious one. But he won't self-destruct the American economy. And Americans think that Canadian oil is in their backyard. There's no rule that stops oil from being built or circulating. But Quebecers didn't want it. And Mr. Carney said, I will like to respect Quebec's environmental rules. So there are certain elements that are incoherent from him.
Never.
It's still no, because Quebec is the best placed in the world to develop a green super energy market that goes right to the south without asking Ottawa's permission. Why would we invest in oil that doesn't have economic benefits for Quebec if it means that we still pay more at the pump?
Quick comments. You are slightly behind. In terms of the tramway and the third link, we're talking about the environment and public transit as well. So the third link, would you fund this or the tramway, one or the other, or both?
Yes, for the Quebec City Tramway, we support public transit. We are against projects that are bad for the environment.
So you're against the third link?
Exactly. We are against the third link. We support the tramway. One solution to address the climate crisis, while at the same time helping our economy, is to invest heavily in public transit. This would help municipalities, this would help provinces. We could work together with them and use transfers to provide more funding for these projects. And they're the sort of projects we need. They would create good jobs while at the same time helping Canada reduce emissions.
Mr. Poilievre, tramway or a third link, both, or just the third link?
Just the third link. You have to make choices. And I would speak to people in the regions today. The other parties are against the third link, and they want to ban gas-powered cars. That's not practical in the regions of our country. You need a truck. You need a car. in order to live in regional areas. So I'm going to reverse that. You'll be able to keep your truck. We will build highways and bridges so that you can live a good life in the
Mr.
regions.
Blanchet, both projects?
The Quebec government wants the tramway. The city of Quebec City, rather, wants the tramway. The federal government needs to give the money required to the provincial government for the tramway. We don't know what a third link looks like. We don't know where it's going to go, under, over. We don't know what color it's going to be.
You are supposed to give your opinion on that for the past three debates.
Please remind me of my past.
Mr. Carney?
Well, I can be quick. Tramway, yes, because there is a project that's underway. We support it. And as Mr. Blanchet has said, there is no project right now for the third link.
But I think the third link will be a blue one.
It'll be blue? Right.
I don't have a lot of time left, but I'll add one more question. Do we have to speed up the development of nuclear power?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And for a couple of reasons.
Across Quebec, in Ontario?
Well, yeah. It's a choice that Quebec and the provinces will make. But we have a major advantage here in Canada. We have uranium. We have big nuclear companies, including Westinghouse, CANDU, and others, and we have technology in small modular reactors. So it's a great opportunity.
I understand there are worlds in the countries in the world that need nuclear energy. I don't think Canada needs nuclear energy. Quebec doesn't want it. I'm not going to interfere in Canadian energy.
Well,
but
they could be reviewed.
No, Quebecers don't want nuclear energy. I'm also the one that managed the closure of the Gentilly plant.
But we're not going to reopen it.
As a national project, I am in favor of an east-west energy grid that would connect Quebec with Manitoba and BC to transport clean energy. It could. I'm not so much in favor of nuclear energy. I support renewable and hydro energy more.
In favor. Yep. That's one of the best sources of electricity. It provides 60% of the electricity in Ontario. Unfortunately, bureaucracy slows down construction without adding any safety. So I would take the politicians off the Nuclear Safety Commission and allow scientists to do the work so that we can add that source of energy to the portfolio.
This is the first time I've heard Mr. Poilievre say something pro-science.
Immigration. Next theme, immigration and foreign affairs.
There are lots of issues with immigration that are linked to Donald Trump. It's hard to immigrate these days. I'd like to stay if I can find a good job. We have to deal with people who are arriving in droves because people are arriving and they don't have work. Should we let them in or not? Why not? Why not welcome them if we have the capacity? Do you think we should let in anyone who wants to come? In the United States, there's one rule. In Canada, there's another. I think everyone should follow the rule. We know there are over 500,000 Haitians currently living in the United States who are now being threatened with deportation. They might lose their temporary protection. I'll show you the numbers here. This is the number of people crossing the border in Saint-Bernard-de-la-Colle. 1,411 people in the first half of April. That's more than in March, February, or January. So you can see the numbers are growing. Simple question. You have 35 seconds each. Would you accept these Haitians into Canada or not? Mr. Carney.
Well, first of all, this is a question of humanity. This is a human issue. And these are some of the most vulnerable people in North America. But there are limits. We have to be human, but we have to be realistic. Canada cannot accept everyone. And we have an agreement with the Americans, the Safe Third Country Agreement. And under that agreement, we will send back most asylum seekers.
So they would be mostly sent back to the U.S. Mr. Blanchet.
The rules aren't tributary to the origin of the requester. We can't say we'll welcome the Haitians, but tough luck to the Venezuelans. The rules need to be the same for everyone. I'm particularly sensitive to this because I often meet with Haitian representatives. They are francophones, and so it's easier for them to integrate into Quebec. If Quebec is able financially to welcome them, then I'm sympathetic. But the rules have to be applied, and Quebec's welcoming capacity is at its very limit.
The formal rule now would be to send them back because they are in a safe third country, i.e. the U.S. Mr. Singh.
In general, we should do our part. It's a question of humanity and compassion. We appreciate the fact that our country is founded on immigration. That is something important to us. We want immigration levels that are in line with our needs. But yes, we need to take in people, but if we cannot accept people, well, we don't want them to have a bad life here in Canada or in Quebec. So we need immigration, but we cannot take everyone.
Yes or no?
The specific question?
The question is,
do we accept those people?
For the people crossing the border at La Colle, would they be welcome to Canada or not? Because we have the right to send them back under the Safe Third Country Agreement.
Unfortunately, they have to be returned because immigration has to follow the normal entry points. Quebecers are extremely generous and welcoming. They welcomed my wife, as Mr. Blanchet mentioned, but the Liberal government has abused Quebecers' generosity with an out-of-control immigration system. The population has grown 3 times faster than the number of new homes built. This has created a housing crisis in Quebec. They're at the breaking point. And the government of Quebec has been given the power to choose immigrants. That was under the Mulroney government that power was delegated to Quebec. So we need to have realistic numbers, realistic based on our housing capacity.
Here. What Mr. Poilievre is saying is that immigrants should be blamed for something that is really the fault of successive Conservative and Liberal governments who have not invested enough in our resources, who have not built enough housing, who have not welcomed people in the way that they should have been welcomed. This cannot be blamed on immigrants.
All right.
That's not true.
Quebec is now asking, given the number of asylum seekers in its territory, for $500 million. That was the amount they asked for in 2024. Mr. Poilievre, you'll be starting this open debate. Would you be sending a $500 million check to Quebec?
We have to work with the government of Quebec to fix the damage the Liberals caused with an out-of-control immigration system. And I also have to say that I reject the Century Initiative, which is a Liberal policy to balloon Canada's population to 100 million people. That's extreme. I think we should go back to immigration levels that are such that the population never grows faster than the number of houses, jobs, or healthcare services available.
Would you give more money to Quebec? And more generally, where would you like to have the immigration quota set?
Yes. We'll start with the second part. We need to have a cap on all types of immigration for a certain amount of time so that we can increase our capacity to welcome newcomers to Canada, including in housing, in training and language training here in Quebec, and make sure that the social safety net can accept them. And in those circumstances...
the targets announced by your predecessor, Mr. Trudeau, you would bring them down further, is that correct?
Well, there are some challenges here in Quebec, for example. Challenges with temporary foreign workers, for example. And it's a question of distribution, if I can say it that way. The distribution of workers across Quebec. And there's a shortage of workers. But we will maintain the cap on immigration for certainly a couple of years so that we can increase our ability to welcome newcomers.
Would you reduce the number of immigrants to Canada in general?
Instead of answering with a simple yes or no, I would want to base our response on the facts. It is obvious that we need immigration. When I speak to Quebec farmers, they tell me, yes, we need immigrants to work on our farms. When I talk to small and medium businesses, they tell me that we need immigrants. The question is, what level of immigration? We would base our immigration levels on the findings of an expert panel, which would study our capacities. Then we would have a data-based number. But I do not want to fall into the trap of fear-mongering or blaming immigrants for things. We need a facts-based, needs-based approach.
Temporary foreign workers are temporary. They're a different category. Foreign students are a separate category, and they are essential for our post-secondary establishments in Quebec and in Canada. Unfortunately, it's being used as a roundabout way to get asylum, and asylum is also taken advantage of through smuggling and organized crime. We don't want to import vulnerable workers because we simply need people. Asylum seekers should be people who are in distress that we need to welcome based on our welcoming capacity. We are not currently in Quebec able to welcome as many people that are arriving. Quebec needs to be able to establish what its targets are. And one clear element, the federal parliament, with a Bloc Qu&eacute initiative, decided to force the federal government to consult provinces within 100 days to determine how many immigrants would be welcomed. No one can decide, apart from Quebec, how much Quebec can accept and welcome.
Another rare moment where I agree with Mr. Blanchet. Temporary foreign workers are often victims of power abuses. We would restrict the use of workers who are exploited by major corporations.
The Centre Initiative was 100 million immigrants in Canada before the end of the century. Dominic Barton, a parliamentary committee, said that they did not take into account the uniqueness of Quebec, and one of the two co-authors of the Centre Initiative and 100 million people is now one of Mr. Carney's close advisors.
Mr. Carney, on a different subject now, would you say that the immigration system in Canada is going off the rails, or has gone off the rails in the last 7 or 8 years?
Yes. The system isn't working. And especially after the pandemic. Our population has gone up, I think, at about 3% per year because of immigration. And that's why we need to have a cap for a certain period of time. And I'd like to say that Canadians, Quebecers, and all Canadians, they want to welcome immigrants. There's no problem with Canadians' attitudes here at all. It's the responsibility of all of us to increase our capacity to welcome newcomers.
Is it normal? Now, in France, it takes 6 months. In Germany, 8 months. So, why do asylum seekers coming to Canada take at least 3 years to be processed?
Because Canada is obstinate in welcoming more people than they can process, house, and they're not taking into account the proportionality of every province and territory.
I spoke with federal public servants, and they told me that there is a lack of resources. There aren't enough workers to manage all the files that are coming in. It's unthinkable that people have to wait 3 years for an answer.
But is that not the big problem?
It's a huge problem. So we need to have more people working on this. people who can make decisions or at the very least provide an answer, because it is entirely unacceptable that we have people waiting so long.
Mr. Poilievre, is this problem solvable?
Yes. Look, it's all about efficiency. By screening out bogus asylum seekers, that's what's slowing things down. We could reduce processing times by getting rid of the bogus claimants. And when people are forum shopping, when they've been to other places, that also slows things down and discourages genuine claimants. My point of view is that if someone's in danger in their country of origin, they should be able to decide to come to Canada. But if they're not refugees, for example, we've seen a situation in Mexico where people came here without ever needing to be refugees. They never needed asylum, and that causes a bottleneck in the system. And so what we're going to do is ensure that genuine refugees can come here and have their lives saved through the generosity of Canadians.
But how do you separate the real ones from the non-real ones?
Well, that's the problem. The machine, the apparatus is too cumbersome. And Mexico was one of the causes in the problem. So by eliminating that source, that helps alleviate the problem.
Is that an acceptable wait time in Canada?
No, it's not acceptable. It's inhumane. It's inhumane for asylum seekers. And that's an indication that there is a problem with productivity in that department. That takes resources, but it's also a question of productivity.
Why not hitting the brake pedal with kindness, of course? Why not slow things down until we have a good system and a good public service for immigration that can deal with files in a few months? The rhythm is far too quick, and so we can't succeed at this rate. People, for economic reasons or who are in distress for other reasons, come to Canada and they're lost because their files aren't being processed.
You can conclude, Mr. Carney.
I more or less agree with that, but we need to be, as you've said, we need to be neutral. We need to act in a neutral and fair way.
All right.
A fair way for all.
I want to save some time to talk about two other important files: international aid, Ukraine, and Gaza. I think we've understood your position on immigration. The question is simple. Should we cut international aid or not? I'll give you some figures here. $2.1 billion is being given to Ukraine currently. That's a large amount of money for Canada. Ethiopia also. Haiti. There's a long list of other countries that we could have put up on the board. Mr. Poilievre, you've said that we need to cut international aid. What would you cut? Ukraine, Ethiopia, Haiti?
No. I would start by cutting off China. The Liberal government gave $250 million to the Chinese Infrastructure Bank in order to build pipelines, highways, and other infrastructure to promote the expansion of Beijing's empire. I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer money. Also, we saw UNRWA, the organization in the Gaza Strip that took part, or whose employees took part in the attacks of September 7th. So I don't think we should be funding that type of activity either. The aid we give should be directly to people in need and not through bureaucracies, multinational bureaucracies and terrorists.
Let's talk about Gaza. Currently, Doctors Without Borders, just today, said that the situation was worse than ever. So if you cut UNRWA, which might be an imperfect organization, but if you cut aid to them, how can Canada help Palestinians?
With not-for-profit groups, NGOs that will deliver the services directly to Gazans.
The only group
on the ground.
I'd like to
because it's a waste of money. When that money that's not even getting to the people.
I will start by saying If there's anyone in an organization with a problem, then yes, that should be investigated. But what you said about UNRWA was disgusting. This is the only organization that is helping out people on the ground. And you painted the entire organization with the same brush, calling it a terrorist organization. That is unacceptable. That is hateful, and it is entirely inappropriate.
Mr. Carney, on this subject of Palestinians and international aid, would you continue to fund UNRWA?
Yes. We are in a situation where we need to have an immediate ceasefire. We need to have all the hostages returned, and we need to resume humanitarian aid to Gaza. And at this time, we have $100 million from the Government of Canada that is ready to be provided in humanitarian aid to Gaza with organizations that are working there, and that's key. And I agree with Mr. Singh. There are only a couple of groups that are working in Gaza right now.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's a very unique situation. In Canada and in Quebec, the Jewish community is victims of radical Islamists. Palestinians are currently victims of terrible violence from the Israeli regime. We have to help people in distress. There and elsewhere, it's the best way to have international aid that is not military. We need to allow people to live happily where they live. And Palestine will not become Mar-a-Lago for Americans that just want to chill on the coast. We have to see where the money goes. We have to see how much money is taken by Hamas. It's maybe less now, but it was huge in the past. A lot of money was taken from the Palestinians. We have to help Palestinians at the end of the day.
International aid. So the three of you on this side would continue. Mr. Poilievre, do you have an amount in your mind of how much you would cut in international aid?
We're going to target waste. In all programs, we will audit to identify examples like UNRWA when they used funds for Hamas. We're also going to find other examples of international waste because...
Sorry.
No. The decision is to protect Canadian taxpayers. We all agree that there's a lot of suffering here in Canada, and Canadians can't afford to pay their bills. So we need to find some savings in order to reduce the cost of living here in Canada.
Mr. Roy, I would like to come back to...
And we need to look at all departments in order to find those savings and protect affordability
in the question of Gaza.
Mr. Singh, I'm sorry, everyone's had their piece to say.
The situation is heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see innocent people being killed. Mr. Carney, why don't you call things as they are? This is a genocide. People in Israel do deserve peace and security, but people in Palestine do as well. What is going on right now is a genocide against people
Mr.
in
Carney,
Palestine.
you can conclude.
Why won't you admit it?
The situation in Gaza, in the Middle East, is horrible. But
it's a genocide.
But I never use that word in a political way to politicize the situation.
All right.
But it's a matter of facts.
That was Mr. Carney's response. I think we've understood your question, Mr. Singh. Now, we'll be moving on to the next theme, identity and sovereignty.
It would be good to put flags out on our balconies to show our Canadian pride. I was surprised to see how proud people were. We're Canadian. We will not be Americans. I think we're going to be more united. I think I haven't seen this in a long time. So, yes, we've all seen this across Canada. All commentators have seen this. There is a wave of patriotism in Canada, but we've also seen deep divisions. In the West, Alberta says it may separate. We've got 6 months to the next Prime Minister to meet its requests. Otherwise, there could be a crisis of national unity that is unprecedented. In Quebec, the Parti Québécois is nearing power and is promising a referendum during your term, possibly. At the end of the day, are we not as divided or as the U.S. or very divided? We'll go around the table. Mr. Poilievre first.
Unfortunately, yes, there are divisions all across Canada, all kinds of divisions. And I think that we've had a federal government that has divided everyone, pitting regions against one another and various groups against one another. Social classes pitted against one another. We need to unite Canadians. We need to unite around our common identity that includes the French language, our English language, our military, the promise of Canada that anyone who works hard can have a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street.
Thank you. Mr. Singh? Is there not division in Canada?
When I travel throughout the country, I observe great unity, great solidarity. Canadians want to defend our country. They do not want to become the 51st state. They want to protect what is dear to our hearts. When I talk to people about identity, people tell me our identity is taking care of one another. We have programs for that. For example, our healthcare system. We need to protect these systems and strengthen them, not cut them or sacrifice them. Now is the time to bring people together.
Thank you.
To get things done with our solidarity.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchet.
I think that people confuse certain things. Some people think that all Canadians should follow one single line behind the federal government, and so we only have one economy. Mr. Trump's fear, or rather the threat of Mr. Trump has to be taken seriously, but instrumentalizing it for nation building in Canada, where Quebecers are being asked to be attached to their language as a frivolity, I can't agree with that.
Thank you. We'll go back.
Quebec's uniqueness is also economic, and we have to be on the same level playing field.
Is there a division in Canada?
Well, there's always a risk, but I think that right now, Canadians are uniting, and they want to unite. Canadians want a positive agenda. There is solidarity here. Healthcare is a right here in Canada. It's not a big business like in the United States. We put a value on diversity here. And we also put importance on judicial independence. And, you know, the potential of Canada is enormous because we're all in this together.
Thank you. So open debate. Mr. Blanchet, how can we think that Quebec, if it's on its own and independent, could be stronger to stand up to Trump and in comparison with all of Canada right now?
Does Canada need to be a province of Mexico to be allied to Mexico against the States? We're not in that debate this week, but Quebec does not need to be a Canadian province to talk of its own voice. Our economy is doing fairly well, but our economy is different to that of Canada's, and the announcements that have been made have helped Ontario Steel, Ontario Banking, the Ontario automotive industry to fund
aluminum.
Western oil. That is what those were the investments made. The counter-tariffs on aluminium are very harmful because people have to pay for the aluminium they sent to be processed in the States. That's then re-imported into Canada. $2 billion to the States in countervailing tariffs. For that, nothing happened. But now, $2 billion has simply been signed by Mr. Carney for the automotive industry. He sees himself as a negotiator, but he hasn't even been re-elected yet. Should Quebecers not make sure that they have a strong voice that collaborates. I've already said that we would work with Canada, but I've asked to speak to Mr. Carney, but he's never called me. He's never wanted to talk to me. I want Quebec to be at the negotiating table for a stronger negotiating position with Canada.
Is there also not a risk, like was the case with the automotive industry in Ontario, to this, because this could happen to the detriment of saving other industries in our country? If we put all our eggs in the automotive basket.
No, not at all. For example, our counter tariffs for the aluminum sector and steel, no, they're not bad. They're not bad at all.
We import aluminium cans from the States that comes from our
that's
mined
not
aluminium
right at all. If I may, the counter tariffs for the aluminum sector are $30 billion. The counter tariffs, or $30 billion rather, the counter tariffs for the automotive sector, that's $8 billion. That's a huge difference because, there are a number of reasons for this. But our counter tariffs, it's not just for Quebec, it's for the workers there, are much higher.
I don't know where that money came from. I don't know when the industry will get that money.
We are using the counter tariffs.
What was it, $2 billion for automotive? Immediately for them, because we're shaking in our boots when the automotive industry is at risk. But aluminium was not supported. There's no processing capacity. There's no help for temporary work losses. $2 billion for the automotive industry, but nothing for aluminium. When it's Ontario, the checks come flying, but it has to be the same for other places, especially Quebec.
That's the numbers. Your numbers are wrong.
Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah, but he's got a point when he says that the weakness in our country right now threatens our unity. Your Liberal government for 10 years has the worst track record on immigration, on housing, on inflation, on crime. But doesn't it embarrass you to ask Canadians for a fourth term of office after the worst Liberal record?
I've just become leader. And
same members of Parliament, it's the same old promises.
Leader. And I've been Prime Minister for 1 month. And in that month, we have an agreement with the provinces. We have an agreement with Australia. We have an agreement with France. We have an agreement with the United Kingdom. We have set up negotiations for the next Prime Minister, and that's a decision that people at home are going to make. And we've done all of that in this short time. And we've also cut the tax. We've put in place programs for workers who are most affected by this tariff war, and all that in 1 month.
Okay.
Quebec sent a letter with 5 requests. No one responded to it. We made requests, but we keep hearing, we've spoken to provinces, things are great with Quebec, but we didn't get any response to our letter. Is it because of the final straight of the election campaign? What's going on?
Mr. Carney, you described healthcare as a right, and I agree with that. But you are talking about massive cuts to healthcare. You
not at all.
Admitted it.
Mr. Singh, I let you speak earlier.
The long-time Liberal government House Leader, Karina Gold, agreed that there would be
Mr. Singh, cut his mic. I let you speak more earlier, but now we're nearing the end. We're talking about Quebec and French. Does Quebec have the right to defend French, even at the cost of using the notwithstanding clause upstream? Mr. Poilievre.
Yes. Quebec must defend French. It's the common language of Quebec, and I will defend French. My father was a francophone from Saskatchewan. I lost my French a little bit when I was a teenager, but I married a Quebecer. Our children speak French, and I understand why French needs to be protected, and that is why I will continue to support laws and policies that allow Quebec and the federal government to protect French all across Canada.
Using the notwithstanding clause to protect something. You're against that, Mr. Carney?
Well, there is a general question here around the use of the notwithstanding clause in a preventative way. And it's not necessarily a question just for Quebec. It's been used in Quebec, but it could also apply in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario. And it has. And so the question is, do we have rights and freedoms here in Canada? Are we equal? And we need to consider the right balance. Certainly, but the use of the notwithstanding clause in a preventative way, that's a question for the Supreme Court.
Mr. Blanchet, in terms of the use of the notwithstanding clause, obviously you have no problem with that.
Jean Chrétien, on behalf of Pierre Trudeau, negotiated with the provinces, and it led to the notwithstanding clause, and this wasn't signed on by Quebec. It was tested. It's not the type of use that is in question, it's how it is used. The Supreme Court has already decided. Mr. Carney wants to turn to the Supreme Court to disagree with itself in the decision it made with Quebec. It's all funded with Quebec money.
Interveners from Quebec who have challenged this to the Supreme Court.
You are going to take Quebec taxpayer money to contest a Quebec bill that is under Quebec jurisdiction. That was adopted by the National Assembly of Quebec.
Mr. Singh, on this notwithstanding clause for French.
I believe in protecting the French language. During this debate, I have tried to bring up health a few times. Mr. Roy cut me off a number of times. Look at my time on the clock. Every time I tried to bring up health care, I was responding directly to something that Mr. Carney said, because health is something that is important for me. It is about identity. It's something I am very passionate about, and every time I tried to bring it up, Mr. Roy called me out and cut me off. That is not fair. For me, the question of healthcare is crucial. When I talk to people on the street and ask them what is important to them, they say universal public health care. People ought to know that the other leaders on this stage tonight would cut healthcare funding. And I think that's wrong.
No.
Not now, Mr. Blanchet.
No, neither
the two
Mr.
major leaders have
nor
both
I have
said
said
this, and I need to tell people because it's important. This is what I believe in. This is what I believe in and what the NDP believes in.
That's not right to make allegations like that.
We talked about health earlier. I let you speak. But now we're moving on to another topic.
Yes, but now we need to bring it up in the context of identity. What is Canadian identity? Healthcare. We have to bring it up in this part of the debate. Canadian identity is about taking care of one another. We need our universal public healthcare system. It should be strengthened. It should be protected. We are in the midst of a healthcare crisis. It's supposed to be an open debate, so we should be able to talk about whatever topic comes up.
There isn't a lot of risk when it comes to the health of a language in Quebec.
Let's talk about language.
There's healthcare issues in Quebec as well, and I am here to protect the healthcare system for everyone, including Quebecers.
Outside of Quebec, Mr. Singh and others, the weighting of francophones has gone from 6% in 71 to 3.5% in 2021. How will you reverse this trend? People are listening to you across Canada.
Well, first of all, we are going to increase the level of francophone immigrants outside of Quebec. We'll increase that from 10 to 12%. Second, we will strengthen Radio-Canada and CBC with new governance structure and new money. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut that. We are going to strengthen the telefilm industry and the Canadian Council for the Arts so that we can increase training.
All right, Mr. Poilievre.
First of all, the Conservative Party supported the federal legislation to ensure that federally regulated workplaces in Quebec follow Bill 101. We also will increase funding to allow young people to take part in French immersion for Anglophones coming from outside Quebec, and that will enrich the French language. And third, we'll make sure Quebec has more control over immigrant selection so that they can better choose those who can be franchised and integrated into the labor market and Quebec culture. That's what we want to do to protect the French language.
Mr. Poilievre, of course, your position on Radio-Canada and the CBC has created a lot of concerns. You've continued to say that you would protect Radio-Canada because it provides a service to Francophone minorities across the country, but you would abolish the CBC. How is such a thing possible?
Well, it is possible. We have news networks.
But they share the same buildings. You understand how difficult it would be.
I do understand the situation. I will protect Radio-Canada's services because there's already other French language news services. TVA is an example. So it is possible to have news service that's focused on French news services, and the CBC can just operate with its own revenues as an NGO, as a non-governmental organization. The principle is that the government should simply do what the market cannot do, and the market would never be able to provide exclusive French services to Francophones all across Canada. So there is a role for the government to play in defending French news services. When I was a young person in Calgary, that was the only way for me to get news in French. So I would protect those services because there's a good reason to do that.
Let me translate that. Mr. Poilievre wants to get rid of Radio-Canada and CBC. And then he would write a check to other companies so that they can provide French language services. That's the wrong thing to do. We would protect Radio-Canada and CBC, especially in the context of a misinformation which is undermining our democracy. I am not a francophone, but I am a francophile. I love the French language. I have fallen in love with it. It enriches our country. Having Quebec benefits all of Canada. The forward-thinking ideas that have come out of Quebec, we need Quebec. We need the French language, and we will protect them.
For the first time since 2011, there are no women here as leaders. I met with a young woman. This is a very short clip. I met with her earlier this week. Do you have a question for the leaders, something you're concerned about? In Canada, the status of women. Yeah, the status of women. You're worried about things moving backward? Yes, that there could be a rollback of women's rights by some parties. That concerns me. My question, would you commit to making sure that there are no women's rights that are rolled back? And, for example, would you push for having free contraception, as is already the case in some provinces? Is that something that you would commit to, starting with Mr. Poilievre?
We will not eliminate that. We will protect women's rights. I have a message for Canadian women who are watching. We will not pass legislation that would restrict the right to abortion. That's been our policy for 20 years, and it won't change. That's a guarantee that I make to you. We will, in fact, broaden women's rights by dealing with crime against women. Women are often victims of assaulters who are released because of liberal legislation. They're released repeatedly, and that allows serious criminals to repeat offend against women. And we are going to lock those people up. We're going to lock those men up to protect women against violence.
Of course, our party believes in women's rights. We would never allow for any backsliding on that front. You brought up pharmacare. Well, it was the NDP that forced the Liberal government to bring in pharmacare. It covers now diabetes medication, but also contraceptives, and we believe that is crucial. Rights are important, but being able to access the rights is also important. We are also the only party running a candidate slate that is half women. The other parties have seen backsliding on their candidate slates in terms of diverse people and women. But for us, it's an important issue. Our candidate slate must represent the Canadian public, and that means it should be half women. For us, we will always defend women's rights and also access to those rights.
There is no member of the Bloc Québécois that will be able to table a bill or motions that are against abortion. Preventive MAID will also not be allowed. With American influence, we are in a very difficult place for women. There are many ways that invite women to participate in politics. We have reached parity with the Bloc Québécois. We wanted it to be 50-50, but in our current political culture, and I have many great women in my party, it's much more difficult at the federal level than in Quebec.
Yes, I think that this, an aspect of politics right now, the negative politics that we're seeing, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit women as candidates, and really any candidate. But absolutely, we defend the rights of women all the time. But what I'm concerned about is the use of the notwithstanding clause. Not in a preventative way, but after Supreme Court judgments have been made. That, what does that do? It takes away Canadians' rights and freedoms. And it creates, and Mr. Poilievre has proposed this I know the situation, but this is a very dangerous development, because if we start with that, abortion could be,
give the right to reply.
The right to abortion could eventually be next.
Mr. Poilievre, you can answer.
Mr. Carney, I said in a case where a man kills 6 people in a premeditated way and the court released that person, that means he served 4 years for each life he took. The criminal in that case will be free in 50 years. You're talking about danger. That's what's dangerous. Liberal laws that allow criminals to circulate on our streets. I will never excuse for locking murderers up.
No, I'm sorry, but you're trying to change the Canadian Constitution.
All right, gentlemen.
That's what you've proposed.
I would use Section 33 to put an end to the crime that Liberals caused with their policies.
Where will you stop?
By stopping murderers, yes.
Everyone knows that there should be severe penalties for murder. You're trying to sow division here. Everyone agrees on that front. If someone kills someone, there needs to be a strong punishment. You're not special for proposing that.
No, the other 3
Everyone
parties...
agrees.
All right, Mr. Blanchet. Very quickly, please.
Mr. Carney said that I voted for the new Official Languages Act bill. The money comes from the previous bill, and the official language minority community money comes from the bill. I was asked to bring changes. We brought the changes. We voted for, but we didn't want it to apply to Quebec because it harms Quebec.
Gentlemen, you know, things didn't turn out perfectly, but Mr. Singh, you say you got 22 minutes compared to 24, 24, 25. Roughly equitable. I'm sorry that I did have to cut off your mic, but I'd like to wish all 4 of you good luck with the rest of the campaign, and I hope that we'll see your costed plans as soon as possible so that we can see how much all of your promises will cost. And I hope that everyone listening tonight will be able to make an informed decision now. Voting starts this weekend.
And the game.
And the match? I don't know. There's still a couple periods left. All right, thank you so much for being with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this debate. See you next time. Good night.
Welcome to our special coverage after the debate. We are live in Montreal, where the leaders just faced off for the very first time in this campaign. Good evening, I'm Adrienne Arsenault. We are just outside the Maison de Radio-Canada. Inside that building behind me is where the only French language debate of this campaign just took place. Certainly seemed pretty spirited, some pretty good lines on offer. We're still keeping a very close eye on what's going on in there, because in just a few minutes, each leader will take questions from reporters. So you're going to see all of that right here, live. You're going to be exactly where you need to be. And you're in pretty good company, because alongside me for the ride tonight, Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton and the host of Power and Politics, David Cochrane. We'll also hear from At Issue, even though it is not Thursday. I know the days can blur in this moment. Rosie and David, Rosie, start with you. Gut response to what you heard. What stood out?
It was not a chaotic debate. Nope. It was not a debate where people interrupted people too much. It was a debate where if you were watching and listening, you would have got some clarity on people's positions, and I think you would have understood where they're coming from. It is not surprising, I wouldn't think to anybody, that Mark Carney was under attack from all sides tonight. Yves-François Blanchet really went after him on multiple accounts, but I was very surprised too by the energy of Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh came out swinging on going after the Conservatives and Liberals, picked on Mark Carney multiple times, and we'll get to some of the examples, but he actually was more aggressive than I expected. Mark Carney did fine, I think is how I would say it.
In what sense? Fine?
I think that he struggled sometimes to get into the debate because of the language. Not that it's a barrier, but it's a bigger obstacle for him. So I think he got better as the course of the debate went on. And Pierre Poilievre, if people were expecting to see the attack dog that we are used to seeing in Parliament, that is not who we got tonight. We got someone who was more calmly litigating his points and his policies, and we can go over some of the differences, because there were some stark differences on pipelines, on immigration, on the CBC, on sovereignty of this country. So we can go through some of those, but those are sort of my initial thoughts in terms of tone and approach. Did this change anything, which is always the question? I'm not sure that it really substantially moved anything, but we can talk more about what that might mean.
Some good lines. I mean, right out of the gate, I think there were some. Jagmeet Singh called the Bloc Québécois as useless as the monarchy. Yves-François Blanchet got some lines in there calling Mark Carney's math, equivalent to Harry Potter financial framework. So, they were trying for the lines. So a little spicy, but not that much.
Well, look, first of all, on the big issue that's dominating Quebec, the Canadians and the Hurricanes are tied at 1 at the end of the first period.
Thank you for that.
This is why we're on earlier, because of this. But look, I think I agree with Rosie a little bit. Like, there are some contrast points and things being differentiated. What you talked about there with Jagmeet Singh going after Mr. Blanchet, saying you're as useless as the monarchy. These are two parties getting squeezed out of a very binary national election, the Bloc being sidelined in Quebec the way the NDP is being sidelined in English Canada, both trying to make the pitch for another minority parliament, with them having the balance of power. It's a very difficult argument to make in an election that is so polarized broadly between the Conservatives and the Liberals, with the Donald Trump factor overshadowing everything. But what Jagmeet Singh is trying to do there to voters in Quebec and francophones outside of Quebec is that the NDP actually has a list of achievements to put on the table as a player in a minority parliament. They delivered some things through the Supply and Confidence Agreement with the Liberals, and they're making the point that the Bloc can't, hasn't. And this sort of leads into the sort of typical Liberal attack inside Quebec, is that Conservatives won't, the Bloc can't, and this is where we come in. And this is the challenge for Carney in this, in terms of making that argument in his second language, where he, as the front runner, in all the major battlegrounds in this country, is under attack from everybody. I agree with Rosie that Jagmeet Singh sort of was attacking in all directions because he has fights in every direction, right? The red-orange fights in Ontario, the blue-orange and red-orange fights in British Columbia, where they're fighting for party status and trying to hold on to Alexandre Boulerice here in Montreal, to maybe get Ruth Ellen Brousseau or Craig Sauvé to join them in the House of Commons as Quebec MPs. He has to fight on every front with the fewest resources and some of the lowest polling numbers, and in a tough political environment. And he's going to use every stage he can do used to do it. And he also is desperately, as you saw throughout this debate, trying to put healthcare front and center. Yeah. This is an issue the NDP believes they're associated with, going back to Tommy Douglas with dental care and pharmacare. He wants that issue, and they're even getting into it with Patrice Roy at the end, saying, you cut me off every time I try to talk
that was
about
interesting. That's where he was especially angry at appearing to be, in his mind, shortchanged on the time, because he was trying.
He was by a couple of minutes too, and you saw the tally at the end. He got the least amount of time of everybody.
But healthcare wasn't one of the topics, right? And he was clearly not happy with that. And Patrice Roy said, "We will let you talk about it." But that is because Jagmeet Singh is trying to justify why he propped up a Liberal government for so long.
That's
and
right.
The justification is, we got you this program and this program. And if Canadians and Quebecers can't understand that claim, then it becomes very difficult for him to make the argument that anyone should vote for him at all.
Which is why he tries to wedge it into every theme. You know, identity. It's fundamentally about healthcare in his explanation. Okay, so Ashley Burke. While we were here watching, Ashley Burke has been watching the debate with us. Ashley, this is the very first time these four leaders have faced off in this way. Certainly, we've never seen Carney and Poilievre face off together.
Yeah, Adrian, and Liberal leader Mark Carney had the most at stake. He's leading in the polls along with the Conservatives leader. It was his first time on stage at a federal leaders debate, and that made Carney a target. He came under attack from everyone.
You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change. And you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is, who is going to succeed? Who is going to face Mr. Trump?
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
And we saw Carney speaking carefully and deliberately, but it was clear that he was the most uncomfortable. He was the least comfortable on stage in French, and he had to defend himself, including how he's going ahead with this promise to reduce government's operational spending without reducing transfers to provinces for things like healthcare.
These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of magic to make it work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives.
So no tax cuts.
We've started with the cost of living. We have to cut taxes for the cost of living.
What Mr. Blanchet said is true. You were talking about a magic spell here, Mr. Carney. This is one rare moment where we agree. On February 16th, you sat down with Rosemary Barton and you said that you would cut spending in the operational budget.
Operational spending. That's different.
You said,
one at a time, please,
that this would affect transfers for healthcare and to individuals.
No, we need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare, yes, there are limits to the federal government's activity. No new programs. No.
So, Ashley, Donald Trump's trade war with Canada, huge part of the debate tonight.
Yeah, and all the leaders made their case why they believe they're the best person to take on Donald Trump. And we saw NDP leader Jagmeet Singh go after Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, trying to suggest that he's like Trump.
No one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump, but we can control our economy, our domestic economy, by overturning liberal economic policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the Americans.
The issue is, Mr. Poilievre,
well,
you would make Canada more like the United States. You would Americanize our healthcare system, privatize it.
The leaders were also asked what American products they're no longer buying during this trade war.
I buy Quebec strawberries, and I do my own shopping, by the way.
What products have you not bought, Mr. Carney?
No more wine, no more alcohol, no more American alcohol.
I do my own shopping, and I cook at home. Lots of products, fruits.
It's beef, in my case. I buy Canadian beef. It's the best beef in the world. But I never buy American strawberries either.
The leaders will continue their conversation tomorrow when they square off again, this time in English.
All right, Ashley, thanks very much. Just a reminder to everyone, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in the building behind us because we're still waiting to hear from the leaders tonight. They will all go to the podium. They will all do a bit of a scrum. There'll be a bit of a break between each of them. We anticipate that will start in about 5 minutes. When they do speak, of course, we'll bring it all to you live. But for now, Rosie, you got name checked in there in that debate. That's always awkward a little bit.
Yeah, I'm never sure I want to be name checked. But we will bring in some of our best political minds here, the at-issue panel, to get some sense of what they thought. Just a quick go-round from Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, and Althea Raj. Good to see all of you. We'll come back and do a full takeout of things, but I want to start with your first impressions. It was certainly more polite than some debates we've seen in the past. So I do feel like if you were watching at home, Chantal, you would actually get an idea of where people stood. But give me your sense. I'll start with you, Chantal.
Yes, and I was watching at home. I think Mark Carney had a better night than anyone expected. Not because he did many brilliant things, but for one, his French seemed to connect with his mind more so than at other points in the campaign. And second, while everyone drove their points home, he really did not get cornered in the way that some might have expected. Do I expect this debate to be a game changer in Quebec? No, I don't.
Yeah, and I would also say Mr. Carney actually improved a little bit, I noticed too, as things went on, and he seemed to better understand how to get into the debate, which might help him tomorrow when he's speaking in his first language. Andrew, do you think it changed anything substantively or otherwise?
I can't see it changing very much. I agree with Chantal that Carney, as we often say, won by not losing. I think there were a number of factors at play there. One was he had very low expectations going in about his French, so simply showing up and having reasonably competent French, he may have surprised some people. Secondly, the rules, the very orderly, civilized, rules without so much back-talking. In a debate where you're in your second language, he could really have been overwhelmed if there had been a lot of people talking over him. He was spared from that. For sure. Thirdly, some of the most treacherous issues were reserved for the second half of the debate after presumably a large part of the audience had deserted. So notwithstanding clause versus language, pipelines, et cetera, where he had to step really carefully. I don't think he made any serious errors there. But the first part of the debate was all about Trump, and that was, has been his strong point. And the final point I would say is the biggest thing he's got going for him in Quebec, which, let's face it, this debate is mostly about voters in Quebec, is that the vote is very evenly split right now between the Bloc and the Conservatives. And unless and until that changes, unless one of the leaders of those two leaders had gotten really far ahead of each other and gained from this debate, then the Liberals are going to be in a very strong position with the vote so evenly split between their rivals in Quebec. Okay, and let's get Althea's take. And maybe on that, Althea, I'm not sure that happened either, that Pierre Poilievre knocked it out of the park, or that Monsieur Blanchet did either. They both did well, but I'm just not sure that they did any damage to Mr. Carney in any way.
Well, Mr. Poilievre tried his best to make the elephant in the room be Justin Trudeau and not Donald Trump, and I don't think that he was successful with that. I agree with everybody else. I think Mark Carney basically walks out of there unscathed. I think if you're a Liberal, you're very happy tonight by your leader's performance. There was only a few tiny little things that I felt like he could have responded to on the Century Initiative. He kind of left a question hanging about whether he'd cut health transfers. Then at the end, the kind of weird comment on the notwithstanding clause was in relation to the abortion debate, and he lacked the French skills to be able to get his point home. But I think his comprehension of the language was a lot stronger than I think most people expected. To Andrew's point, I think expectations are a lot lower. He also benefited by the fact that, frankly, Yves-François Blanchet and Jagmeet Singh clearly don't like Pierre Poilievre. And so they attacked Mr. Poilievre quite strongly, and they did Mr. Carney's job for him. So Mr. Carney could be that kind of calm, dad-like, boring person on the sideline, while the two others were we think that you're promoting hatred. And, so he benefited from the positioning on the stage, the debate format as well, for sure.
Mr. Carney's going to be up in his scrum in just a minute. So quickly, Chantal, do you think that Mr. Blanchet did any difference here? Because he was aggressive. He certainly sounded like the person that Quebecers would want to hear from in a moment when they feel threatened. But I don't know whether that changes anything in the context we're in.
What you said, when they feel threatened, And Mark Carney said nothing that would make them feel terribly threatened. Also, that entire conversation on pipelines centered very much on Pierre Poilievre, and that was not a great moment for the Conservatives. In the sense, if you feel threatened, and Pierre Poilievre is saying, I'm going to do pipelines, then you're going to go to the other option, the Liberals.
Okay. Okay, Chantal, Andrew, Althea, we'll be back in about an hour's time and do a full at issue. Thank you so much. Back to Adrian.
Yeah, you interrupt the at issue panel at your peril, I've come to learn, but we're doing it for a very good reason because Liberal leader Mark Carney's at the podium to take questions. Let's have a listen.
Where you will cut in your budget. Do you really think that voters have been enlightened as to what you're actually proposing? Well, as I just said during the debate, we will be releasing our costed platform over the weekend, this coming weekend, but we have already released most of our proposals that are costed, so people have a sense of what we're proposing. And we're not talking about cuts here. We're talking about government productivity. We must increase the productivity of the central government when it comes to operational spending. And we can have a discussion over the weekend. And there are about 10 days left until Election Day. Yes, I understand, but the debate is an exceptional opportunity to speak to many, many Canadians at once. And so tonight, you are talking about $500 billion that you intend to invest in the Canadian economy. Where is that $500 billion coming from? It's coming from a combination of investments, catalyzing investments by the Government of Canada. For example, the Housing Accelerator Fund or lower charges in the housing sector. That will create a demand for private investment. And that will represent 8 to 10 times more than public investments. So that economic approach is necessary in this period of uncertainty, global uncertainty, and certainly uncertainty in Canada. So what we need is to be bold. We need to be bold in terms of our policies. And as I always say, we are masters in our own home, and Mr. Poilievre is saying the same thing right now. That's fine. But we have an opportunity to really build the strongest economy in the G7. And I intend to do that. Thank you.
Question in English, please. Hi, Mr. Carney, Kean Bexley, Juno News. In your estimation, was Justin Trudeau a good prime minister?
Yeah, Justin Trudeau and the previous administration made a number of contributions to this country. I suspect since I have 10 minutes, I think, right, for the responses, I'm not going to enumerate them all. I'll make one point which I think is relevant on the way looking forward, which is as I said the other night in an interview, he and I, we share the same values in terms of solidarity, taking care of one another. Emphasis on reconciliation, emphasis on equality of all Canadians, and building a better country for everyone else. The difference, one of the differences, there are many, but one of the differences between the two of us goes to the question I was just asked, which is I put much more emphasis on the economy, on growing the economy. In fact, in this circumstance that we're in, given the scale of the crisis and what needs to be done, I would say a relentless focus on growing the economy to work for all Canadians.
Just to follow up, if I may, your entire campaign does seem to be predicated on putting you in the front and hiding the people that stood in lockstep with Justin Trudeau for the last 10 years. You're kind of hoping that Canadians won't connect the dots, that the people standing behind you in your caucus walked in lockstep with them. Regardless of what you say right now, Stephen Guilbeault made the carbon tax's life work. The man that moved Paul Bernardo from a maximum security prison is now your chief of staff. I'm wondering how you reconcile this and how you can trust their judgment when they thought those ideas were good ideas.
I'd say a couple of things to that rather odd question. First is that the candidates in this election for the Liberal Party, I mean, you go and see when I make an announcement. I don't think I've seen you at any of them, but next time you can come. And you will see a wide range of the candidates that are there presenting themselves. So, for example, with respect to our announcement on crime, we had Bill Blair, now the Minister of Defense, of course, formerly the Chief of Police and a long time in Toronto, and Natalie Provost, who is a new candidate. We're honored to have her, and someone who's dedicated their life to helping to end gun violence and violence against women. There is a very wide range of candidates that have come to the party with me. There's a lot of fresh blood. There's also a lot of experience that's there, and you need that combination of energy, new ideas, experience, and a fundamental passion for making this country better in order to serve at this crucial time. Thank you very much.
Question en français.
Émilie Bergeron, La Presse canadienne.
Presse canadienne, you said during the debate that you want to set a cap on immigration in some categories. Mr. Trudeau already went through an exercise of reducing annual immigration levels. How much more will you reduce them by? Well, my idea is more about maintaining the levels to a higher level for a fairly lengthy period of time, but at the same time, increasing our capacity.
We keep if I may, the various measures or levels of the different classes of immigration as roughly as they are today. So it's not, as the question was, a further reduction. But we probably are going to need them to keep them at those levels for longer until we have built up our capacity to welcome, which means housing, language formation, other factors.
Vous avez dit que vous voulez une augmentation.
You said you want to increase the production of oil. You are open to pipeline projects from east to west. That could take years to build a pipeline. So how can you present that as a way for Canada to be more independent of the United States if it takes years before it can see the light of day? Well, first of all, there are a couple of aspects to that. If we have an improvement in our relations, well, I think we need to be thinking of the immediate term, the midterm, and the long term. What you're talking about involves the medium term. And the fact that as Canada we have that option, that will increase or strengthen our position in our negotiations with the President of the United States. And that's very helpful right now.
Last question, if we can keep the answers and question very short, please.
Absolutely. Alex Zoltan with True North. If you thought my friend's question was odd, you're going to love this one.
I'm glad you self-assessed that. Okay.
How many genders are there? In terms of sex, there are two. Thank you. My follow-up question then, do you believe that women, biological women, have the right to their own spaces, their own sports, their own change rooms, their own prisons, their own homeless shelters?
I think this is Canada, and that as a general objective, yes. But we work in where we value all Canadians for who they are, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci.
Okay.
Okay. So that was the 10 minutes of Mark Carney, the Liberal leader. His job for tonight is done. He focuses now on the English debate tomorrow. We have a few minutes before Jagmeet Singh is next up at the podium. Obviously, we'll bring you that live. I'm going to go to David Cochrane first.
Sure.
Started off talking about costing, went into identity politics, but the costing part was interesting.
Yeah, so we do not yet have a fully costed platform from the Liberal Party. We're going to get that, as I understand it, Saturday. That's when that is going to happen. But you saw there the $500 billion number over 5 years that Mark Carney is talking about. He liked to use the word catalyzing. Mm-hmm. You know, he used that a lot tonight in French. What they're talking about there, that's not necessarily $500 billion in new government spending. That is $500 billion they think they can unlock and leverage through housing accelerator money, infrastructure investment money, things that bring in private sector investment or matching funds from lower orders of government like provincial and municipal governments to start building up economic resiliency and housing and things like that across Canada. I think what you're seeing there, Adrienne, that's going to be their closing argument language. It's about investing in Canada for Canadians and building in Canada. And I think that maybe tactically, strategically is why they've kept the platform back until after the debates so they can drop that and have that sort of shape what they want to talk about in the stretch run of the campaign. But that has been very much his focus of unlocking capital in the country to invest in things for economic resilience. And that's what that $500 billion over 5 years we're talking about is all about there.
That's a line he keeps repeating, the sort of investing, not spending.
Yeah, and look, there's a way they're looking at the federal budget. He says invest more, spend less. As I understand that, on the basic structure of government, the size of the bureaucracy, the daily operations, they want to reduce the cost of that over time. It's growing at about 9% a year. They think that's too fast. They want that to get to a balanced level without cutting transfers to individuals like OAS and pensions, without cutting transfers to provinces like healthcare. Where they say they're willing to borrow and run deficits is on that catalyzing side, to use his phrase. Borrow money for infrastructure, for housing investments. If it's creating an asset or generating economic activity, they consider that good debt.
Right.
If it's just paying for the basic operations of government, they consider that bad debt. The things they say they're not going to cut are the transfers to the provinces to pay for healthcare and education and transfers to individuals.
Right. I think we're about 40 seconds away, maybe, if it's on time, from seeing Jagmeet Singh at the podium. But Rosie, I'm curious what stood out to you, because at one point when some of those last questions came up, I just checked to make sure, we're in Canada. Because the identity politics questions have not emerged much.
This happens on the same day that the United Kingdom court ruled that woman and sex refer to biological woman and biological sex. True North is a very right-wing website, and there have been issues in the past with who gets allowed into these scrums and who's allowed to ask questions of the leaders. The commission, Debates Commission, was the one who decided that these people were allowed to come in and ask these kinds of questions. So there you go.
All right, so here comes Jagmeet Singh up to the podium. Let's have a listen.
Hello, Mr. Singh. You have been a member of Parliament for 6 years, which now gives you the right to a pension. Before that, you were a provincial member, and you have spent much of your career having your salary paid by the public. But you decided to boycott the Conservatives and others, and you supported Justin Trudeau's bill on the internet. Now, this is paid by all Canadians. Why do you think it's ethically acceptable to marginalize Conservatives and to refuse to treat them with respect? I will not answer your question from Rebel News, so I will not take that question. But I will take the time to say that for me, what is critical in this election is the issue of who will fight for Canadians, who will defend the things that people hold dear, such as health care, who will defend the interests of everyday Canadians and not rich CEOs, and who will be able to stand up to companies that rip Canadians off. I have a holiday, so you'll have to listen to me again. No, you feel that the Indians feel that your opinions are not acceptable, and you refuse to answer questions from journalists with whom you disagree, as you've just done now. I presume that in your opinion, we should be punished one way or another. So how are you any different from authoritarian politicians that you would imprison for their ideas? This is another reason why I do not take questions from Rebel News, because you promote disinformation, and your question is an example of that.
Question in English, please.
Good evening, Mr. Singh.
Do you really want it in English? I could do it if you want. No, you're just joking.
Next question, please.
Kate McKenna from CBC News. Your party and the other parties haven't released costed platforms. How can we have an honest debate about your promises when voters can't see how you'll pay for them?
Well, we're the only party that has actually laid out clear examples of how we would raise money. We talked about ending offshore tax havens, enforcing the Canada Revenue Agency to get the money that we're owed. There's billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars that we're owed that we're not receiving because of a lack of enforcement. So we've laid out clear ways that we would increase revenue. We've also talked about things that we would cut. We would cut offshore tax havens, but we'd also cut fossil fuel subsidies and private consultants and instead rely on our civil servants. So we've laid out some of the real ways that we would do that, whereas the Conservatives are very clear what they're going to do. They're going to cut the services that people need. They've laid that out. And we've also seen that sadly, Mr. Carney's also talked about cutting services, and his plan to balance the operating budget in 3 years would mean $43 billion in cuts. And so if you want someone that's going to stand up and fight back against those cuts, hold the Liberals to account. You need to send New Democrats to Ottawa like you did before, and we were able to deliver dental care and pharmacare. Send more New Democrats again to Ottawa, and we will fight back against these cuts.
You spoke the least this evening of all of the leaders. I'm wondering how you feel about how you did tonight, whether you were able to communicate your message to French-speaking Canadians.
Well, ultimately, the difference wasn't as big, but initially I was worried about it. But I'm really proud that I was able to make the case to Canadians, to Quebecers, or French-speaking Canadians, that what New Democrats are going to do is stand up for what matters most to you. I made it a point to stand up for healthcare because it is so fundamental to who we are as a country. We fundamentally believe that we should take care of each other, and healthcare represents that value. So I raised that. I talked about how we can make life more affordable by putting a price cap on essential food items like other countries have done. I talked about how we can stop big corporations, corporate landlords from buying up affordable homes. I laid out how we would take the GST off of your monthly bills like cell phone and internet and give people a real break. And so in this difficult time, the question in this election is who's going to actually fight for you, not the billionaires, and sending more New Democrats to Ottawa. Voting for us is how you have someone on your side fighting for you.
Question en français.
Bonjour, Monsieur Singh, Christian Noël de Radio-Canada.
Hello, Mr. Singh, Radio-Canada. We heard you referred to fair treatment from the moderator. Why did you attack the moderator in this debate? Well, it was just in the moment. I spoke to him after the debate, and I said it was because I was very passionate about the issue. Health care is something that saved my father's life. I had to access it while I was studying law. So I think it's really fundamental to defend our healthcare system. It's such a personal thing. So I was passionate about it, and I had an opportunity to share why it's important to defend it, because there's a crisis right now, and this is a crisis we can fix. So I think people in Quebec and across the country can now know how important that is to me to defend something that people hold dear. In the debate, you accused Pierre Poilievre of wanting to privatize healthcare. What evidence do you have of that? Well, first of all, he is proposing to cut healthcare. He is proposing to massively cut the programs that we need. And like all conservatives, if you look at the record of the conservatives in the past, they privatize. In each province where there are conservatives, in a province where, like Alberta with Danielle Smith, Danielle Smith is currently massively privatizing the healthcare system in Alberta. She is giving power. But I'm talking about Mr. Poilievre. But she's giving a lot of power to private organizations. So this is an example of conservative values, which involves privatization. And Mr. Poilievre is continuing that same tradition with massive cuts to healthcare. And those cuts will accelerate privatization.
Hello, Mr. Singh. Drea Humphrey with Rebel News. Your party takes great pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online...
Sorry, I didn't get your outlet.
Drea Humphrey with Rebel News.
Okay.
Your party...
You know where I'm going to go with this, all right?
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can. I'm just going to say you know where I'm going to go with it, though.
Your party takes pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online hate speech. Yet you stay silent about ongoing attacks against Christians, even after Conservative MP Jamil Javani's order paper question revealed that over 200 churches have been targeted by arson and vandalism since claims of remains being discovered at former residential schools swept the nation in 2021. These claims have been disproven by bands that excavated and remain unproven by those that have not. Will you condemn the rise in acts of hate against Christians today and explain what your party will do moving forward to keep Christians safe from hate in Canada?
Again, thank you, but I'm not going to respond to an organization that promotes misinformation and disinformation like Rebel News, so no, I'm not going to respond to your question.
Please keep the questions and answers short. We're just getting up to the time.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. Over 200 Christian places of worship have been attacked in Canada since 2021. Many served First Nations communities, many were historic, and they diverted police and resources and put others at risk. What do you say to Canadians who see your refusal to answer, especially from one of the few media outlets here that are not funded by the state, as proof that a vote for you is a vote for a dangerous radical party that gaslights the public into thinking it stands against hate when its silence is instead emboldening Christophobia?
Your question is another example of why I don't respond to agencies like Rebel News that promote misinformation and disinformation.
Très rapidement, une question en français et une suivie avec des réponses courtes, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour, Maïsem Sarawi pour La Converse.
Pour La Converse.
Pour quel organisme?
La Converse.
La Converse.
La Converse.
Oui. C'est un média indépendant à Montréal.
It's an independent media organization. A number of organizations are fighting for asylum seekers, and many believe that Canada should remove itself from the Safe Third Country Agreement. And Trump is now removing people from the country. Do you believe that Canada should remove itself from the Safe Third Country Agreement? Now I have a bit of a challenge. So I will answer that question. I think the question is about compassion. If we're talking about crises involving people, we're talking about people who want to cross the border because they're afraid of what will happen to them in the United States. And in that case, I think we have to show compassion to them. For a long time, the federal government has not properly funded or given adequate resources to help with receiving people who are crossing the border illegally. And I've said in the past that we have to suspend that agreement because given the current situation with everything that's happening in the United States under Donald Trump, the fact that he's violating human rights very often, and recently with the Supreme Court decision that he has decided to ignore, we're talking about a dangerous situation for some people, and we should respond with compassion. And I maintain my position of suspending that agreement.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci. Thank you.
Okay, so that was NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Up next will be Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. But I think we have to sort of address the elephant in the room. How are these people chosen to answer these questions? And I don't know if either one of you have an answer for that, but I think there will be people at home saying, some of these seem like odd questions, some of them aren't getting answered. How come we've heard so often from this one particular outlet? Any idea what's going on there?
There's three right-wing, very right-wing media, we can call them media, websites that are present in there. They get in line to ask a question like anybody else. Their accreditation has been approved by the Commission of Debates, and so they get the right to stand in line and ask a question that they choose to ask. In this case, you saw Mr. Singh, and this has been his position for some time, to refuse to answer questions. Rebel News in particular traffics in misinformation, facts, lack of facts, and as you heard in that question, which was woven with some truth and some things that weren't true. Yes, there have been burnings of Christian Catholic churches. Yes, there have been remains of Indigenous children found in various places around the country, which she misrepresented. We'll see if Mr. Poilievre gets any questions from right-wing organizations. I would suspect no.
Okay. All right. Let's have a listen. Pierre Poilievre.
When you talk about protecting the French language outside Quebec, you're talking about expanding access to immersion. What are you promising to a lot of students who have no room in those schools because there aren't enough Francophone schools being built outside Quebec? Are you pledging to support the construction of more schools? Thank you for that question. When I was a young person in Calgary, I was able to attend an immersion school where my father was also a teacher. So this is something that is very important to me, and I know there's a lot of demand. Obviously, management of schools is a provincial area of jurisdiction. They are the ones that control which schools are established in which communities, and I'm prepared to work in full cooperation with the provinces to ensure that that access can be expanded. Now, I made an announcement previously about an immersion program that would allow young people to go to Quebec, to the Saguenay and other places in Quebec where there's a large concentration of Francophones. Just speaking French and being in immersion for 5 weeks, I did that when I was about 20 years of age, and I think I announced that I would double the funding of that program so that we can have more Anglophones right across Canada to go to Quebec and get involved in immersion programs and begin to achieve the necessary proficiency. Now, with respect to Francophone immigration outside of Quebec, Mr. Carney announced a target of 12%. What target are you proposing? Well, I think that is a reasonable target, and I agree with him, and our party has already said that we are in favor of expanding the number of Francophone immigrants coming to Canada, including outside of Quebec, so that we can add greater demographic weight to the French language in Canada. So we will work in full cooperation with the communities to expand the number of Francophones who come to Canada and make Canada their home. Thank you.
English, please.
Sheila Gunn-Reid for Rebel News.
Yes.
We've seen the NDP tonight refuse to take questions from independent journalists. The Liberals have gone one step further. The Carney campaign has called the police on independent journalists. Trudeau before that brought in C-18, C-11. The Liberals are promising a revamped version of the Online Harms Act. What would a Conservative government do to ensure the independence of the press and protect Canadians' right to have access to information and hold their politicians to account?
We are the only party that's willing to protect freedom of the press, of all the media. And we will also repeal C-11, the censorship law. We will remove the censorship of Canadian news on web platforms like Facebook and Instagram. We will fight back against any kind of Orwellian online censorship law like the one that the previous Liberal government instituted. It was designed to create the possibility of preemptive arrests of people, where you could be arrested if you were suspected of sometime in the future planning to say something harmful online. You could be under a peace bond. I mean, it really is Orwellian. And I note that many people across the spectrum have spoken out against this censorship. Even someone like Margaret Atwood, not known to be a conservative, has said that this kind of censorship is not only bad for democracy, but inhibits artistic expression. So I stand for free speech, and we will respect the right of Canadians to have access to the media that they choose.
My follow-up, Canada's suffering the most violent anti-Semitic crime wave in history.
Yes.
There have been shootings, firebombings, even a riot right here in Montreal. But not all of this anti-Semitic hatred and incitement rises to the high level of a criminal code offense. Do you believe that foreign nationals, that is, people who are not Canadian citizens, should be deported for participating in these hate marches? or other pro-Hamas activities that don't rise to the level of a crime?
Well, what I have said is when there is a crime involved, including crimes of vandalism, that visitors to Canada should be deported. You simply can't come here and firebomb a Jewish bakery or someone's home or smash windows out of a political riot and expect to stay in this country if you are on a visitor visa. We will be bringing in tougher laws to penalize those who are permanent residents and citizens who break laws and harm our communities. But look, this is the disintegration we have witnessed after the lost Liberal decade. Everybody is divided. This group is divided against that group. There is crime and chaos in our streets. The Liberals have promoted this division by saying one thing to one group and then exactly the opposite to a different group. We had a tradition in this country before this government where you could come from places, the conflict-ridden places in the world, and you would leave the fight behind. You might have a debate about the politics of that place when you sat down in a coffee shop in Montreal or Toronto, but it never overflowed into street violence. We need to get back to that. You should know, we welcome people to this country. Sure, bring your culture, bring your traditions, bring your family, but do not bring foreign conflicts onto our streets. We're going to have peaceful streets again, and we're going to be united. All of us should consider ourselves Canadian first and put foreign divisions behind us.
Thank you for taking my
Question en
question.
français, s'il
Thank
vous plaît.
you.
Please keep your questions and answers short. Thank you.
Christopher Curtis, The Rover. Monsieur Poilievre, plus tôt ce soir,
earlier this evening, Jagmeet Singh described what is happening in Gaza as a genocide. I imagine that's not your opinion, but since the Israeli government is talking about removing Palestinians from Gaza, is this more like ethnic cleansing? And do you think it's permissible to criticize Israel? Well, it's permissible to criticize anyone. However, Hamas attacked Israel with the mission of raping and killing as many citizens as possible. Israel had already ceded Gaza, and this was an unprovoked invasion. And unfortunately, there is a great deal of suffering among Palestinians, but the blame rests with Hamas. Hamas wants to maximize suffering among Palestinians in order to extend the conflict, to prolong the conflict. So I reject Mr. Singh's approach to this. We will remain true to those allies who are against terrorism. Yes, but bombs fell on many universities and other institutions in Gaza. People there are not getting the help they need. Can you afford to criticize Israel, or do you believe they've done everything they should have done thus far? In a situation where a terrorist group crosses the border to deliberately target children, women, and civilians, a country has no choice but to defend itself. Should that country make every effort to avoid tragedies affecting other civilians? Yes. Unfortunately, Hamas wants to position itself in order to maximize loss of life among Palestinians. Hamas started this war, and they are maximizing the suffering of the Palestinian people.
Merci beaucoup. That was the last question. C'est la dernière question. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so that was Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Next up will be Yves-François Blanchet of the Bloc. But just watching it, having watched the debate, David, you know, the debate was one type of conversation. This feels very different.
I think the debate commission is going to need to be accountable for what's kind of happening here. They moved the time of the debate the day before. They kicked the Greens out the morning of, and they've opened up the scrums and the press access to a bunch of groups who sometimes are registered charities or have been defined by their owner as not actually a journalistic organization, or have been ruled by the federal court to not be a journalistic organization. And in an election like this one, with very substantive debate on very substantive issues, moderated very well and executed very well by all the leaders, this is where this is going. So look, the debate commission was set up to make this stuff run in a professional, coherent way, shifting the time for a hockey game, kicking out the Greens about a problem that has been known about for a week, and now this. I think I would like an explanation as a journalist. I think a lot of people at home would like an explanation as to why it happens this way. I mean, who knows what's going to happen with the English debate tomorrow? But we've seen this, that they're talking about. There was immigration questions in the debate, a consensus on living up to the Safe Third Country Agreement. Can you really do that with an administration like the Trump administration right now, where you send people back when the foundational principle of the Safe Third Country Agreement is people you deny access at your border are going to get due process and proper legal treatment in the country you're sending them back to, when people are just being snatched and sent to. They've sent an American citizen to Central America and they're refusing to bring back. So there are substantive follow-ups on these things for these leaders. They only get 10 minutes, and it's being monopolized by people who are asking on issues that are not central to the campaign, and certainly were not central to this debate.
And we have about 30 seconds left. Anything of substance that you heard there policy-wise, or that you've heard tonight that you hadn't heard before?
Not in any of these scrums, because they are being taken over by other agendas, right? And not, I think, necessarily helping a broad swath of voters. Some people maybe do want to hear some of these questions and answers, but broadly, I don't think they represent sort of what the ballot box question is about. We can talk more. Yeah.
All right. Here's Yves-François Blanchet.
Oui. Et une question en français, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour, Monsieur Blanchette.
Hello, Mr. Blanchet.
Now,
outside the debate, the Front d'Action Populaire is asking the party to make a concrete commitment to housing by building 500,000 new homes over the next 10 years. Can you give us a figure today on the number of social housing units that your party would build? Well, it would be more than 100,000 in Quebec, but I cannot commit to build housing in Quebec because I am not intending to become Prime Minister of Canada. However, I do think we must build a lot of housing, hundreds of thousands of units, but I'm talking about student housing because it is the type of housing where you can house the most people. You can use affordable housing, but that's not the best formula, in my opinion, because you're funding or raising the value of private investments. Now, the idea is to counter speculation, and you can reduce that. But housing that is not commercial housing is the basis through which you can act. Now, the federal government has been actively involved in building social housing, but right now in Montreal, there is only 5% social housing. So I'm wondering whether, even if your party could not run the government, how would your party invest in social housing? Well, first of all, Quebec's jurisdiction must be respected, and I think it's important for everyone to respect the fact that the municipal level is in the best position to understand what the needs are and to choose the locations where social or student housing should be built. But, you know, when there are a number of little different levels of government that are involved, that is not necessarily the best system.
Good evening, David Menzies with Rebel News. Ms. Blanchette, since 1941, a pipeline has brought oil from Portland, Maine to Montreal. Over the years, it has brought hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, much of it from OPEC dictatorships. Why have you never, not even once, opposed OPEC conflict oil being imported through an aging pipeline? Why do you prefer OPEC conflict oil over Alberta ethical oil?
I seem to believe that you already have the answer you want to write, so your question seems to contain the answer. I believe I am the one who authorized the change of direction in Enbridge Line B in 2013, which seems to prove that I'm not a fanatic against oil. But I believe that we've got to reduce our consumption of oil progressively, including from Alberta, because we are clearly being very expensive for every family in Quebec and Canada and destroying the whole planet. The denial of the reality of climate change since the beginning of this campaign and the change of heart of Mr. Carney, who decided to be more conservative than Mr. Poilievre, is very harmful for environment.
Mr. Blanchette, just to follow up on that question, your party and your stance on pipelines would seem to be diametrically opposed to Quebecers. A poll came out showing that 74% of Quebecers support the building of new pipelines. Why are you and your party not in sync with the majority of people in this province, sir?
Don't you know my love for commenting polls? Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Question en français, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, bonjour, M. Blanchet.
Hello,
Il est
Mr.
Quentin
Blanchet.
Nantel de Hub. Depuis le
The
7
Hub,
octobre 2023,
since
la communauté
October
juive fait face à une
7th,
vague
the
alarmante
community,
terreur
the Jewish community has
d'Israël.
been facing a wave of attacks against it.
6,219 attaques.
There have been over 6,000 anti-Semitic events in 2024, fire bombings, attacks against schools. Pierre Poilievre has said that any person, any foreign visitor should be deported if involved in this kind of event. Do you believe that a permanent resident should have the right to stay in Canada? Anyone who is in Canada must abide by Canadian laws. But as I said, we're in a very difficult situation right now. In Quebec and in Canada, the Jewish community has been the subject of violence from Islamist radical organizations, whereas in Gaza, it's the Palestinian people, excluding Hamas, which is a terrorist organization that should be eradicated. The Palestinian people are subject to that violence. So the only real solution is a two-state solution through which, and this is the position that should be considered in terms of creating a Palestinian state. A number of Albertans are frustrated with the federal government and feel that Canada no longer works for them because they feel it's harming their prosperity. As leader of the Bloc, what do you think of the idea of Western sovereignty? I cannot comment on the desire of Albertans to be sovereign or not. A nation defines itself and would consequently have the right to self-determination. But the desire to fully develop oil reserves is the right of a province or a state.
Be better off fighting Trump alone?
I don't believe that anybody can be better off fighting Trump alone. I believe that we have to build alliance between equals. It means Canada and Mexico and European countries and Asian countries and Quebec. Canada does not have to be a province of Mexico to ally with Mexico against Trump. Quebec would not have to be a province of Canada to ally with Canada and Mexico against Trump. It won't happen in the coming months, of course, but the idea is for an economy. Quebec economy is different from Canadian economy, and it has to be treated accordingly. So far, all we have seen is efforts being deployed in order to protect Ontario economy, which is the way Canada defines itself. And nothing has been done when, let's say, lumberwood industry in Quebec has paid $2 billion in tariffs, specific kind of tariffs, which name in English I don't know, to the Americans. And it is to the industry, car industry, that Mr. Carney said that he would give $2 billion, nothing in Quebec. He even said that he had got $30 billion of tariffs, counter tariffs, about aluminum. Nobody seems to know about that. Where does that come from, and where did the money go? There seems to be no such thing. The problem is that when Quebec aluminum goes to United States and is transformed in United States and comes back in Quebec with tariffs, we pay to use our own aluminum and inflict inflation on our own people. This is not the right way to manage the aluminum situation.
We've got less than 2 weeks left of this campaign. How are you going to convince Bloc voters who are considering voting Liberal to come back to you instead?
Exactly like I did tonight.
And what do you think was most convincing tonight?
I hope as much of it as possible was convincing. I'm not the one to decide about that. It belongs to the population of Quebec.
Une question courte, rapide en français, s'il vous plaît.
Le mot de la fin. Bonsoir, M. Blanchette, Simon Filiatro, Espace Autochtone à Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Je pense pas que je vais vous prendre par surprise en vous
I
annonçant
don't think
que
I'll
les questions autochtones ont
surprise
été
you
très
when
peu
I say
abordées
that the
pendant le
Indigenous
débat.
issues were
Alors,
not
je
really
vous demande,
addressed in the
quelle est la
debate.
place des questions
So
autochtones
I'd
dans
like
votre
to know
programme?
what
Comment
the
prévoyez-vous de faire
place
valoir
of
vos intérêts
Indigenous
que
issues
parfois semblent
is in
diverger
your
de ceux du peuple québécois?
platform. Well, first of all, a couple of principles. I had noticed that the Indigenous issue had been completely set aside when we were talking about culture. And I thought to myself, how is it that in the context of negotiating with the United States, and the 13 provinces and territories and Quebec, well, we have our own economy because unlike what Mr. Carney has said, there are 13 economies, not one. But the indigenous nations are where around the table? These are full-fledged nations with the right to self-determination, and they could play a very worthwhile role in the negotiation. But that was not discussed at all, such as environmental issues. It was swept under the carpet, and you know, you granolas, you're not going to bug us with the environment. We need oil for Canada's sovereignty, whereas the Americans consider Canadian oil is already their property, and they don't feel guilty about that at all. And another thing that people don't take into consideration, including when it comes to energy, is the transmission of energy and also the green energy in Quebec. We could have a north-south axis for that, but they're focused on the east-west axis. And, you know, they can engage in all the polling that they want. I put Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Carney in the same bag. They'll be talking about Energy East and pipelines because there are people who are pretty much asleep on the environmental issue, but in Quebec that's not the case.
Merci.
On se voit demain. Merci.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, hands in pockets. There he goes. Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, the last one at the podium. There were only 4. There were supposed to be 5, but of course the Green Party was disqualified from the debates. But before we talk about the debates and a totality, any thoughts about Yves-François Blanchet?
Yeah, I mean, this was supposed to be a big moment for him. In the past 2 debates, he's managed to do some damage, and polls have increased anywhere from 5 to 7% after those debates. I'm not sure that was the case tonight. And again, that is really because the context is everything in this election. I do think we should maybe spend a bit of time talking about the pipeline issue because it was, I thought, one of the stronger sections of the debate. It was one where you saw a stark contrast between where people sit on it, and it is, as Mr. Blanchet points out there, an issue of deep sensitivity to Quebecers. The idea that the pipeline would run through Quebec as the previous Energy East pipeline was going to do. There has been a little bit of movement in the polls in terms of Quebec's support around that. Certainly the Premier has expressed a little more interest in it. But I think, you know, Pierre Poilievre was asked numerous times, would you allow a pipeline to go ahead without provincial consent and without Indigenous consent? And his answer was sort of, well, as long as generally everybody agrees, then I would be fine. Mark Carney was not quite that quite that broad. He does want to see big energy projects, maybe a pipeline, maybe something else, but he also wants to make sure that people are consulted. What they both have in common, though, is that they both want some version of one project, one review, which would mean that everyone would agree on the nature of the review that would happen and the project would start. And I think that's where, Alberta and provinces out west are very interested in seeing things move much more quickly, and where provinces like Quebec and others, where they would just see something run through it, are a little more skeptical about how this would work in practice.
I can tell you just from some of the conversations I've had across the country in the last little while, people are very confused about where the leaders stand on pipelines. Right. They're very confused, and they're confused about refining oil. They're confused about what can go where. I mean, Blanchette just talked about consulting the Indigenous communities. That has not come up a lot in this debate tonight. I mean, I think the pipeline question, it means a lot of different things to different people.
Right. I mean, broadly, just look, Blanchette basically against them, right? The NDP broadly against them. Pierre Poilievre broadly in favor. The issue that he's not an issue. The answer he gave tonight that could be a challenge for him in other parts of the country, because there's not a lot of real growth for him in Quebec, is that he talked about a pipeline that went along where there's a series of First Nations and Indigenous groups. He said about 80% were in favor, 20% were opposed, and in his view, in that case, majority rules. So that implies a willingness to impose a pipeline over some objections. That is going to be politically sensitive in certain parts of British Columbia, but that's also going to be politically popular in certain parts of British Columbia. What Mark Carney has talked about, and what Mr. Blanchette tried to squeeze him on there in the one part of the debate, was he talked about using the extraordinary powers of the federal government to make these big projects move along. Now, we saw a version of that with the TMX pipeline dispute between British Columbia and Alberta, where the John Horgan government was sort of getting in the way of a project that was legally and constitutionally allowed. So the federal government acquired it and turned it into a national project, which allowed them to override the province's objections to do it. When Mark Carney gave that first answer, he did it in French and in English and didn't quite explain it the way he is saying it now, that he is not imposing. What he's talking about doing is using the extreme powers the federal government has to expedite approval and review process. So while he's not repealing Bill C-69, which the Conservatives refer to as the No New Pipeline Act, he's talking about using a component of it called the substitution policy, which basically you can let the province do the environmental review and the Indigenous review. You backstop them with money and expertise to bring it up to a consistent standard so you can have one project, one review, and have it done fast. So he's talking about using the extraordinary powers of the federal government to move things along faster. He is not talking about using it to force it on an Indigenous group or province that does not want it. But you at least get it to that decision point as quickly as possible to remove the uncertainty, remove the delays, and let the company or the proponent or whatever who's behind it make a decision faster. There's still skepticism on this because there are still members of his cabinet like Stephen Guilbeault and others that people in the energy sector say, yeah, Mark Carney may look at it differently, but does the rest of the Liberal team look at it differently? That's something they'll have to overcome.
Just a quick point is that the Liberals, again, are maintaining the cap on industrial polluters. They have removed it on consumers, on the consumer carbon tax. They killed that. But Pierre Poilievre has removed it entirely.
This is the price, not the cap, the price.
The price, sorry, the price. Yeah. So we don't really know how that would work for Pierre Poilievre. That's the piece that he hasn't cleared up.
Okay. In case you are just joining us, you're watching special coverage live from Montreal after the French language debate that happened right behind us at Maison Radio Canada. Four major party leaders just met on stage for the very first time in this campaign. The question now, will anything that happened tonight move the polls? So we know that At Issue is standing by with their thoughts. That is coming up in just a few minutes. First, though, let's check back in with Ashley Burke to bring us up to speed. Ashley, can you take us through what appeared to be the big moments of this debate, if there were big moments of this debate?
Adrienne, Liberal leader Mark Carney had the most at stake. He is leading in the polls, and along with the Conservatives leader, it was his first time on stage at a federal leaders debate. And that made Carney a target. He came under attack from everyone.
You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change. And you, Mr. Carney, you do not embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is, who is going to succeed? Who is going to face Mr. Trump?
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
Carney was the least comfortable in French on stage, but he kept up, didn't have any big missteps, and he was able to get his message across. Carney did have to defend how he's going to go ahead with his promise to reduce the government's operational spending without reducing transfers to provinces for things like healthcare.
These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of magic to make it work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives.
So no tax cuts.
We've started with the cost of living. We have to cut taxes for the cost of living.
What Mr. Blanchet said is true. You were talking about a magic spell here, Mr. Carney. This is one rare moment where we agree. On February 16th, you sat down with Rosemary Barton and you said that you would cut spending in the operational budget.
Operational spending. That's different.
You said
one at a time, please.
That this would affect transfers for healthcare and to individuals.
No, we need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare, yes, there are limits to the federal government's activity. No new programs. No.
Ashley, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that Donald Trump's trade war was kind of a big part of this debate tonight.
Yeah, Adrian, and all the leaders made their case why they believe that they're the best person to take on Donald Trump. And we saw NDP leader Jagmeet Singh go after Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, trying to suggest that he's like Trump.
No one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump, but we can control our economy, our domestic economy, by overturning liberal economic policies that have weakened our country and made us more dependent on the Americans.
The issue is, Mr. Poilievre,
well,
you would make Canada more like the United States. You would Americanize our healthcare system, privatize it.
So, Ashley, we had this debate, and then the leader spoke post-debate in those scrums. What did you hear from those scrums?
The post-debate scrums were dominated by right-wing media groups who flooded leaders with questions on topics unrelated to the debate. One did ask Carney if he felt Trudeau was a good prime minister. Carney said that he was and that they have shared values, including taking care of Canadians, reconciliation, and equality, but also said why he feels that they're different.
The difference, one of the differences, there are many, but one of the differences between the two of us goes to the question I was just asked, which is I put much more emphasis on the economy, on growing the economy. In fact, in this circumstance that we're in, given the scale of the crisis and what needs to be done, I would say a relentless focus on growing the economy to work for all Canadians.
The leaders will square off again on stage tomorrow, this time in English. Adrian?
All right, Ashley Burke in Ottawa. Thanks for that, Ashley. So absent from the stage tonight, no doubt you noticed, the Green Party co-leader, Jonathan Pedneau. He was uninvited, if you will, by the Debates Commission at the very last minute, just after about 7 o'clock this morning, a decision he called, quote, unfounded and undemocratic.
This decision from the Debates Commission today does not protect democracy. It protects those who've already had their turn. It protects the ones who pave over the truth, who bulldoze through public interest and leave the rest of us to pick up the pieces. But here's what they forget. When they bulldoze, when they pave, green always grows, and it will keep on growing. So to those of you who may be frustrated and angry today, to those of you who wanted to see us on that stage, I say this: we will win. They tried to keep us off the stage, but they will not keep us off Parliament. We will win. We will protect Canadians and their future. Merci tout le monde. Thank you very much.
So David Thurton is on this part of the story for us tonight. David, you were there when Pedneau made that statement. It looked very emotional for him.
Well, Adrian, before he gave his prepared remarks, reporters were told that he would not be taking any questions. So reporters like myself followed him down the street and yelled questions at him. Pedneau was quite prepared to take the stage at tonight's debate, but he seemed less prepared to take questions from reporters who were asking him about what his next steps would be. It's hard to really know what recourse he actually has, Adrian, because, of course, the French debates are over and we're hours away from the English language debates.
So the decision from the debate commission, David, was sudden, but they were very clear that the Greens did not meet the requirements.
Yeah, they were quite clear, and the commission has 3 requirements, and parties need to meet 2 of those criteria. I'll just walk you through some of those requirements. First up, parties have to have a seat in the House of Commons. The Greens have one. They also need to be polling at least 4%. The Greens are polling around 2%, and they need to be running in this election at least enough candidates in 90% of the ridings. And the Greens did not meet that criteria, that last one. In fact, we learned over the last couple of days that they decided to not run candidates in about 15 ridings for strategic reasons, Adrian, so that they didn't split the vote and get more Conservatives elected. Nevertheless, Jonathan Pedneau, the Green Party leader, showed up tonight at this location where the debates are being held, and he blasted organizers.
This has been a difficult day for democracy, a sad day for democracy. We still haven't heard anything back from the commission, but we took the day to gather more information as to what exactly happened, and it appears that the commission caved in to pressure from other parties. Once again, I have to say once again that we met the criteria established by the commission itself.
Adrian, the decision by the commission is a major blow for the Greens. Debates like tonight's and tomorrow's are huge opportunities for parties like the Greens to get their message out there. And they have been struggling to get into the national conversation during this debate. And today was an important day for the Greens for another reason. They were supposed to drop their party platform this morning. Of course, that didn't happen. Needless to say, they postponed it, and we're hearing that they're going to release it tomorrow.
All right. David Thurton right here in Montreal. Thank you, David. So let's take a minute now to really dig into what it is that makes the race for Quebec so important. With 78 seats up for grabs, Quebec holds a substantial amount of power. And right now, the CBC News poll tracker shows that weight is leaning Liberal. The party sitting at 42% of the popular vote compared to about 23% for the Conservatives and 25% for the Bloc Qu&eacute. Translated to seats, if the election was held today, the Liberals would win between 41 and 48. The Bloc, 15 to 23. The Conservatives, 12 to 14. But those are still, of course, projections. And history proves Quebec can be a wild card. Let's take a trip back to 1984. Brian Mulroney's Progressive Conservatives cruising to a massive majority with a big assist from Quebec.
Le Bloc québécois est souverainiste.
Then in 1993, just after the formation of the Bloc Québécois, that party immediately rode a wave of support to become the official opposition in their first general election.
Spring is here, my friends, and a new chapter begins.
Speaking of waves, an orange crush washed over the province less than 2 decades later, helping Jack Layton become leader of the opposition.
Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways.
Most recently, Quebecers propelled Justin Trudeau to his only majority government in 2015. So 4 transformative elections, 4 different winners in the province. And in just 12 days, another chance to help determine Canada's future. All right, so let's talk about Quebec and all that it has to offer in its 78 seats. Anything that happened tonight likely to move any needles here?
I don't think so, not in the dramatic way that we saw in the last election and even the one previous to that. There were a couple of moments where the Bloc's leader, Yves-François, who was the most experienced guy out there today, was able to land some punches, and we did see the polls shift. I don't think that happened today, despite the fact that Mr. Blanchet made some good points. He attacked Mark Carney for not being an experienced politician, questioned whether Mr. Carney would be able to defend Quebec's interests at a table in front of Donald Trump, said, how do I know that you're going to protect the aluminum industry the same way you'll protect the automobile industry in Ontario? All relevant, pertinent things that a lot of Quebecers might be thinking about. But I'm not sure that the answers did anything to change people's view. And that's because we are, as we've been talking about, in a different place right now. We're in a place where Quebecers, French-speaking Canadians, and others tomorrow are looking at not just who can protect their personal interests, but who can protect the interests of the nation in this time. And so that is where the conversation is. Jagmeet Singh also really tried to push through with some things, trying to suggest that the Conservatives and the Liberals are not there to protect workers, healthcare, that giving him just a number of MPs would make a difference inside the House of Commons. Then again, he was full of energy. He did well tonight. I just don't know that it really changes the conversation, which is very much one that is between the Conservatives and the Liberals. And on both those fronts, Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney, I think, did no harm to either to themselves tonight, but did nothing substantial to change the way the race looks in Quebec right now either.
Certainly for Carney, the not doing any harm was probably the bar he needed to meet.
Totally, yeah.
Look, last fall, I think it was last fall, the Liberals lost a by-election in Le Salimar-Verdun, which is that was Paul Martin's riding at one point. It was David Lameddi's riding until they lost it in a by-election. At a time when the Liberal Prime Minister was an MP from Montreal named Justin Trudeau, who was so unpopular he was unable to campaign in a by-election in Montreal at that time. Now, all the polls would show you that Quebecers have rallied very heavily around a central banker from Alberta who probably had the worst French of all the people there on that stage tonight, because they like his resume. They like the efforts he's making on learning French, and they like his calm demeanor. The Liberals have a floor of seats in Quebec of somewhere in the low to mid-30s, unless there is a real serious collapse. If you look at the growth that they have seen throughout this campaign, you're getting above 40, you're getting close to 45 seats. There were two moments this week where Mark Carney could fall flat and blow all of that. That was the Tout le monde en parle appearance on Sunday night, and that was the debate tonight. Those are the last two set pieces he has to do exclusively in French between now and the 28th of April when the voting is going to be done. He didn't fail. He probably exceeded some expectations. I know the Liberal War Room is very happy with the way he presented himself. So there appears to be very little from the people I speak with who are deeply involved in Quebec politics to just change the overall trajectory here. I was speaking with Sébastien Dallaire earlier today from Léger, and their polling shows that like 70% of the electorate, they've made up their mind. They're locked in. Oh. And advanced voting starts Friday. Yep. So after the English debate tomorrow, within 12 hours of that ending, people will go and vote in significant numbers as more and more Canadians are always voting in the advanced polls. Maybe as much as half of the electorate will vote over the 4 days of the Easter weekend. So it takes something seismic to shake some people this late in the campaign. I don't think we really got it tonight. The last chance for that to really happen in a direct way is tomorrow, where that's Pierre Poilievre's chance to raise his ceiling in English Canada, which is kind of more important in the overall standings at the end of it.
And I will just say on that point that Conservatives are happy too tonight. That Mr. Poilievre was calm, he was collected, he did not lash out, he wasn't overly aggressive.
Made his points well.
He made his points well. There were a couple of spots where you could see in Quebec that, it wasn't going to resonate in the same way, whether it be around pipelines or the funding for public broadcasting. But there was nothing that he did tonight that would harm him if he did that in English tomorrow. Right. So if they saw that again, that kind of performance again tomorrow, I think they would be happy because it would be presenting a different kind of Mr. Poilievre to most of Canada.
In fact, I think you maybe saw the setting of a stage for him tomorrow night. I said the same thing yesterday in French that I'm saying tonight in English, and then accuse Mr. Carney of not always doing the same thing. That has been an attack point by the Conservatives throughout all of this.
What does that tell you about the message for him to pivot?
For Pierre Poilievre?
For Pierre Poilievre, is it sinking in?
Well, I don't But, you know, it was what Margaret Thatcher once said, the lady's not for turning.
Right.
I would say Pierre is not for pivoting. You know, this is very much an election strategy. They have made some stylistic changes. The slogans have gone away, the 3-word placards, the flag, the maple leaf is there more often. There has been an evolution and an adaptation of the campaign strategy. But he is very much the architect of the strategy and the style that got them to that 25-point lead when the Liberals were facing extinction levels in polling. Trudeau's resignation, Freeland's resignation, Chrystia Freeland on December 16th, Trudeau on January 6th, Trump's inauguration on January 20th, and the start of the tariff war on February 2nd just deconstructed the scaffolding that he had used to build his inevitable majority. So they are still polling really well. They are polling just below where Stephen Harper polled when he won a majority government in 2011.
And normally that would be enough.
Normally it'd be enough, but this isn't normal.
Yeah.
They are not losing so much as the Liberals are winning more. And that's the thing. The NDP has collapsed in English Canada. The Bloc is struggling in Quebec, and it's all coalescing around the Liberals. And that is a difficult thing for just a shift in Liberal strategy to undo, especially when they spent a huge chunk of last fall carpet bombing Jagmeet Singh's reputation into smithereens because he wouldn't bring down Justin Trudeau's government and give them the election. They were certain to win last fall and less certain to win right now.
The strongest message for any election, as you know, Adrian, is change.
Right.
The problem is that Pierre Poilievre is campaigning against someone who is not Justin Trudeau. But that's why you hear him now, especially towards the end of this campaign, keep saying you don't want to give the Liberals a fourth mandate. Nothing has changed. It's more of the same. The problem is it is not the same. There are parts that are the same, but not all of it. So he's hoping that that change message will bust through in a different way. But he's doing it after 2 years of presenting himself as one kind of leader.
Right.
And now trying to convince Canadians that he smiles a lot, he does like reporters, and that he's happy to take all the questions.
Right.
There's something else that has changed too. And it's not just a Canadian thing. You're seeing this in a lot of the data in other countries around the world. Sort of coming out of COVID with the cost of living crisis and the inflation challenges, and incumbents were toxic, and everybody wanted to throw the bums out and bring in change immediately. Trump has fundamentally transformed that by putting the world sort of on a wartime footing as he shocks trade and geopolitics everywhere. And people are sort of flocking to the stable, experienced, sure thing. You're seeing even France, Macron's numbers getting better. You know, there was a change in Germany, but, you know, to a steady, reliable, you know, a change there. And you're seeing that the data would suggest that people wanted incumbents out. Being experienced, being on an international stage experience, these are things that are now assets when they were once liabilities.
Okay. So much more to talk about, and we will. But we also need to talk about the facts. And the CBC News fact check team has been so busy tonight watching this debate. Jonathan Gatehouse has been watching it in particular and is here to talk with us about what it is that caught your team's attention. So, Jonathan, we heard one figure that may have made viewers sit up and take notice. It was about Canada's future population. Why don't we have a listen to what Pierre Poilievre said?
And I also have to say that I reject the Century Initiative, which is a Liberal policy to balloon Canada's population to 100 million people. That's extreme.
Okay, so truth here. Do the Liberals have a plan to increase Canada's population to 100 million?
The short answer is no. That number comes from a 2019 report from a nonprofit group called the Century Initiative, who are arguing that Canada needs to hit the 100 million mark by the year 2100 in order to supercharge our economy and become a major world player. It's not a Liberal policy. Carney has attended Century Initiative events in the past, and he recently appointed the group's co-founder, Mark Wiseman, a well-known financier, to his Council of Advisors on Canada-U.S. relations. But Carney has never indicated that he supports the $100 million figure, or 100 million people figure, excuse me.
Right. So I think one of the sharper exchanges tonight, Jonathan, was between Jagmeet Singh and Pierre Poilievre. It was on the subject of affordable housing and the Conservative leader's record when he was in Stephen Harper's cabinet. So just to refresh people's memories here, here's a clip.
6 maisons. He only built 6 homes.
200,000.
When he was in power.
Can I answer?
We know the answer.
Can
it's
I
6.
answer? It was 200,000 that year, and the cost of the average home was $450,000. So thanks very much for reminding everyone of my record. It was a good record.
Okay, so help us out here. 6 versus 200,000. That is a pretty big gap. Who's telling the truth?
Yeah, I mean, these first competing claims first surfaced last summer, and both the NDP and the Liberals have attacked Poilievre's record when he was quote-unquote housing minister. First thing here is that he never was a housing minister. The Conservatives didn't have one. Poilievre did spend 9 months as the Minister of Employment and Social Development, where he oversaw the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. So the 6 houses figure refers to the number of nonprofit or community housing units that were built in the 2015-16 fiscal year. But that's just the ones delivered solely by the CMHC, not those built in partnership with the provinces and territories. If you count those, more than 4,200 were built over that period. And that's still far short of Poilievre's counterclaim that he actually built 200,000. He's talking about the total number of housing units built in 2015. That includes detached homes, condos, and apartments. And only a fraction of those would be classified as affordable or have had anything to do with the government in Ottawa.
Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, leader of the Bloc Québécois, usually takes center stage in the French language debate. Was there anything he said that needs a fact check?
Yeah, there was one particular claim about Mark Carney's position on pipelines. Here's what the Bloc leader said.
Mid-February, British Columbia. You, like all other Canadian leaders, said something in English that was, if necessary, you would use the executive emergency powers. You said it, I heard it again yesterday, you would force pipelines through Canada and through Quebec.
No.
So Carney has talked about creating energy corridors for things like pipelines, railways, power lines, all sorts of energy infrastructure, and so has Pierre Poilievre for that matter. But the new Liberal leader has not said that he would force them through Quebec or any other province.
Okay, this is all very useful. Jonathan Gatehouse, thank you.
Thank you.
And so now, it's not Thursday, but it is time for a special debate night at issue.
But that's the issue.
Hi there, I'm Rosemary Barton here with some of the scenes from the French language debates tonight. Lots to get into with the At Issue panel. They've joined us and they're going to join us again tomorrow. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj. Good to see you all. Let's just start with who gained anything from this debate. And maybe that's the wrong question because maybe nobody did. But Chantal, do you think that anyone came out of this night in a better shape than they came in?
Yes, but it doesn't change anything to the dynamics in this province in the sense that I'm going to say Mark Carney came out unscathed. None of the punches from the other leaders really landed. And that, by definition, means that he gained because he's got this debate behind him. And by all accounts, it was one of the last best chances for the other parties to change or to reverse the pro-liberal trend that has been manifest in every poll since the election was called.
Okay, and I want to come back to the people that didn't maybe get to where they needed to get to make a difference. But Andrew, your thoughts on whether anyone came out ahead tonight? Not a winner. I'm not asking for a winner. I would never dare ask for that.
Well, you know, when you come in several points ahead nationally and 20 points or more ahead in Quebec, then you win by simply not losing. He didn't hurt his cause, and therefore he helped his cause. Yeah. Conversely, Pierre Poilievre, who needed to make ground on him, didn't help his cause, and in that way hurt his cause. The onus was on him and on Yves-François to make yards in this race and in this debate, and they really didn't. I was struck by the fact that, you know, when the Liberals are 25 points ahead of you, you're really not going to turn that around in a debate. The only chance that either of them got, I think, to claw back some seats in Quebec is to make the anti-Liberal vote coalesce around one party or the other, the Bloc or the Conservatives. And they spent more time attacking Mr. Carney than they did dealing with each other, and I think they missed an opportunity.
Althea?
I will agree that I think Mark Carney had the best performance that of all of the leaders because the stakes were so high, because he is the primary challenger to all the opposition parties at the moment in Quebec, not just across the country, but in Quebec. And so he had the most to lose. And he didn't step into anything that was problematic. I think Jagmeet Singh, up until the very last moment, probably would have had a good night. I think a lot of people would have been, if they're tuning in for the first time. I know it's not the first time he's on that stage, but you know, my mother was commenting to me recently about Jagmeet Singh's French. She's a francophone. But then he started arguing with the moderator about not having enough time and being cut off when he talked about healthcare. So I think that, sorry for him. I think if you're a conservative or a liberal, you're probably happy with how your leader did. May I just note, though, that while the race in Quebec is incredibly important, the debate that actually sunk the Liberals last time and was a boon to the Bloc Québécois was actually the English debate. It was a Bill 21 question that happened in the English debate, not the French debate. So while, you know, Mark Carney may have walked off unscathed, it doesn't mean that any issues that percolate with regards to Quebec might not come up tomorrow, and that could cause the Liberals some problems.
Well, if we're going to go there,
can
we note that the person who scored for the Bloc Québécois was the actual moderator and none of the other leaders in that previous debate. I'm not expecting Steve Bacon to go down that particular road as the moderator tomorrow.
No, but you can see Yves-François Blanchet doing it.
Yeah. But I'll get to
But Yves-François Blanchet's
in a moment.
big
Go
night
ahead,
was
Chantal.
tonight. Let's be serious.
That's right.
Yves-François Blanchet's big night was tonight. The reason why the last debate was a big night for him wasn't because people were watching, but because of the indignation that he managed to build out of it, and the sense that Quebec had been attacked through him. That's a very different proposition. Now, that being said, I don't know. I expected Mr. Poilievre to have more of a dominant presence on the stage. There were moments when I wondered if he was still on the podium. Yves-François Blanchet was looking for a handle, and I don't think he managed to find it. And Jagmeet Singh did. Yes, I mean, none of them had a bad debate, but there was no sense that people who were thinking of voting Liberal in this province would have come away thinking I'm missing out on something by not going with one of the other three.
No, I mean, it was a good debate. It was well moderated, and there was lots of things said about different topics. Andrew,
Yeah, it was a very well-run debate. The format was good from the standpoint of democracy and of better understanding. At least the format was. But what is good for a democracy in that case is not necessarily good for the opposition parties, because it's harder to land a haymaker. It's harder to create a kind of chaotic situation where somebody can really mess up. So, you know, it was hard to push Mark Carney out of his comfort zone. You couldn't sort of gang up on him with a free-for-all the way we've seen in some debates where everyone's talking over each other. But as I say, from the standpoint of actually understanding what they were saying, that was better.
Let's talk about Mr. Poilievre, because Chantal alluded there, Althea, to Mr. Poilievre. She sometimes wondered whether he was there. I would imagine that was partly intentional, that they want Mr. Poilievre to be calm, prime ministerial. They don't want him to be attacking. And I wonder whether you think that worked for him, given that he didn't have as much at stake at all as Mr. Carney.
I think on some key messages, he succeeded. Like, he talked to Quebecers that live in the regions about how he was going to get rid of the Liberals' electric vehicle mandate, that they could keep their cars and their trucks, and that he would build more highways. He spoke to a very segmented group of the province, and I don't think that was not on purpose. He was very clear that he would pass through pipelines, even if some provinces and Indigenous groups say they don't want it, which is unconstitutional, but we'll get to that later, I'm assuming. Where I think that it was interesting is that balance. And you can tell that he's kind of struggling with it, because yes, he needs to act prime ministerial. And in Quebec, I think he's been given the advice that Quebecers don't like it when people fight. But at the same time, a lot of the comments that you hear from Pierre Poilievre on the campaign trail, whether it's in his press conferences or in his rallies, about Mr. Carney, that he is unethical, that he has questions to answer on his financial dealings, that he was, the head of Brookfield's funds that have offshore, who were set up in offshore tax havens. The type of criticism that we hear over and over and over from Mr. Poilievre was nowhere on the stage tonight. So that was an interesting strategy choice from them.
Yeah.
Well,
but attacking personally during a debate would be kind of odd. Yeah, Chantal, then Andrew.
No, but it's also that if you're going to stay on topic, and we saw what happened to Jagmeet Singh when he tried to go off topic to talk about healthcare. And by the way, if you're going to do the healthcare thing, maybe better to keep it for tomorrow night, because in this province, healthcare is widely, universally considered a provincial responsibility. And so no one is thinking that Jagmeet Singh is going to come to the rescue and hire doctors and nurses. But on Pierre Poilievre's performance, let's be serious here. Someone tonight needed a game changer to walk away from this debate, to say, I accomplished my goals. And that did not happen to any of the three. We can pick and choose this and that sentence. Vehicle mandates, by the way, in this case, are a provincial legislation backs them. So I'm not too sure that most Quebecers knew exactly what he was talking about some conspiracy to stop people from driving their cars. But we are here to say, will this change the nature of the election campaign going forward? Not in Quebec, it won't.
20 seconds, Andrew.
Well, there's no doubt that this was a more prime ministerial tone that Poilievre struck today. The problem is he needed to strike that tone back in, let's say, January. You can't just show up 10 days before the election and suddenly have a change of demeanor. And he wasn't able to inject more policy differences, which he needs to do to get the focus off of leadership.
Okay, we're going to take a short break here. That was a good first round. When we come back, we'll keep the conversation going about the debates, what we can expect from tomorrow, what happened to the Green Party today. All of that is next. Welcome back. The At Issue panel here to discuss a little bit of what we saw tonight, what we're watching for tomorrow. Let's bring in everyone. Chantal, Andrew, Althea. I want to do one round, if I can, on what happened with the Green Party today. Althea, were you surprised the commission said, we had criteria, we don't think you met it, and so you're out?
I'm surprised the decision came to the party at 7:20 or something this morning. A lot of people were raising concerns about the Greens not meeting the 3 criteria. Basically, they had to have an MP elected in the House. Obviously, they have 2, so they met that. They needed 4% of support before the deadline. They didn't have that. And they needed like 90% of candidates before the deadline, which they did have, but they no longer have. So in a way, they're both kind of right. Like the party saying, well, we met the criteria as laid out because they did meet it at the time it was laid out. And there is a specific date reference in that criteria. And the commission coming up and now saying, well, you don't meet it now. Well, is the criteria that you don't meet it now before the debate, or is the criteria that you didn't meet it at the date that the debate commission had set out? So I can see why they're very upset. And frankly, the Green Party's entire strategy for this election and for the next decade rested on their new co-leader, Jonathan Penneau, having this national stage to introduce himself as the next wave of leadership to replace Elizabeth May. And now they're starved of that. And you can understand why they're also upset that Yves-François Blanchet only speaks to Quebecers and he's on stage 2 nights. And most Canadians in their ridings can vote for a Green MP and they don't, or Green candidate, and they don't have somebody on that stage representing the party ideology that most aligns with them.
Chantal, quickly.
The Green Party assured the Commission when the invitation was issued that it would have 90% of 343 candidates. And then when the nomination closed, they were short about 100 from 343. And then they were giving interviews all week to say they actually gave up running candidates in many seats to make more room for progressive candidates. Well, they didn't give up, by the way, 60 or 70 seats in that fashion. So at some point, you either live by the rules or you don't. 2 points. Why did it take the commission this long? As far as I know, the decision was taken yesterday afternoon. And to tell you the truth, it came out 5 minutes after I went to Radio-Canada and counted how many podiums were left and found that where there had been 5, there were 4. So yes, I had a tip that something was happening. But still, I don't know when they were planning to announce it. Frankly, that is what I do, basic journalism. I went into Radio-Canada to do a radio hit. I counted the chairs, and there were only 4 left for the leaders.
See, even Chantal Hébert does basic journalism still.
Well, 5 minutes later, suddenly they announced that they were doing this. So why did it take so long? Why no due diligence? You either have rules or you don't. And if you have rules, then you want to check that those rules are being respected. Let's add to this the improvisation over the change in time. The schedule for the NHL comes out in July. So the last game of the season for the Montreal Canadiens was tonight as of last July. And I'm not going to go into the accreditation and the scrums that we just watched, which
we won't do
beg questions as to the judgment of the commission.
Okay, quickly, Andrew, and then I just want a quick go around on what you're going to watch for tomorrow. Andrew.
Yeah, I really don't have a lot to add. Althea said they're both right. I think they were both wrong.
Okay, there you go. Okay, let's look at what you're going to watch for tomorrow, Althea.
Well, if anything happens that changes the current trajectory, because so far nothing has. So can any of the opposition leaders land anything on Mark Carney that makes people doubt his ability to lead? Or his, as we've seen in pressers and whatnot, or his ethics or values, because we haven't seen any of that really stick at the moment.
Chantal?
This was the best opportunity for the opposition leaders to catch Mark Carney looking like a deer caught in the headlights because of his challenges in French. Tomorrow we won't have a language challenge. So I expect an informative debate, but I'm not sure that you can turn this election around on a debate performance anymore.
Is there anything that Pierre Poilievre could do tomorrow, Andrew, that would change the direction a little bit? I mean, we are seeing a little bit of tightening in polls, but maybe not in the areas where the Conservatives need it.
A little bit. It's a long shot. The hour is very late. We're however many days we are to election day. The problem for the Conservatives all through this campaign is that the Liberals have been hugging close to them on policy and therefore keeping all the focus on Donald Trump and who's the best leader to deal with Donald Trump. He's not going to move people off of Carney just by attacking him and calling him names or accusing him of various things. I think that's been settled in this thing. The only chance he's got is to try to get the focus back on policy. And I know this is a long shot, but maybe he needs to inject some new policy proposal that can get people talking about him and get the focus back on policy.
Could Jagmeet Singh do anything to improve his outcome tomorrow, do you think, Althea? Like, let's not talk about winning, but could he do anything to improve things?
I think Jagmeet Singh's primary purpose at the moment is to safeguard the seats that he has and to convince New Democrats not to vote for the Liberal Party. That's what he needs to do tomorrow. I just want to flag something, kind of building on what Andrew was saying. I think we need to stress how unusual and rather anti-democratic it is that we do not have a fiscal costing of any of the party's platforms. And one of the reasons why the focus is on leadership is because we don't have any material on which to judge these leaders' election plans and what they plan to do when they get to government.
Yeah, we are going to get that in the coming days from Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney. Last word to you, Chantal, quickly.
It's going to be really hard for anyone to change the conversation from who is the best prime minister. That means it's kind of a toss-up. If Pierre Poilievre is very strong, then the people who would vote New Democrat but are spooked by him will flock even more to the Liberals. And vice versa. So the dynamics of this are hard for any of the opposition leaders.
Hard to turn. I got to leave it there. Thank you for being here live tonight. I'll see you all back here tomorrow. Chantal, Andrew, and Althea, and Adrian, I'll give it back to you.
Rosie, you're not really done yet?
No.
So we're going to see you again at the top of the clock for a special edition of The National. And guess what, everybody? While that issue was doing its things, the Habs won. So they clinched a spot in the playoffs. So
worth it,
exactly, absolutely. Moving it was the right call. Rosie, of course, will also be back tomorrow for the English language debate. You can catch that anywhere you watch CBC News, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And then we're up live yet again to break down how it all unfolded. Snacks and blankets at the ready. So David Cochrane, you will also be here with us tomorrow. I'm curious what you're watching for. I'm struck by what just happened in that issue, by the way, talking about the cost of platform, because well aware that people will be voting in the advance polls some 12 hours after the debate ends. They may still not see a cost of platform from anybody.
Right. Well, I'm not as religious on the need for a cost of platform in this election as everybody else, because how does any financial projection anyone puts on the table in the age of Donald Trump last beyond next week? Right. So the economic assumptions and the fiscal projections, all of these things would be based on, could be utterly destroyed by the next executive order that comes from the Oval Office. Tomorrow, in my view, the English debate is the one that is the more important debate in this election. This is no disrespect to Quebecers and French-speaking Canadians. No, but it's because there is a floor for the Liberals in Quebec. They were never going to lose the election in this debate. But Pierre Poilievre has a chance to win the election in the English debate. There is no path to a majority for Pierre Poilievre that includes seismic gains in Quebec. That's just not where the political culture is here. He needs to run up the score in Ontario in a massive, massive way, break through in the Atlantic, grow in British Columbia, and keep that mountain of seats they always get in the prairies. So if he is going to turn this around, we talk about the polls tightening at the national level. It is still a 5 to 6 percentage point Liberal lead broadly, which is a Liberal majority. You got to remember, in 2019 and in 2021, Andrew Scheer and Erin O'Toole won the popular vote. But because they win by such big margins in the prairies, the Liberals win by smaller margins in the Atlantic and Ontario. The Liberals won both times. So you need about an 8 percentage point flip at the top to get the Conservatives 3-4 points ahead in the top line numbers in the polls, because the Liberals are so strong in the Atlantic, Quebec, Ontario, and BC right now. The regional numbers are more important than the top line numbers. But if there is a chance for the Conservatives to get back to that first place standing that they held in Canadian politics for more than 2 years, tomorrow is Pierre Poilievre's real chance to change some minds, change some hearts, and change some votes. Struggling to do that in Ontario, where there is this low-grade to high-grade civil war happening between the Doug Ford Conservatives and the Pierre Poilievre Conservatives, that is causing them problems in the media, causing them problems in on-the-ground cooperation, and just creating dysfunction just within the Conservative movement there. But if he's going to flip it, tomorrow is his last big chance to do it.
How striking is it to you that as this election campaign goes along, it's looking more and more like a two-party race? I mean, around the world, people talk about a multi-party system and how that has been strong for Canada in reducing the sort of polarization and divisions that have been led to huge trouble sort of south of the border. And yet these other parties are really struggling.
Well, there's a couple of things. A friend of mine in Western Canada who lives on Vancouver Island said to me that in a crisis, the NDP looks like a luxury you can't afford. And it seems like a lot of voters are coming to that conclusion, and they're flocking to this, what they consider to be the more reliable and safer havens. Same thing's happening with the Bloc Qu&eacute here in Quebec. When you have someone like Donald Trump back in your life, the election really does come down to who do you want to be the prime minister, to deal with the moment, to deal with the next moment, and the moment after that. That is a difficult argument for Jagmeet Singh to get into, and an impossible argument for Mr. Blanchet to get into, because he can't be prime minister if you only run seats in Quebec. So that is what has led to this polarization. And going back to the conversation earlier about the polls, like the Conservative support hasn't collapsed. It's just that the NDP and the Bloc has, it's coalesced to the Liberals. And what should be alarming for the Bloc and the NDP is that if you look at the underlying data, their voters that remain, even at these depressed levels, they're still the most likely to leave that party and go somewhere else. So they may not have hit their bottom with one debate and about 10 days to go.
And as you say, there is room for Poilievre to win more votes tomorrow, because that 37-ish, 38-ish % that we're seeing through the poll tracker in any other time would be huge.
He could have the second best performance by a Conservative leader in like 40 years and lose.
Right. Okay. David, thanks always for the insight. If you're watching us on CBC News Network, a special edition of The National is coming up right next. You can also stream that wherever you stream The National, and we will be back here again tomorrow night right after the English language debate. I'm Adrienne Arsenault. Thanks for watching.